at both the presidential and parliamentary levels. On Wednesday, the transition teams were inaugurated by the outgoing and incoming presidents. The teams tasked with ensuring a smooth transition of power are continuing their meetings today. We'll be there and cross over to our correspondents for update from across the length and breadth of the country, plus engage some Ghanaians living abroad on the expectations of the incoming government.
And indeed, in these 5 days you've been with us, and in the aftermath of the election, there has been a sense of optimism in many quarters as Ghanaians eagerly await the change in leadership. Ghanaians are closely watching how the new administration plans to tackle the pressing issues facing the nation, including unemployment, economic recovery, recovering looted state properties, and infrastructure development. We're going into all of these in the next 6 hours.
This is your Election Command Center. Stay with us as we continue to bring you the latest developments from the transition team's discussions. We are live on TV3, 3FM 92.7, and across all social media platforms, X, Instagram and Facebook. And if you're a Ghanaian abroad and watching us, send your comments to our social media pages on your expectations of the incoming administration. I am Michael Obodu.
My name is Beatrice Edu.
And I am Marina Edbeta. This is your Election Command Center.
Here on Ghana Decides 2024 on your election headquarters, TV3. We are also live on 3FM 92.7. If you've been watching us, you're aware that yesterday we covered that event of the inauguration of the transition team from the teams from both the NDC, which is the incoming government, and also the MPP, the outgoing government. Let's have a look at what transpired briefly.
The just ended presidential and parliamentary elections have once again reaffirmed the will of the Ghanaian people. On behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I extend warm congratulations to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on his decisive election as the next president of the Republic. I also warmly congratulate Professor Nana Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, who has made history by becoming Ghana's first female vice president-elect. Pioneering achievement that underscores the strides our nation is making toward gender equality and inclusivity in governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the peaceful transition of power is a hallmark of mature democracies. Fortunately for us in Ghana, the foresight of the Fifth Parliament of the Fourth Republic has, with the adoption of the Presidential Transition Act 2012, Act 845, established for us a robust framework for managing transitions, safeguarding the gains of our democratic journey. Today, we reaffirm our collective resolve to adhere to the letter and spirit of this act and ensure that this transition proceeds seamlessly, transparently, and with dignity.
I wish to ask that we all be guided by the spirit behind the Presidential Transition Act to ensure a smooth and seamless transition. We may belong to different political parties, but we all belong to Ghana, and let the spirit of our nationalism and patriotism prevail. We call on the transition team to work expeditiously and within a modest budget, given the prevailing economic circumstances, even though Mr. President seems to strike a very upbeat tone on recent numbers. I'm sure the transition team would establish that. Mr. President, you can count on my respect and cooperation during and even after this transition. We must demonstrate to the world that despite the adversity we face, Ghana remains the beacon of democracy in Africa. Now more than ever, destiny requires us as countrymen and women to close our ranks and stand in solidarity with each other.
And this is still your Election Command Center. We'll be going into the conversations very shortly right here on the afternoon stretch on Ghana Decides 2024. But ahead of that, let's watch the incoming President-elect John Mahama, exactly what he said at the inauguration of the transition team yesterday.
Just ended presidential and parliamentary elections have once again reaffirmed the will of the Ghanaian people. On behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I extend warm congratulations to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama on his decisive election as the next President of the Republic. I also warmly congratulate Professor Nana Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, who has made history by becoming Ghana's first female Vice President-elect. Pioneering achievement that underscores the strides our nation is making toward gender equality and inclusivity in governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the peaceful transition of power is a hallmark of mature democracies. Fortunately for us in Ghana, the foresight of the Fifth Parliament of the Fourth Republic has, with the adoption of the Presidential Transition Act 2012, Act 845, established for us a robust framework for managing transitions, safeguarding the gains of our democratic journey. Today, we reaffirm our collective resolve to adhere to the letter and spirit of this act and ensure that this transition proceeds seamlessly, transparently, and with dignity.
I wish to ask that we all be guided by the spirit behind the Presidential Transition Act to ensure a smooth and seamless transition. We may belong to different political parties, but we all belong to Ghana, and let the spirit of our nationalism and patriotism prevail. We call on the transition team to work expeditiously and within a modest budget, given the prevailing economic circumstances, even though Mr. President seems to strike a very upbeat tone on recent numbers. I'm sure the transition team would establish that. Mr. President, you can count on my respect and cooperation during and even after this transition. We must demonstrate to the world that despite the adversity we face, Ghana remains the beacon of democracy in Africa.
Ghana remains the beacon of democracy in Africa. Our incoming President-elect John Mahama. Earlier you watched President Akufo-Addo, who is the outgoing president, also giving his thoughts there. But let's go to Komla Kluche, because he's currently with the President-elect, where we understand that the EU ambassador, the EU delegation, is paying a visit, a courtesy call on him. Komla joins us on the phone now. Komla, can you tell us where you are exactly and what you can tell us? Hello, Komla Kluche.
I'm interested in
come to meeting to offer him congratulatory messages and also offer their support for his incoming administration. First off, on the list was the head of the EU delegation to Ghana, or the European Union ambassador to Ghana, Aikad Razali, who, spoke indicated the long-standing bilateral relation between Ghana and countries in the EU. And he had affirmed that, yes, of course, he would avail the rest of the EU ambassadors together for John Mahama to have an interaction with them again. In fact, even prior to the elections, John Mahama has had encounters with them. And so this is just, another step that he has had. But the response that John Mahama gave him was, yes, of course, Ghana has tried as much as it can, to still hold the torch for democracy in Africa, but the just ended elections have created has recorded some deaths, but he indicates the resolve of his administration to investigate and bring to book the perpetrators of people who were culpable of this electoral death. He says it is his expectation that His Excellency the President would commission an inquiry into this for justice to be brought. But if the President fails to do so, he, just upon assumption of office, would commission that inquiry into it, and then justice will be served. It appears he's quite worried about the death that has occurred as a result of the just ended elections. However, he's also indicated the need for Ghana to strengthen its relationship with not just neighboring countries, but also the continent as a whole. And so its bilateral relations would be taken into much, much stronger discourse. Just after the EU ambassador was the Algerian ambassador to Ghana as well, who paid a visit to him and extended congratulatory messages and delivered a letter of congratulations on behalf of the president of Algeria to him. Just ended a while ago was the Chinese ambassador, who is equally inviting John Mahama to come to China so he could have engagement with the president of China, Xi Jinping. You know that China is a co-chair of the creditors union, and so there's a lot of discussion that should be had.
Komla, we'll have to end it here with you. We'll certainly come back to you for you to bring us all the latest from what's happening with the president-elect, John Mahama, and the visit he's receiving. But let's go now to Police Depot, because we understand that the Electoral Commission is just about declaring the results for Akwetia, the parliamentary election results. Let's just go there.
Has finally been declared for Akwetia constituency. Let's have a quick conversation with him to know what this means to him. Right. So, what does this?
After a peaceful process of collation, we are happy to also inform the public that our Akwetia candidates and our Fantiakwa North candidates have been declared as the winners of the 2024 parliamentary elections. You all see that when due process is followed, you get the right answer. Exactly. NPP, once again, we've demonstrated that we are law-abiding. We believe in due process, and all can see that the due process that was followed has yielded positive results. Congratulations, my colleagues, and they've added on to our numbers. And we know that Suhum and Suhum Ajurejiri are also ours. But we'll patiently wait for the collation process to be completed. We are happy. We thank God. We know that we are minority come 2025, but this is not the first time MPP is going into minority. In 1997, we only had 61. NDC had 100. But we still discharge our duties to the people of Ghana, and our people gave us a mandate in 2000 elections. So we know we are going to win 2028. We will look at the process so far at Ablekuma North and some Tema Central, and we know that these two, which are due for recollation, are always also ours, and other places that there were lawlessness. Okaikwe Central is also part. We will follow due process, and Ghanaians will know that although we lost the presidential elections and although we are in minority, we will not allow our colleagues to forcefully take our seat from us. Again, we are calling on President-elect, President John Mahama, and all the NDC senior executives to call their men to order. Let's allow a peaceful process to continue. Thank you very much indeed, and God bless you, the media, and God bless us all. Congratulations.
Were you confident it was going to pan out this way?
Yeah, I mean, I was very confident. Right from Saturday, it was obvious from our collation that we had won the results. But then due to the violence that our brothers on the ND side tried to characterize with the collation process, we were patient enough for the entire documents or electoral documents to be taken to the police armory. Yesterday, we were notified by the Electoral Commission that all of us are to meet here for the collation of the results. Humbly, early this dawn, we set out to the Chebi police station to follow the processes for all of us to be here. To our surprise, our friends on the other side decided not to show up. Right in the presence of us, the commander found out from the party members. They said their party leadership has called them for a meeting in Accra, and they are not coming, or they are not interested, so they couldn't come. We came here, we waited for a couple of hours, they never showed up. But like the law says, whether you are present or not, you cannot obstruct the duties or the statutory function of the EC. So the EC has to carry out its function, and I'm happy that the collated result of the EC matches what our party also had collated earlier on. We are grateful to the electorate, and we are going to work hard for our people and represent the people of Akwatia as they desire. Thanks to you all.
I'm sure if you are fortunate to have some of your constituents in here, they would have been cheering you on. I'm sure they've really been excited about this declaration. What should they be expecting from you?
Yeah, a lot of them are outside. What they should expect from me is that I'm going to represent them well, and it will come out well to the constituents. Thank you.
And you just watched right there the NPP executives obviously excited that Ernest Yaokumi has been declared the winner of the parliamentary election in Akwatia in the Eastern region. You're still here on the afternoon stretch on your election command center. I'll be going very shortly to Mawena Egbeta, who is going to have a conversation for us, really, before we go into my panel here. But before we do that, though, let me say that I do have with me Alhaji Suhini, who just retained his seat again for the now incoming NDC. Good morning to you, sir. Congratulations, first of all.
See the way I eyed you. We are tired of being referred to as opposition
Indeed.
NDC.
Indeed.
For the last 8 years, we have endured it, and we thank God.
An overwhelming majority, 188 now as we speak.
Yeah, it's humbling. I mean, it calls for reflection. This is not an election you win and just go to town partying. I mean, yes, we're expecting the victory, but this is the kind of victory that makes you reflective. This is the kind of victory that that humbles you. The responsibility will be onerous.
Yes, I also do have...
And the expectations will be high.
Expectations will be high.
I am quite confident that with His Excellency President Mahama and the experience that he's coming into office with, we will be able to, the very best of our ability, rise up to the occasion. After all, we are talking about the great NDC.
I'll come back to you for your proper preliminary thought, but I need to also introduce Mr. Elvis Efi-Yankra, who is a former sports minister, has been very active throughout this election as well. Good morning to you, sir. Oh, actually, good afternoon. It's great to see you, and congratulations to you.
Good to see you too. And as my brother said, and congratulations to you, my brother.
Thank you. To us all.
Yes, and there's a dimension to this victory that many are not talking about, but because of the role I played in some of them, there's a God factor. You know, you cannot win this type of election without divine providence. So there was a God factor. And I'd like to thank Almighty God for helping us secure this victory, and for all the men of God, I can't mention names, you know, who played several roles, the prophets, evangelists, and many of them, things that I cannot say on air, but it's important that we acknowledge that dimension as well.
You're looking all white, obviously still celebrating the victory.
Oh yeah, we'll celebrate that after 7th then.
And somebody just said that you're perhaps coming for a 3FM all-white party as well.
Well, when is that?
Oh, that is on the 28th, I think.
Okay, yes. Maybe we'll see. Okay. Depends.
All right.
So I saw a lot of food outside. I said, hey, man. So I said, Ezu. If you're a Ghanaian, whichever party you belong to, you are Zu.
Mr. Fiyankra, the former sports minister, we'll come back to this panel to have the conversation. I was telling you earlier that we'll be delving into the responsibility, really, that is now on the NDC, the incoming government, to fulfill, as it were. You just heard Honorable Alhaji Suhum really mentioning it, and the fact that they don't have to disappoint Ghanaians. But I'm crossing over to the other side. Mawina Egbeta is currently sitting with Deputy General Secretary of the governing NDC, yet to be sworn in. He's in charge of operations, and Mawina is going to have that conversation with him, and then we'll cross over back here to continue the conversation into the reasons, really, Ghanaians brought the NDC back into power. Mawina, how is it going over there?
Right then, Beatrice, thank you very much. And like you rightly mentioned, we've been joined in studio by Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, soon to be the governing NDC in charge of operations, Mustafa Gbande. Mr. Gbande, I appreciate that you could join us this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
How have you been taking the victory since the final declaration? Perhaps maybe we'll start from when the NPP's flag bearer conceded to John Mahama. How has it all been coming to you, considering you were also active during the campaigning as well?
Well, I think as a groundsman, it's been a very difficult task, even post-election, particularly run up to the end of the elections, and what I call the undue delay that has been characterized by collation and declaration of results by the Electoral Commission in most of the places where we believe we have won, which led to a lot of reactions from, in fact, party faithfuls, from Ghanaians who have voted, because our strategy was to the effect that the MPP have chained out a consolidated rigging plan towards the 2024 election.
You kept on with this rigging plan. Perhaps you can begin to give us a bit more insight into what you believe was, like in your own words, a consolidated rigging plan. Because I spoke to you in the lead up to the elections, and you were consistent on that front. Yes, we kept making the argument or drawing your attention to the fact that these were allegations you could not substantiate. Have you been able to substantiate it now, or you say the outcome of the elections?
It manifested they intended to use Electoral Commission and its installation as the end of their rigging plan. They also had plans to rig. You saw ballot stuffing, and then they have a comfort. They had a comfort from the military deployments that took place. Because you are aware that we agreed that even though there were going to be tight security in the election, the military will stand as a backup. And at a point in time when we have an escalating situation, the military will come in. I do agree that the military hierarchy ought to have deployed, and they have deployed to close proximities at places where we call hotspots. But that has not been the case. You have military officers actually invading in constituencies, moving from polling station to polling station, holding weapons. For the first time, you've seen military officers being deployed and a display of the weapons and ammunition, and it carries a tone of panic and fear into the voters. You've seen for the first time, deployment of snipers from the Special Force Division, and they had to use airport, and they didn't care whether their weapons were scaring people or they didn't scare people. All of these ones were rigging tactics of intimidation. And then also, their end game was to use the same military to have their parliamentary seats declared. So we also had a consolidated resistance plan. And our plan was to stop at nothing than to ensure that if we won, same was declared. And nothing more, nothing. I actually have to commend the police administration and all the forces that came in the buffer, because our plan was much more aggressive, much more ready, much more sharper than whatever they have done. They intended to use state machinery, and we intended to use the people. And the people are the ones who voted. And so that is actually about the rigging plan. Post-election, they've delayed some seats. Our youths will not agree. You've had military officers shooting at the crowd. At places...
In which areas?
Look, I've seen that, and it happened in Suhum. In Ablekuma, I had to go and drive the military away, and the police commander actually told them that they said they were on patrols. Do military officers go on patrol with peacegoers, 4 peacegoers? You know, and the police commander had to tell them that at the time there were no escalating situations. I'm not on press constituency. He actually pulled a weapon, a member of parliament.
You have this on record, because these are allegations.
Look, I'm just actually saying, I stopped the military officers in his constituency. They were in his Land Cruisers, 4. How do you deploy military officers into a Land Cruiser of a contesting member of the election, individual of the election? You can't do that. It's wrong. If they were using district assembly vehicles or government vehicles, it's okay. But one of the aspirants of the election that we are all seeking to protect, the military officers were in the Land Cruisers of one person. And he knows that. Well,
these we've not been able to substantiate.
They are not allegations. You've seen videos.
On the allegation of him shooting, we sought to get clarity from our correspondent Yvonne Nikwe, who was there, and she said that she cannot independently verify.
How can you tell me? We run the system, and we know. I'm saying when you go to Northern Region, where they shot and killed somebody. Tolon constituency. You saw they found a weapon and a knife in the car of the DCE. The DCE is having a police bodyguard. So how was he protecting himself? And so all of these are things that are escalating the reactions that you see. And so we cannot hide behind NDC have won election, they've won presidential, so we should go and sleep. The people of Ghana have voted. If we have won a seat, same should be declared in our favor. We cannot say because we are jubilating, we have a presidency, we should leave seats. We actually want to get MPP completely out of parliament. Completely out of parliament.
That's not possible.
That is the punishment they must suffer for the things they have done. That is what they must. So they are not significant in parliament. They actually are unnecessary to our democracy. As we speak today, the MPP will not have a role to play. If you look at the posturing of opinion marking, it provokes people, because this was a young man. Last month, you collapsed parliament through your influence in the judiciary. You brought all these cases on MPP, opinion markings, and today he's gained a voice to talk. Well, after 7th, we'll define the country's principles very well.
Let's perhaps pick it from these seats which are still outstanding. We've seen a number of them declared. Akwetia, one of such. Your party reps were not present. The indication, according to the now declared winner, Mr. Kumi, was that you in the executive had called your reps for a meeting, reason for which they were not present. What was this meeting about, reason for which they were not present before the declaration was made?
Well, I think that national leadership needed a briefing, one-on-one briefing on most of the issues that have occurred. And so some of the constituencies were called back into Accra. And then if you, particularly in the process where we have a designated legal collation center, and you have changed the collation center, it is reasonable that you make sure all parties are there. So it's a matter that will be addressed. It's opinion markings who is saying that they have been declared. I haven't heard that, so I wouldn't comment.
Well, I trust my colleague Godwin, who's at the police depot where all of that has been happening. When he says that there's been a declaration, I would tend to believe him because he's my colleague there. But these briefings you've been receiving from the respective constituency executives, what have they said? You've won these seats. What does the briefing tell you?
I think that I'm yet to get full briefing on that matter from my bosses. The General Secretary and the National Chairman
are the ones
fully handling that with the national organizer at that level. And so when they're done, we will get instruction as to what to do, and then we'll carry that instruction out. But what is important is that we have won. What is important is that we are going to help the new government to be structured. And I'm confident that if you see my seniors who are sitting in your studio, they've done it before. They've built this country before. I'm certainly confident that Ghana will be rebuilt again. But we must watch, because then people will regroup and come as monsters.
They already sounded the alarm that
but we will silence that alarm, because they won't become pestilence to the process of development. They have destroyed the country.
Pestilence in what way?
Disturbance. The noise will have to be silent. You see, we have a country to build. Destinies are involved. Businesses are involved. They've destroyed everything. They've collapsed the system. Till today, they are still stealing. As we speak, they are still stealing all over the place.
Stealing what?
Look, if you go to Yellow Krobo, yesterday, they tried to steal fertilizer away. Krachi West, Krachi Nkwanta, they tried to take drip machines away. In Efutu, they tried to take YEA logistics away. They are even stealing Agenda 111 construction materials.
The police have picked up a number of...
Yes, in Tamale South. They tried to steal fertilizer away. They are stealing. Nadmo boss here, Prempe. Nadmo boss. He has established a private warehouse in Tepa. Moved all Nadmo logistics to Tepa. That is why you are seeing the problem you see there. It is not just about collation. The problem you see in Tepa is also because the Nadmo coordinator have moved all Nadmo reliefs to his private warehouse in Tepa. And that is stealing. You know? So these are pockets of issues. As we speak today, recruitments are ongoing. And one will ask, why are you doing recruitments? I do not know who have applied, but you are jeopardizing the chances of these young people to get jobs. Why are you in a rush? You couldn't do that before election. Post-election, because you are leaving, you want to choke the system before you leave. Look, one team has been removed and replaced by another team. That team will fully be featured at all levels for us to develop a country. And so it's important that government and President Akufo-Addo should stop sleeping and take his responsibility. He's still a president. If you allow your people to continue to steal, you are the one who will take ultimate responsibility. Nobody is after any CEO. Nobody have gone to chase any director out. Why are they afraid and doing these suspicious appointments? VRA, they did appointment yesterday. Today they are doing interviews. Gridco, they are doing same. NIB, the HR officer there is doing recruitments as we speak. So one will ask, why are they doing that? People are stealing cars. We have intelligence. They've moved some Land Cruisers and Prados to Bema camp.
We saw a communication from the presidency.
No, that's cover up.
Return
the president. You trust
vehicles.
President Akufo-Addo. This man have been accountable to himself. Yes, stealing was ongoing. You trust him.
Well, if
you ask people not to buy, if you ask people
that they should return state vehicles,
no, they shouldn't worry. We will retrieve it.
Possession.
We will retrieve it ourselves. We will look. We have instructed that.
Wouldn't that be a recipe for chaos if you're deciding
at a control level? We have instructed that our party rank and file should mount vigilance the same way we did in the election. Ensure that one, if somebody is stealing a state asset, the best thing to do is to arrest the person and hand him over to the police. You have a right, citizen arrest, to effect somebody stealing a state asset. If you cannot arrest the person, get the police involved, retrieve the item, impound it at the police station until further notice. if you find an MPP person serving under government using a state asset, do not touch him because government business is still ongoing. Okay? We have also said that don't allow anybody to run away with government property. And also, people should not besiege public spaces unlawfully.
Which is something we've seen, the Ghana Gas.
You will see because, you will see Ghana Gas, Owusu Bempah was there, using the place as MPP headquarters and insulting everybody. And you think that they should leave him.
But that's no justification for people to...
That's not just... They wanted to drive him out. Oh, it was Owusu Bempah, that is why the youth went there. Even though it's unlawful, they were looking for Owusu Bempah, no other person.
There's no justification.
We have condemned that. We have condemned that and withdrew the young men, advised them on what not to do and what to do. But I'm just telling you, they went there because of Owusu Bempah. At Tema Port, they went there because impatiently they believed that some of them were laid out. When President Akufo-Addo took over in 2016, you saw what characterized their government. They sacked everybody and put their invisible forces there, right? Nobody complained. 8 years you have lost the election. They too believe that they must vent. But we told them the mistakes of the MPP are lesson notes for the NDC. And you have seen President Mahama's demeanor. You have seen former ministers, they are here. You've seen their demeanor. No hooliganism, no lawlessness. Let's build a country. Ghanaians have demonstrated that corruption is a disincentive to governance continuation, and they have done so. It is for us to operate in a good way, move the country with the belief and the trust of the people of Ghana. One assignment Ghanaians trust that we do is to ensure that we recover all stolen wealth at the possession of President Akufo-Addo and his cronies. I can assure you that that will be done diligently, and it will be done so well with the alacrity that it deserves.
There's a concern out there because when we look at a number of the promises in the 120 days of the next NDC administration, it includes scrapping a number of taxes, e-levy, COVID-19, amongst others. Yeah. There's the expectation it will create a revenue loophole. One of the responses which have come from you is oral, that you're going to recover all loot. Yeah. Then the question is asked, it is not going to be as easy as you make it seem. And so why are you banking so much hope on recovering assets when you're not even sure where these assets are to
Do you believe that there were some stealing in government? Do you believe that? You are Ghanaian too. Don't leave it for only me. Because we all believe that there have been some unjustifiable possession of state wealth. Same should be recovered. All right? This is the time we reflect and do a postmortem of the entire economy to understand what has been hidden from the public and what have not been hidden from the public. We have to assess the level of depth of deficiency in terms of government running that we are into. That must be brought out, and Ghanaians should get to know that on the face of the evidence, on the face of the reality, this is what is left. Okay? When that is done, when you are meeting the shadow ministers and potential ministers, you can pose to them, because most of them have started doing a lot of analysis on the various ministries. I'm not going to be a minister, and so I cannot answer that. But I do know that the party has one clear agenda. And the clear agenda is to compensate the people of Ghana with comfort, compensate the people of Ghana with transparency, compensate the people of Ghana with hard work. President Mahama's government is not a party for all. It is an association of hard-working people who will come together to toil and to suffer for this nation. If you are not willing to serve, you are not willing to scratch your back to rebuild this country, then you don't qualify to be an appointee under his government.
We've heard before from the current president.
Well,
if you're looking to make wealth in public service, then you should look elsewhere.
You can't be comparing.
Yet he was handed
you can't compare President Akufo-Addo.
Handed such a massive defeat.
You can't compare President Akufo-Addo.
Ghanaians can easily say we've heard this before.
You can't compare President Akufo-Addo to President Mahama. Their value chain system is not the same. President Akufo-Addo has an appetite for corruption, and he's corrupt, and we have seen it. President Mahama is human. He's made his own mistakes. He's come back. He's done it before, so compare his track record to his commitments. Give him the space to settle down, and I know that you see actions. All of these ministers you see who have served in government before, they have all learned their lessons. And we are coming back with one condition, Ghana and Ghana and Ghana and Ghana. It is not about tribe. It's not about family and friends. It's not about parties, but it's about working to make sure that tomorrow the future of your children is secured.
Right.
We must go back and compensate pensioners who President Akufo-Addo have punished. We must go back and compensate farmers who they have deceived. We must go back and compensate business people who have lost their businesses. We must go back and compensate all Ghanaians who have suffered because President Akufo-Addo was a president. And let me tell you, they are trying to let it look as if because there's a new government, all the crimes they have committed have suddenly vanished and it is all about NDC. No, we are still living with the pain that they have caused the people of Ghana. Pensioners have lost their money. The banks, they've collapsed. That stress is still there. People have lost jobs. Okay? The corruption, the stealing. They have stolen more than, and I'm telling you this on authority, President Akufo-Addo and his appointees have stolen more than they need. And there's a need for a national consensus and agreement to go after them and recover same. If we don't do that, no government, including this government, will take Ghanaians seriously. And let no Ghanaian bury the pain that they have caused to say that because we have won election, let's go. Let's allow the sleeping dogs lie. We cannot allow President Akufo-Addo and his appointees go scot-free with the stolen wealth and the atrocities they have committed against this country. No Ghanaian should endorse that. And so when I see them regrouping and parading and becoming noisy like Apenyo Markins, who is part of the people who have stolen from this country, I
don't know that for a fact.
I know that. So wait, after December 7th, you will see action, we'll show you documents, we'll show you transactions, we'll give you details, exposure of what everybody have done. The deep-seated syndicate of fraud.
When you get into office is when you're going to get
after 7th December, let President Akufo-Addo hand over. Let him hand over. He shouldn't travel anywhere. President Mahama didn't travel out of this country.
You can't ask him not to travel.
He should stay and tender himself and clean himself up. Because President Mahama stayed in this country with us. He suffered with us as a president who have lost election. Humiliated, disrespected. But you saw the courtesies he's extending to President Akufo-Addo. I was shocked when President Akufo-Addo said he's known President Mahama for more than 20 years. I was like, what dishonesty is this? It's disingenuous. You've disgraced the man, disrespected him, dehumanized him. Because you have lost elections, suddenly he's your friend. It's deception. President Akufo-Addo cannot run and cover himself with this. Let Ghanaians know him for who he is. We shouldn't be swayed. There's too much that have happened to this country that all of us, young people like yourself, should not allow the same people who have caused the pain to parade, come back, pointing fingers and saying that, oh, you are a new government. We are waiting to see what will happen. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia made that statement yesterday. And one will like, really, you supervise cash gold for oil. It's a crime. It's a syndicate of fraud. That is the man who supervised it. And he has a gust to say that let's wait and see what will happen. You wait to see Ghanaians suffer a little bit more pain. I would have expected him to say that, okay, I'm happy that a new government is coming. Let's support them. Let's rebuild the country. Let Ghana grow. This is their mindset. They want President Mahama and the NDC to fail. Who suffers? The people of Ghana. And most of you are falling for this. These are the kind of people, last week, they were mismanaging this economy. Suddenly, they are regrouping and parading as angels.
Right.
After December 7th, we will strip each of them naked, and Ghanaians will see them.
Just quick points as we try and wrap up the conversation. This posturing, this position, oral and all of that, is this what you're taking into the transition? Because we know the process has started. And what's the party's position, even as all of those processes go through in wait for...
The party's position is to help a new government to be set up. But the party's position certainly is that anyone who have stolen from this country must return it. You will return it at all costs. You will return it. And they should bring it voluntarily before they are chased. If they don't bring it, they can go to the sky. We will chase them and recover it. We won't give them room to regroup and misbehave. Yesterday they had you heard another prayer. President Akufo-Addo should halt transition. What an effrontery. What egoistic person. You did all of these and telling the president to halt transition because your coalition is delaying. These are the people who want to come and say that suddenly they are angels. Let's not give them the chance. Look, they have done too much to all of us. And Agbeta, it is not about what I gain. It's not about what I gain as an individual.
Right.
It's about what has happened to this country. It's about what has happened to our generation. Ghanaians have short memory. They will forget. This one will not forget. We'll keep reminding the people of Ghana that collectively we should hold these former government responsible, accountable for their conduct in government. And let no one try to stop that. We stop that to sink the nation.
Right then, Mr. Gwande, I want to end the conversation, but just a quick one. This one moving away from the conversation of oral and looking at Parliament for you as the NDC. There's been an interesting development there, 2/3 majority almost. In the lead up to the elections, there was the expectation that across some quarters, I'm sure from your side as well, you expected to be the majority. But did you expect it to be ranging in these numbers? And what possibly could have contributed for this? I have a theory about introducing strong enough candidates in strongholds of your opposition, being able to sway. Is that the consideration you've begun to make as a party?
I knew that we're going to win majority. I didn't envisage the numbers. And you know what contributed to the high numbers? Apenya Markins. Any MPP MP who have lost elections should blame Apenya Markins. His arrogant and disrespectful posturing irritated the people of Ghana. The more. Apart from the corruption in government, apart from the mismanagement, apart from every other thing they have done, Apenya Markins contributed to the fall of MPP MPs. In fact, he is the worst person to have ever led such an elite group like the MPP. And you see, we are doing post-mortem. And these are the realities. Bring MPP people and ask them what contributed to their fall.
People point to the economy and
no. How do you blame
how things
how do you blame
so well in the pockets of
No, I'm just telling you that Apenya Markins contributed to the many falls that have occurred in Parliament, the arrogance. It irritated the people of Ghana. The way he managed to disingenuously get the judiciary into all of this crisis, Parliament halted, insulting the Speaker of Parliament publicly, making it impossible for a compromise and the drive of Parliament, that irritated Ghanaians. And I think that the MPP in their post-mortem should be re-looking at their own setup and not to allow such persons to lead. And look, Parliament business, and you have parliamentarians here. It's not run like political parties. In Parliament, you need consensus. You need people that can bring others on the table of negotiation.
Right.
And so at the point when we had a crisis, one would have expected that you bring negotiation to the table. You bring your colleagues to the table, cool heads to prevail. But no, not Apenya Markins. He's a jack. He's a strong man. And he dismantled the whole NPP setup.
Right then. I want to thank you for joining us, Mustafa Gwande. He's a Deputy General Secretary of the NDC in charge of operations. Speaking to us on what...
before I go, I beg you.
What you want to...
All the people who are going around and stealing, they should stop. Government lands, you must stop. It's for government. They are demolishing the lands they've bought and trying to build in the night. We don't want to unleash our people on anybody. If you think you have acquired a government land genuinely, stop. When a new government comes, you will be audited, and if you have acquired same genuinely, you are good to go. Yesterday, an officer from the Jubilee House was being chased by an invisible forces threatening to demolish her house. Look at two people who have bought state land. Two people who are occupying state land. When I find out, this invisible forces guy claimed that Asensobo actually sold him the land.
Okay, now names are beginning to pop up.
So I'm just saying that they should stop. Because you know me, I'll mention names. I won't hide anybody. They should stop and let transition, the habit of trying to sabotage the incoming government, trying to make it difficult for government to take over. The last meeting they had in Jubilee House, how they were going to create the economy for the dollar to come low, so that the campaign issue is that, oh, by the time they left, the dollar was low, so that in January it will go high. All of these are evil plans that they should disabuse it from their minds and let us have a It's about Ghana. It's about building society now. They have done their part. We are coming to do our part. Anyone who tried to frustrate the new government will be dealt with and dealt with properly.
Mr. Gbande, thank you very much for speaking to us. Like I mentioned, that's Mustafa Gbande. He's the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC in charge of operations and speaking to us here on your Election Command Center live on TV3 and on 3FM 92.7 as well. Just finally, though, there's an open invitation for you to join us at the 3FM All-White Party on the 28th at the La Palma Royal Beach.
I think I was privileged to have joined that last year. It was such a beautiful program.
So
and
you're coming.
My senior brother Elvis is still a young man. He's in town. He's not an old man.
So he would rather.
I can see Honorable Suhini and the youngest MP.
Is that a yes that you're going to be?
All of them will come. As their Deputy General Secretary, we will come. They will be there.
Thank you very much.
And by the power vested in me, I plead with them to join the All-White Party. I will be there myself. I think my General Secretary will do some magic for me.
Fantastic. Mr. Gbande, thank you very much for speaking to us. And so there you have it, Deputy General Secretary of the NDC in charge of operations, Mustafa Gbande. Beatrice, back to you with your panelists as the conversations will continue on the government in waiting, the expectations on them, and really how they deliver on the mandates given to them by the Ghanaian people.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Marina Egbeta, with that interesting conversation with the Deputy General Secretary of the incoming government, Mr. Mustafa Gbande there. And I was telling you earlier that we do have our panel here as well, Alhaji Suhini. He is a Member of Parliament elect again for Tamale North in the northern region. And that was his third attempt, right? Yes. And you won.
Yes.
Congratulations again to you.
Thank you very much, Beatrice.
And I also told you earlier, we have Elvis Yankra, who is a former sports minister. He's also a member of the manifesto committee that looked into the manifesto of the incoming NDC going into this year's general election. And he was also a former director of elections, I believe, for the 2016 general election, 2020 general election. You're welcome once again.
Thank you very much.
And we have, well, we had your Deputy General Secretary describing you as the youngest MP-elect for Ketu North constituency. Congratulations to you, Edem Agbana, and good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Beatrice, and thank you for having me.
So let me start with you. Before we went to have that conversation with the Deputy General Secretary, Mr. Alhaji, Honorable Alhaji Suhini and Mr. Yankra had some preliminary thought. I'll still come back to you, but I want to get yours. I mean, Volta region has always been the stronghold of the NDC, except for 2020 where you had Peter Amewu taking the Hohoi seat. People were arguing that he had that seat because the Guan constituency could not vote. I wonder whether that was really the magic that worked for you. And you actually cleared all the seats. MPP had 0.
Yes, let me say good afternoon to all our cherished viewers across the world, especially to the people of Ketu North. Let me use your platform to once again express my deepest appreciations to them for the support that they gave me and President Mahama on Saturday, 7th December. We won the elections with about 87%. And for anyone who knows the history of Ketu North politics, you would appreciate that for the NDC getting 87% in recent times, it's such a significant achievement. And I want to use your platform to thank the chiefs and the people, the executives and all members of my campaign team and volunteers for the work that they did. Indeed, Volta region is known as the World Bank of the NDC in terms of parliamentary seats and all of that. Again, like you said, in 2020, the NPP took one seat away from us, which was the Hohwe seat, and we have always maintained that what happened in Hohwe was an affront to justice. And again, the people of Sal were denied representation in Parliament for 4 good years. That, for me, is a cardinal sin of this Fourth Republic, that you deny a group of people representation in Parliament. What happened was gerrymandering, where the eve to the elections, you take away a number of people, thousands of people from the register and say that they are not supposed to vote in Hohwe, knowing very well that at the time our candidate, Professor Margaret Kweku, comes from that particular area. And so it fueled a certain tribal politics, and it favored the Honorable Peter Amewu, an issue that is still in court and all that. But I'm happy that Efo Olanyo Chekbo has succeeded in giving the NPP such a hard knock with over 70% victory to reclaim the seat for us in the NDC. Now, going into the Volta region voted the way every other region voted in this 2024 election.
Because of the massive win of the NDC?
Yes, but you see, the massive win of the NDC, yes, the NDC campaigned and all of that, but the victory of the NDC is the verdict on the performance of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. And right here in this studio, we have raised issues with how this government respected no one, how they took Ghanaians for granted, how they were looting without looking back, and they were misusing state resources, how they had bastardized every state institution, including the judiciary. And so the people of Ghana were only waiting for an opportunity to boot these guys out of power. And they did it in such a manner that today the NPP party is so embarrassed. The NPP party has been so disgraced that I wonder if they will have the courage to contest any future elections. Because,
well, you heard Apenyo Markin there when we played that insert earlier, when he said, yes, you've won this year's general election, but in 2028 we are coming back.
You are coming back on what record? You were given 8 years. We all saw the mess that they created in 8 years, for which reason even constituencies that the NDC had never won. I mean, when I was watching the results, I was telling my friends that this is a true reflection of the phrase that Ghanaian voters are discerning. For the NDC to win Tema Central, for the NDC to sweep all the Okankwe seats, for the NDC to even increase our seats in the Ashanti region to 10, and we have 2 yet to be declared, it's an indication that the good people of Ghana weighed the two parties. They weighed the performance of President Mahama when he was president and the 8 years of President Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia, and they decided decisively. I am confident that President Mahama's government will perform. And as far as I know, this NPP government will have no place they will come nowhere near power again, at least in the near future.
Well, I'm coming to you, Mr. Fiyankra, because one of the things that Honorable Alhaji Suyini said was the fact that, aside from the fact that the NDC is overwhelmed by this massive endorsement, as it were, from Ghanaians, it is also, the other side is that you have a huge responsibility ahead of you. How do you intend to deal with the current situation as we have it? We have 14.7% unemployment rate. You have a debt of almost 800 billion Ghana cedi on your neck. You still have certain agencies and groups of individuals who have not been paid. I'm sure yesterday you might have seen the NAPCO people who were saying they were going to petition the incoming government to ensure that you deal with all these things. How do you intend to do that in 4 years?
Let me first of all commend TV3. I mean, everybody's commending everybody else, but you have been absolutely amazing by all standards. I mean, the quality of the presentations, the people, the depth, the breadth, covering every country, bringing us on the spot news. It's been amazing. In fact, if I travel out of the country to get some rest is because I can't stop watching TV3. And I need rest too. So maybe I'll have to sneak out of town so I can rest. Because once I'm home, it will be on TV3 and I can't stop watching.
We thank you.
Now, having said that, I think that the reason why Ghanaians voted for the NDC was because they saw in President Mahama someone who has a lot of experience. And so right from day one, and I'm sure even before the 7th of January when he will be sworn in, you're going to see a lot of things that he will begin to put in place, the structures for his government. And that is why, apart from the manifesto, he put together the 120-day social contract. He's very clear in his mind about the situation in which we find ourselves and what he's going to do, as well as the people that he's going to use to accomplish that purpose. See, during the campaign, I was telling some people that there is a certain psychology about the investor community. And I asked them, if you're an investor sitting on Wall Street, on the London Stock Exchange, and you have a government that borrowed money and has refused to pay, both principal and interest, and there's going to be an election, and you have to choose between that government and a government that when they were in power, our debt to GDP ratio was 56%, we're paying our debts, we're fulfilling all obligations. Which of the two governments will you choose? That's number one. Number two, between a John Mahama and then a Bawumia, which government will be able to make a case that let's look at perhaps even the IMF conditionalities, let's look at the debt exchange program, let's look at debt forgiveness. President Mahama even promised that if he has to kneel down and beg the MCC so they can reconsider giving us back the money that we lost about 196 million US dollars that should have come to the ECG for reforms. We lost a potential 550 million US dollars from the same MCC. President Mahama is in a position to make a case that this is a new government, this is a fresh mandate. Look at my past track record. And again, President Mahama has a record, and this one is the investor community themselves, they said it. There was a forum at Movenpick, and they themselves said that in the history of this country, for the first time in 4 years, under President John Dramani Mahama, 13.5 billion US dollars came into this country from the private sector. So, like I said, there's a psychology. For instance, if you look at one country, the US, immediately there was a change of government. You saw the behavior of the stock markets. The stock market just went up. A few days later, somebody was appointed in charge of a certain commission. Bitcoin went up. So the investor community, the kind of resources that are coming to this country, and the little that I know, and I'm hearing and I'm seeing, you'll be amazed. That's number one. Number two, a lot of the crisis we have is because of the stealing and the waste. They've stolen the money with careless abandon. They're just stealing, grabbing, as if there's no tomorrow. I just felt as if the MPP, they were possessed or there was something wrong. We've been in government before. We've all been in government. We know how government runs. I mean, this type of brazen thievery, just grab and grab and grab and
examples.
Grab. Oh, it's plenty. I mean, I have 100 of them. But if I just... You want examples, you know? Let's start with the PDS, which was directly under the ambit of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. They took control of ECG, took money from ECG, till they haven't paid back the money. A big example. The cleanup of the banks. There was something that was supposed to cost the country about 10 billion, less than 10 billion. It cost us 25 billion. Illegal printing of money. If you kindly move your book just a little bit from the microphone, okay, just so we can hear you clearly. You know, yes. Illegal printing of money for the first time in the history of this country. 60, 70 billion printed by the Bank of Ghana illegally without parliamentary approval. What happened to that money? We were told that they shared the money. COVID money, COVID-19 expenditure. We all had it. Still being investigated. Putnik. I mean, it's incredible. A Japa, SML, where they are sharing money to themselves.
But the SML, I'm sure you saw the government white paper on it.
Indeed, it's a white paper. Don't whitewash it. But we'll go into all those things. And believe me, Beatrice, one of the reasons, I was holding fora with a lot of people, and when you finish speaking and they're asking questions, they say, well, all these economic things you are talking about is okay. But the most interesting one we are concerned about is the oral. Are you sure that you can do it? That issue has been coming up consistently. Are you sure you will not disappoint us? Because Ghanaians feel that the mess is so much that one of the ways we can satisfy them is to go after these people and recover the loot. And in the interview with the General Secretary, your host was asking, how can we be sure? You don't know the things we know. People have stolen money, I can tell you, billions of dollars, and hidden it both home and abroad. But those monies will be found. Okay, so that's the second dimension.
But I don't get the feeling that you've answered the question about. Yes,
I'm building up.
You're building a point. Okay.
So the first dimension is the international environment, which influences and affects what happens here. The second dimension is the recovery of the loot. Then the third dimension is the prudent management of our resources. Because if you have an auditor general that tells you that every year 17 billion is lost, you know what 17 billion can do? So if you have a government that comes in, and before we left office, the Auditor General's report, the monies that so-called dissipated were not up to 1 billion. So imagine if you reduce that by even 70%, you know the money you'll be saving. So there is a way in which we can manage our resources with 60 ministers, with prudent management, with a government that, you know, is disciplined. And one of the things that I was doing during the campaign was I was able to prove to people that, look, when it comes to corruption, President Mahama's record dealing with corruption is unassailable. Every single matter that came, every single, just name them, he took action. From Bas Brandon, he took action. Minister had to be removed, even though she was not directly responsible. Money had to be paid back. Jida, I was the minister that was assigned to set up the committee. Companies were sanctioned. People were made to pay back money to the state. I told people that, look, Brazil World Cup, even though it wasn't about corruption, the president, I was his campaign manager. He didn't cover me. Public inquiry, forensic audit. So how do you compare this to this clearing agent? One day, one village, one day, one scandal. So there's so much thievery, there's so much stealing, there's so much leakage. Beatrice, it is important, it's relevant. Look, you have a drum, right? You're pouring water into the drum. That's the nation's resources. Then there are holes in the drum. That's the thievery, okay? The more water you pour into the drum, the more water leaks out. The moment you seal the drums, the water will remain in the drum. It's not anything odious. So we will be able to seal the holes. When we seal the holes, the water will remain in the drums, and there will be enough resources for us to do.
And I want to come
to the policies themselves that we want to implement, and we can have.
I will come back to you really. I know you talk about the now incoming president, the kind of individuals he's going to appoint to ensure that you're able to deal with the unemployment rate. I know that as part of the manifesto, he talked about the Ejumera, for instance, where he's expected to, or the NDC is targeting about 10,000 youth, as well as some other policies. We need to go into how you're going to get the money to fund some of these things, even in the area of digitalization. And then you have the 10 billion push, the big push, all of these. Because at the same time, you're also cutting, taxes, e-levy, and all of those things. So I just want to come to you, Alhaji Suyini, just the same, question about how you intend to deal with these issues, especially when, like I just said, you are looking forward to, and this is within the first 120 days, you're looking forward to dealing with e-levy. You're looking forward to dealing with the COVID levy, betting tax, and all of those things. And yet, you've got really huge ambitions before you.
Well, Beatrice, like I said, this victory calls for reflection. And if you have been watching His Excellency President Mahama, you would have noticed that he does not seem to exude the joy and the kind of satisfaction you would have expected from a man who has been so overwhelmingly endorsed by the people of Ghana after he was, damaged by propaganda and lies and got rejected. You would have expected him to walk with a chip on his shoulder. You would have expected him to taunt, to flaunt it. But watch him, ever since he was declared, and you see that he's in a very, very reflective mood. It's okay for the people of Ghana to have the parties, to enjoy themselves and celebrate the relief that we all have given ourselves by the way we voted. But you see, for a politician like His Excellency President Mahama, who is very conscious about legacy, who is conscious about the responsibilities ahead of him, I can understand why he is in the mood that he is in. And it gives me the assurance that he is well aware of the expectations that are upon him and the NDC administration. And once that, presence of mind is established, you can be sure that he's not going to treat this victory lightly. He's not going to take the mandate that has been given him for granted. And you can already see a sign of it in the appointments that he made with the transition team. These are people who have been there, have done that, have experienced transitions in the past, and have also, toured the country and worked closely with him, and perhaps understand what is expected of them in the transition team. And I tell you that it has set the tone for the kind of, governance that we should expect from His Excellency the President. Look, he won this election largely on the back of his honesty, on the back of his, integrity, and his diligent approach to duty. Yes, I cannot discount, and it shouldn't be discounted, the fact that the God factor played a key role. But, a man who is honest, a man who exudes integrity, a man who is diligent about his work, obviously also takes his God seriously. I mean, look at all the things that people said about him when he was president the first time. You would have thought that it would have taken decades for him to clear himself of all the lies. But he stayed in this country, stayed in public life, and challenged them every step of the way to prove any of the lies. And all throughout, they failed to prove any of the lies told about him.
Even the point when the former president now, Akufo-Addo, described him as the only president who would have been named in that Airbus scandal as government official one.
They were unable, was it? I mean, I don't even want to repeat some of the lies because they were so disrespectful. I mean, immorality, corruption. For 8 years, he stayed in their face and taunted them. And they lacked the evidence to back their claims. And the people of Ghana were watching. Now, I said it when he lost in 2017 on a sister station, that I was very confident that like Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the people of Ghana were going to come to the conclusion that indeed President Mahama was a visionary president who was misunderstood at the time that he embarked on the vision to transform and reform this country. I made those predictions on a sister station. And I said, given time, when the people of Ghana used the roads that he was constructing to drive their children to the schools that he was building and attended the hospitals that he was building and looked back and did not see the impact of the free SHS promise and did not see, the 1 million constituency promise fulfilled, and did not see the jobs that the NPP was promising, they were going to begin to miss President Mahama. I didn't expect it to take 8 years, but it did. Yes. But eventually, the margin of victory, that has been given him, 1.6 million difference. In fact, someone said even if he dashed Bawumia 1 million, he would have still won comfortably. Should tell you that indeed he was on the right path. It wasn't a perfect path, and that is why I'm sure he's coming back, you know, with new ideas to add to the ideas that he already worked with.
So you're just admitting that it's not like it was all rosy when John Mahama was in power.
It was a human institution.
In 2016, we saw how Ghanaians voted against it.
It was a human institution. I'm saying that vote against him in 2016 was largely based on the lies, the propaganda, the deception, and the sweet promises. But after a while, time has shown that indeed he had a superior vision, you know, for this country, and that is why he's given this new mandate. And I'm saying that it wasn't perfect. Yes, I'm saying it wasn't perfect. That's why I said it wasn't a perfect route, but he was on course, and that is why he's coming back with a renewed vision, with new ideas to add to that old vision that was better and working well.
You're saying largely based on lies, but you were here in this country in 2016. Yeah. How much people were taken out of jobs because of the Dumso? Yes, the argument is that, yes, John Mahama ended the Dumso before he went, because I remember then Power Minister Kwabena Donko saying, I'm going to resign if I don't deal with this problem. A lot of people lost their jobs. The economy was still in shambles to an extent that we had to go for that IMF. And so, I mean, you cannot say that it was purely based on lies, the reason he lost it. People felt it and they voted angrily.
I agree with you. And I'm saying that...
Mr. Fiakra, I'll come to you because I realize you want to make a comment.
Yeah, I agree with you, Beatrice. I'm saying that there were a lot of factors that led to his defeat in 2016. In my view, key was the lies. And I will use your example. Now, it was suggested around the time that it was as a result of incompetence of Mahama. And that was why we had the Dumso. Now, over time, people have reflected on it and realized that the Dumso was as a result of years of neglect in the investment into the power sector. And that is why we saw a little of Dumso under Rawlings, which increased a little under Kufuor, and increased a little under Mills, and became worse under Mahama. But at the time, it was presented as if President Mahama's incompetence was the reason why we had the Dumso. Now, with his vision, he identified the problem, which was threefold. One was a problem of finance, the other was a problem of generation, and the other was a problem of fuel. With that vision, he tackled the issue of fuel, fast-tracking the construction of Ghana Gas, which led to us now saving a lot and making power, fuel available to power the available, generation capacities. Then he tackled generation. And that is why today, even though we have little, people have now seen that if they had maintained the pace of development in the power sector, we would not have had the semblance of Dumso that we have today. So I'm saying that the lies that it was due to his incompetence that we're having Dumso, time revealed that we rather got his brain, his vision to resolve Dumso, but for the mess that has been created, where ESLA, which was supposed to deal with the financial issue,
the legacy debt,
and that was a visionary decision also taken. In an election year, faced with an election defeat, a visionary leader who did not care so much about losing the election still pushed through the ESLA because he knew the benefits for this country. This administration came and messed up ESLA. So they have messed up even the generation sector, and that is why IPPs are now threatening to go on strike and to switch off the light. So I'm saying that largely the lies contributed a lot, and over time people have seen that he may not have been a perfect man, but he had his mind in the right place. So and that place was towards the development of this country.
So Alhaji, what you're essentially saying is that having been in power, you recognize the fact that there were foundational issues with our energy sector.
Absolutely.
And the argument, once again, is that even in our economic issue, in our economy right now, it is not beyond the management issue. We also have structural problems, which is why we keep going to IMF. Right now, what we are on is the 17th time we've gone to IMF. And the concern here is that you're making a lot of promises without perhaps considering the fact that we still have structural economic issues. And therefore, when you come back, you will still realize that we still have serious structural issues with our economy, and you might not be able to fulfill all that you've promised, especially within the first 120 days.
I am confident.
I'll come back to you, Mr. Efi Yankre Nedema, I know you're itching to speak, but let me just...
Listen, I am confident that President Mahama knows what he's about. The NDC has, experts in all the fields that you can think of that will support him to deliver the promises that we have, captured in our manifesto to be delivered in the first 100 days. And when you talk about the structural problems with our economy, you will recall that in office, one of the things that we did to resolve some of these structural problems was the idea of borrowing, to invest. Yes, to invest
in areas that don't yield results.
In areas that will pay for itself. It was called smart borrowing. But again, the propaganda poo-pooed it. In fact, I remember how the phrase smart borrowing was ridiculed by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and co. But let me give you examples of how that smart borrowing worked. When we borrowed to fix Ghana gas, today, Ghana is the beneficiary. In fact, the loan that was borrowed to build Ghana gas has been paid off completely, and Ghana is now benefiting from it. Then we borrowed again to build Terminal 3. Go and look at the books. Government of Ghana is not taking taxes to pay for Terminal 3. The revenue that is generated from Terminal 3 is what is used to pay down the debt at Terminal 3. And many of such infrastructure projects that were, tied to loans are paying for themselves. And that is how I am confident that with the team that helped President Mahama in the past to set this kind of, structure in place, those people are still around. And I'm very confident that together with with such people, we'll be able to craft ideas that will help him to generate the needed revenue, be it through loans or internally, and especially the oral. And don't underestimate what we can generate from the oral. I am very confident that all the loans that were borrowed and stolen are still somewhere around the world, even if not in this country. Loans that were borrowed and for purposes that they were not used for are still somewhere around. And with the support of the United Nations and the EU, recently when they visited President Mahama, I was very glad that they also made reference to the oral and offered their support, because we'll need the United Nations, to help us to, place, in some cases, travel bans on some people and some transactions, so that we can retrieve all these elections, to apply,
some of those international.
Yes.
I think even US issued that statement that anybody, they were going to place certain ban on certain individuals. I'm coming to you, Mr. Friye, but I just want to get clarity based on what one of the things you said. Did you say that the MPP government promised free SHS and Ghanaians didn't see that, and is the reason they voted against them?
No.
Okay.
He hasn't even mentioned
it. No, I did, but let me repeat it. I said I made a prediction in 2017 that the people of Ghana will begin to miss President Mahama when they begin to use the roads that he was constructing, to drop their children in the schools that he was constructing, and to also attend the hospitals that he was constructing, and then look back and not feel the impact, I said impact, of the free SHS that was promised, and not also see the 1 million constituency promise being delivered and the jobs that were promised being delivered. They'll begin to realize that President Mahama's hospitals were the projects that will provide the jobs, and that his roads were those that will improve transportation and also provide
a job. So what you're saying is that the PSHS has not had an impact on Ghanaians as perhaps the MPP is claiming.
Of course, I mean, quality education is what will give the impact. It's not just people going to school. And that has been the NDC's position all along, that it is important that we make free education at the secondary level free, but we must make it impactful. We should not just make it like a box-ticking project where people go to school for 4 years and then after that they come home and they are not really transformed.
But you don't want to admit the fact that without it, a lot of people would have stayed where they were without at least having the opportunity to taste this level of education.
You must drink deep or taste not. The NDC intends to make it possible for everybody to taste it and drink deep, and not just to taste it and have no impact.
Mr. Free, I promised I was coming to you, but I want to come to Edem Agbana right now and with your thoughts, and I'll come back to you, Mr. Free.
Well, Beatrice, you asked a very important question about revenue, where we are going to get the money from to finance all of these projects or promises that,
especially when you're scrapping taxes that are bringing in millions of cedis.
10% betting tax, the e-levy and COVID tax, COVID levy and all of that. And my senior brothers rightly answered, but I just want to add something little. That Beatrice, the biggest challenge with this government, the biggest challenge with our finances is not an issue of revenue generation. It's an issue of mismanagement. Because when President Mahama and the NDC was in power, we saw the value of 54 billion and what those monies were used for. You have a situation where a lot of money is coming in. But when you have leaders with misplaced priorities, it becomes difficult to manage the little resources you have to the benefit of the people. Tell me, President Mahama is promising to inject capital into the businesses of young people. $58 million that has been wasted in digging the most useless hole in the whole of the world, can finance that for the next 10 years. And we will have hundreds of thousands of Ghanaian youth benefiting from that seed capital. And so tell me why you think it is impossible for us to embark on such a project. It's an issue of management.
People are talking about how much debt you have and how much there is to be done.
Great. So,
and your promise of scrapping a lot of things. Yeah, so and
I'm telling you that we have a system now. The system that President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia created. It's a system where they introduced lots of taxes. They were raking in a lot of revenue, but whatever comes in is mismanaged. And you have a report that suggests that 12 billion is lost annually to corruption. Do you know the value of 12 billion in President Mohammed's administration? So what we are saying is that the first place, the first point of raising revenue is that stop the leakage.
How does he intend to do that?
When you stop the leakage, so oral is there. Number two is that I have always said that when there is entrenched corruption in an administration, hold the leader responsible. When President Mahama was in charge of this country, when he was the first gentleman, he went to the extent of dealing with his own appointees, and that is a character of a leader that we need in this country. Not one that reduced himself to a clearing agent. And Honorable Elvis rightly gave a few examples. President Mahama went to the extent of prosecuting his own minister, and that shows the willingness of a leader to fight corruption. So when he comes, knowing that this is a president who can even just listen to a phone conversation where one of his deputy ministers said expressed interest in gathering $1 million and take action and suspend the person, his ministers will be disciplined and will know that this is a man who has zero tolerance for corruption.
And so that is one of the ways by which you can stop the leakage. Number two is by the fact that when you look at the Operation Oral, President Mahama has said on many occasions that the oral or operation, the operation to recover all loot is not only targeted at members of the President Akufo-Addo government or members of the NPP. He has said that he ought to show leadership by ensuring that even members of his own government abide by the values, the principles, such that corruption is rooted out of this country. And it's one of the things that we are looking at. And I believe that when you have a leader who has shown, in all honesty, that he is incorruptible, if you have a leader who has shown that anytime he's got the opportunity, he has dealt with his own appointees who were alleged to have engaged in acts of malfeasance, that leader can be trusted to run the country. Such a leader can be trusted with the public purse. And Beatrice, President Mahama has said also that all the promises that he made were not just mere promises to get Ghanaians to vote for him. But all of these promises, even at the level of the manifesto committee, he was interested in how you were going to do it, how much was involved, what calculations went into...
Unfortunately, Mr. Fiankra is here.
Exactly. What calculations went into all of these things. I recall, for example, when the no fees stress was introduced, and a lot of people were saying, oh, there's no way we could do it, and all of that. In one of his interviews, President Mahama was able to mention the amount, specific amount, that we as a country, we could spend on such a project to ensure that newly admitted students into tertiary institutions will have support from government for the academic facility user fees. And so everything President Mahama has promised, like Honorable Suhini said, as a reflective leader, we have thought deeply about all of these promises, and we know exactly how to raise the money to finance this project. And let me say, we know and we are well aware that it's not going to be a walk in the park. We know that in the next 4 years, Ghanaians will not take it lightly if we attempt to behave like the current MPP administration that they are booting out. And that is why yesterday I made a statement somewhere.
How do you mean? I mean, there have been a number of attitudes, so which one are you referring to specifically?
The arrogance, the corruption, mismanagement of state resources, and the disrespect for state institutions. And look, Ghanaians are waiting for the NDC to come and save them. And I said something yesterday that for anyone who will have the privilege to be given an appointment by President Mahama, let us not become what we criticized, because I know President Mahama will not take it lightly with anyone. I believe that the resetting Ghana agenda is, for me, like the second independence of this country. And I have so much confidence that President Mahama is a man prepared by God for this crucial time. And I have no doubt, no modicum of doubt at all, that President Mahama will live up to expectation and will deliver to the expectation of Ghanaians.
You talk about, I know you have to leave us very soon and then you'll come back, so that's why I want to finish with you before I come to you, Mr. Fiankra. You talk about arrogance and all of that. Is that not a cycle we experience? Because we also saw a bit of that during that, first term of John Mahama. It was second, he was the vice president and then he had a full term as a president. How do you respond to that?
Beatrice, Honorable Suhini said that the NDC government was a human institution. You may have one or two, but look at the entire administration.
But on that, you admit that it is the attitude of both.
I'm saying that no, it is not. For example, we've never had a situation where, when we had intermittent power outages, Ghanaians were calling for a register, and the Minister of Power, for a timetable, then the Minister of Energy told us in our faces that go and prepare your own timetable. We've never had such a case under the NDC. We've never had a case where when Ghanaians complained about the deep-seated nepotism in government, the president came out and told the people of Ghana that if his family members are the ones qualified for the job, is he supposed to prevent them from working?
I mean,
we've never had a situation where the president of the republic, under the NDC, the president of the republic, told chiefs and the people of a particular constituency that I refuse to embark on development projects because you voted out your member of parliament from my party.
How differently,
We've never had a situation.
How differently are you going to do things? Because you won the election, and I hear you keep saying that, well, Ghanaians expect you to do this, Ghanaians expect you to do that. How are you going to do things differently? That is why Ghanaians voted for you massively with over 1.6 million votes.
Everything rests with the leadership. And I am confident that
You're part of the leadership now. You've been elected as a member of parliament.
I am confident that the NDC will perform. I am confident that the NDC will serve Ghanaians in humility because of the character of our leader, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. We have seen them serve in various public offices, and no one, not even President Mahama's worst enemies, ever accused him of being an arrogant leader. And so what we are saying is that because of the character of the leadership we have today, we are confident that things are going to be different. We are confident that from 7th January 2025, we will put this country back on the path of progress. We will pave the way in such a way that Ghanaians will appreciate the overwhelming, the decisive support they gave President Mahama and the NDC.
Now, Ayuko disagrees with that. He thinks that the NDC is still in euphoria, and we should just give you a few days. You'll get to see the reality on the ground and realize that perhaps you bit more than you could chew.
I mean, in reference to him, I think it's also important that when people who are supposed to be elder statesmen, of this country, have the platform to speak, they must at all times, we are not asking them always to side with us, they must at all times speak the truth. For example, yesterday, he went on and on about Dr. Kalesus Mahama, claiming that Kalesus Mahama is President Mahama's brother and all of that. Blatant lies. Blatant lies. And
so can you answer the question of his doubts as regards how much you can do within this 4 years?
So I'm just giving you the background, that based on even these lies, it is enough for me to be convinced that his only reason for coming to your studio is to come and paint a certain picture, a certain reality that is not in existence of the President Mahama-led administration that is yet to be constituted. I know that we are not just living in euphoria. We know the challenges. At the time President Mahama was making the promises, he said, and that was why he once said that Ghanaians should be patient when he's giving the note, because we know the extent of rots, we know the extent of mess that these guys, that the NPP administration has created, and we know we'll do diligent work, clean the mess, and put this country back on the path of progress.
Ghanaians have given you the power and the authority to handle the country and the economy. So obviously they will see at the end of 4 years all these promises and all of that. I will come again to you, please, Mr. Yankra. But we just want to analyze the constituency where Mr. Adam Agbena just won, Ketu North, which prior to you coming on board was held by James Klucha-Veji, yes. A man who is respected in Parliament. I mean, a stalwart of the NDC there until he decided he wasn't going again, had been a member of the Public Accounts Committee. And I'm just coming to you, Michael and Mawena, because you've got some interesting facts really about this very constituency. But Michael, take it over from here.
So we're basically going to look at how his constituency fared, how the number of votes he was able to pull. He sounds very confident. I'm sure the numbers backing him are probably part of the reasons behind the confidence he's exuding today on the stage. But just, I'm here with Maronek, but I'll be walking through the numbers where we'll be looking at how the parliamentary, the Ketu North constituency fared in terms of the parliamentary elections. And there you have it. Adam Agbana pulled a solid 87 0.01%.
Targeted 90% though.
Quite audacious.
Well over 90%.
But 87 is pretty commendable, especially looking at the number of votes that his contender was able to pull, 5,902. And Egbert, if you look at the numbers, especially preceding this one, it validates the argument that we were making earlier that it appears that repeating a candidate in your opponent's stronghold has a way of improving your fortunes. Because if you look at 2020, the previous candidates did pretty well. The NPP candidates over there pulled 45.74%, which is a very good result for
Mr. Jamesi. In fact, is one of the individuals who was almost repeating the situation we had in Hokwe, where a former regional minister at some point under the Eswal Kufuor administration, who hails from the Ketu North constituency. And if you look at 2016 when he began to contest, he didn't do so well in 2016 in terms of the percentage and the numbers that he pulled. And so you see
37% is impressive in a stronghold.
I'm making a case in looking at his first outing and then his second outing as well, where we saw a significant improvement. And so the argument has been made, particularly for those who were looking at the parliamentary elections after what the NPP did in Hokwe. Some argued that, look, Jamesi is someone who looked like was gaining ground in the Ketu North constituency, and possibly if he was pushed and given the resources by the NPP for a third term, Adam being a fresh candidate, then maybe the conversation could be different as to how all of this could pan out and all of that. But the NPP presented a new candidate. Exactly. And take nothing away.
And just to add up to your point, actually, you see that in his first attempt, he got about 15,594 votes, 96 votes. But see how that improves in 2020, just to buttress the point that you were making, from 15,000, 23,000. He added in excess of about 8,000 additional votes. However, look at how it happens now in 2024 when a new candidate is brought in.
Two fresh candidates, and I mean,
his gains are even more than the results of the new candidate.
Absolutely, and I was going to make the point that take nothing away from Adam and the fact that he's a fresh candidate and all of that. In the processes leading up to his election and subsequently, there's been a certain level of, I don't want to say seriousness, which will connote that somebody else was not serious, but there's not been a rest for him in terms of the work that has proceeded or continued in the constituency. And I speak directly in relation to this constituency because I was there in the NDC's primary when that election went down. There was a recount and all of that, and how it had to be addressed at the national headquarters because there were some ballot papers which had not been thumbprinted, and the party took the decision that, look, once he had won and all of the ballot papers originated from the party in conducting the elections, the failure or not of the EC to have stamped a number of those ballot papers should not negate the process and cause for the entire election to be rerun. And so from there, I was in the constituency. There was a certain level of, I won't call it apathy. Yes, people were satisfied, but they were making the argument that they had wished the candidate was from their part of town. And so it meant that the NDC candidate, who, yes, everybody expects him to win, needed to do a good enough job to be able to increase the numbers, because we had seen Kofi Jamesi come through polling almost 45% of the vote, which meant that the NPP was almost sensing blood in the Ketu North constituency. And so a good job he's done, not because he's here, but a good job he's done because I am also aware of the fact that outside of that, he's gone back, has been going back consistently, even as he crisscrosses to the capital, seeking to be relevant on mainstream media, has made it a point to be there on the ground and be doing the work as well. And it is what has contributed to the percentage difference. Like I was saying, he was targeting 90% plus, but 87 is good enough for anybody who is a first-timer.
More than good
in
enough, actually. And I think, from what you just said, it just hammers the fact that even in your strong, you still need to do more work in order to be able to whip up as much votes. But the interesting part is how all of this also impacts on the presidential election, because you see that John Mahama's results in that constituency also improved as compared to the previous year. So this is John Mahama's performance in the year. 39,000.
So in the constituency, you realize Adam is a bit more popular than John Mahama because he had over 40,000 votes, just a little in terms of a number of individuals going skirt and blouse. But again, it goes back to the argument that has been made. If we want to compare 2020, let's try and look at 2020 and then 2016. You realize that the NPP's numbers there was appreciable, coming back to the fact that the presence of Kofi Djamesi, who was well known, was seeking to build a base for the NPP in that part of the country, was going to influence a number of people to decide to go with Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo during the 2020 elections as well. And
this number is quite impressive because, you know, in the region, usually the NPP gets about 15-17%. So this is actually quite impressive.
27%. And so it comes back to the argument we've been making that, look, if the case can be made looking at all of these, is that once there's somebody who is seeking to do good enough work in the constituency, has a sense of grasp in how things play out there, which Kofi Djamesi had, because in 2016 and 2020, we've seen appreciable level of votes for the NDC, and that's quite evident with the what, this is 2024, with the over 13,000 votes that they pulled. But in
the parliamentary,
in the presidential as well, in 2024 as well, all of that has gone away, which comes back to that point I was making, that some made the argument that, look, why don't they give him another attempt or another go at the K2 North constituency? But it's gone green, and not many of us will be surprised as to the fact that it's actually gone green.
I don't know what you think, but I'm wondering what the dynamics would have looked like if, like you just mentioned, Samuel Djamesi and the grounds that he had gained in the constituency, what the outlook really would have been. Because for him to have been able to pull this much votes, remember that he's grown by about 8,000 votes between 2016 and 2020.
Absolutely.
And as at 2020, he stood at a good 45.74%. That's a solid performance in a stronghold of your opposition. The difference is a little lower than 5,000 votes, actually. Yeah. So I'm wondering, what if he was repeated?
And that was against James Klucha Verghese, the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, has been there for quite a while, and wields a certain level of influence in terms of the constituency and how things play out there. And so if this is almost like the numbers the NDC's candidate in Asin Central was doing against Kennedy Japan, and so the argument can simply be made that if you're seeking to maintain Mr. Djamesi, then perhaps, like I was saying, we could be having a completely different conversation. But that didn't happen. And again, Adam Agbana, outside of the fact that, well, if you sit down and watch, the votes will come to you anyways. There was a genuine agenda on the part of a number of NDC MPs in the lead up to this election. They continue to repeat 95% for John Mahama, 95% for John Mahama. And so it meant that outside of the fact that it's the Volta region, they'll vote for the NDC anyways, there is an added incentive because they want to win the presidential election this time round as well, seek to continue to hammer strongly on the fact that they want the people to turn up in their numbers and be able to deliver the goods for the NDC, and potentially that's what we've seen. I'm sure if we did a visit of a number of the constituencies as well, we'll realize that the votes levels have appreciated for the NDC to some extent.
There's an interesting
in these constituencies
thing to notice actually in the numbers from 2024. The total voters as compared to 2020 was actually lower. And you know, normally voter apathy doesn't favor incumbent or strongholds in this case. However, it seemed to have played to the advantage of Adam Agbana, which is quite surprising because I feel like they didn't repeat a strong candidate who could have improved their fortunes. I think that this seat would have been a hot one for contention if the NPP had been able to repeat that particular candidate, especially considering the progress he had made. Remember that between him and Adam Agbana, if we were to put them side by side, he has more longevity at attempting it, and probably could have been even more popular because this would have been his third attempt at it on the polls.
Sentiments could have come in as
probably
well about how he's tried it before. I mean, we've seen how sentiments have played out on the presidential level. John Evans had Tamils on his third try. Ghanaians were like, oh, he's gone, he's gone. Let's
even Nanado on his third.
Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo as well. And I don't want to say by a long stretch John Mahama on his third attempt as well, but sentiments definitely anywhere in the world play a part in how electorates could go. The mind of a voter is one that is quite complex because even on the day of election, they can decide to change their mind as to who they vote for. And so, well, these are what-ifs that never became.
Exactly. But kudos to Adam on his performance because his 87% is quite commendable. I saw him shaking his head at some of the comments we made. It appears he doesn't agree with some of the submissions we made. Beatrice, I don't know what he thinks.
Question though, I mean, I heard you talk about the candidates the NPP fielded going into this year's general election, particularly for the Ketu North, since that's the constituency we're talking about. But what about the performance of the previous MP who was there? Because we saw that dynamic play out in Dom Kwabenya, where I mean, Michael Okoye, others are saying that Michael Okoye Jr. perhaps is a victim of what has transpired in that constituency, Adjoa Safo's behavior perhaps, and of course the general MPP, you know, the feeling people have about the outgoing government. How do you think that played out in Ketu North? Because I just talked about James Klucha Aveji,
and how he
a stalwart really for the NDC in Parliament.
Well, if you look at his performance, let's look at first 2016. He did about 61.45%. However, we see that in 2020, he seemed to have dipped significantly to 53.64%. A number of things could have played out here. Could it be that there was some level of apathy towards him? Or could it also be that the candidates that the MPP was bringing was actually gaining grounds and doing better than him?
Others were also saying perhaps how the Public Accounts Committee had performed. They felt that the committee was just recommending without necessarily ensuring that people were punished.
We can only juxtapose in this case, but I'm curious to hear what Adam has to say.
Adam, I think he wants to get your thoughts on perhaps the kind of dynamics that led to your win, almost 90%, impressive.
So let me commend your team for the fantastic analysis. I may not agree with everything that they said, but it is some good work that they have done. But I think that it's important to say that, one, the Honorable Kofi Jameshi, yes, he's a well-respected politician within the constituency. But this 2024 would not have been his third attempt. He first attempted the seat in 1996. He tried it again in 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012. Pius Enam Hajide, who just lost at Esojaman, was the NPP's candidate. Then Kofi Jameshi came back again in 2016 and 2020. When we did our survey, prior to my entering into the race to contest, I would have beaten the Honorable Samuel Kofi Jameshi flatly, in all humility. He, as a very smart politician, maybe also informed by research, made a statement when he appeared before the Public Accounts Committee, when Honorable Sam George asked him whether he was interested in the seat. He said he would only contest if Honorable Aveji was the NDC candidate. But if the NDC changes the candidate, he will not contest. You know why? When he contested in 96 and 2000, he made appreciable gains. Then in 2004, the NPP maintained him. The NDC brought Honorable Aveji as a fresh candidate. Their expectation was that because Honorable Aveji was a fresh candidate, he was going to ride on the performance in 96 and 2000 to defeat Honorable Aveji. But that was when Honorable Aveji gave him a showdown. And so he realized that anytime the NDC presents a new candidate, even against him, his performance would have dipped, so significantly that there's no way he would have won the election. So he, out of
running away from defeat, decided not to contest. But again, let's not underestimate the strength of the NPP's candidates. In all humility, my team did a great job. We never slept. We worked as though we were working in either a swing constituency or in a constituency where we were in opposition. My team never slept. Young guys who worked tirelessly. That's what did the magic for us, and by the grace of God, we won. The NPP's candidate, on the other hand, had all the resources from the state. He is the personal assistant to the regional minister. He also rode on every assembly project, taking credit for everything that the assembly was doing. Things he knew nothing about, drip machines. He took credit for those projects and all of that. And yes, he got 12%. But you know what? My team members are so angry that we gave him space to get a 12% because...
So you are not even...
The team members were not satisfied. I am satisfied by the percentage that the constituency gave me. But my team members wanted to give him less than 5%. But you know what worked the magic for him? 2 weeks to the election, Honorable Kofi Jameshi, Pope Yevu and Co., and the regional minister, the regional chairman, they came down sharing money. We have videos of them sharing cloth, 200 Ghana cedis. The night before election, they were buying votes, fertilizers were being shared.
But you know, the buying of the votes was across board.
No,
you know.
I never.
No, we had Kodeo. There was a report ahead of.
And I'm saying that when you come to Ketuno, the people will tell you for a fact that Edem is known.
I'm not justifying it. I mean, that's not good that you want to buy votes because our constitution, PNDC law actually frowns against it.
In Ketuno, my strongest campaign message was the projects that I was embarking on. Borehole projects, renovation of schools, support for communities, and that's all. But to give money that go and vote, no, it's something that I never did. And I'm happy we didn't do that. But don't worry, we will get back to the drawing board and ensure that by God's grace in 2028, the NDC should get more than the 95% that we were targeting.
Perhaps my last question to you, aside from the hard work of your team, which you are attributing to your win, would you say that the numbers of young people who also registered to participate in this year's general election also contributed to your win?
When you get to Ketu North, yes, Beatrice, even kids as young as 2 years, 3 years, that was my campaign slogan, you know, the popularity among the young people. But what did the magic for us again in this campaign was the fact that the young people owned the campaign. I visited a community where a young girl, 6 years, donated 5 cedis to support my campaign. We developed an app to raise funds, and members of the community, young boys and girls in the community, were contributing 5 cedis, 2 cedis, 10 cedis to support the campaign. They owned the campaign. They took it as their own campaign, and so it made it easier for us to go around and then sell our message. My only regret in this campaign was the fact that President Mahama did not get the 95%. And in communities, I told them that even if I, as a parliamentary candidate, even if I am unable to get 95% as we were targeting, I wanted my presidential candidate to get 95%, but he got 86 point, yes, something like that percent. He couldn't get a 95, but it's because of the monetization that came in last minute and all of that. But we are very confident that we'll do whatever we promise the people, and by God's grace, 2028, the NDC as a political party should regain our status in that constituency as our stronghold. 2020, the NPP, they were so confident. I recall when Dr. Baumia visited the constituency, he mentioned that looking at the data that they had, they were confident of winning Ketu North. And I said, you have no idea what you were saying. In 2020, President Akufo-Addo got 14,000 votes. I was determined to reduce the NPP's vote, Dr. Baumia's vote, to less than 10,000, and he managed to get 6,000. And even that, it must not happen again. But we were able to reduce from 14,000 to 6,000. And for parliamentary, we reduced their vote from 23,000 to 5,900. By God's grace, we increased our winning percentage from 53% to to 87%. But the credit does not belong to me. It belongs to the young people in Ketu North who took their campaign as their personal project, invested their time, their resources, and everything in it for us to get this victory. The credit belongs to them. Let me ask you perhaps my last question, and it has to do with it's your first time going to Parliament. Yes. And the concern now is even ahead of the general election, there were some stalwarts that decided they were not going to run. And that even includes the former member of Parliament for the constituency you're now representing. And they feel that a lot more young people are coming in and they are wondering the quality of Parliament. I mean, how do you think you're going to embark on, as it were, learning to ensure that your presence there would help Ghana and not lighten the weight of Parliament, as it were? I think it's erroneous to think that being young means that you are inexperienced. It's about parliamentary experience. I think that's the caveat there. Let me say that. And I always, not because he's here, but I use him as an example all the time, that when he entered Parliament in 2017, Honorable Alassane Suhum, his performance in Parliament, one would have thought that he's had maybe some 30 years experience in Parliament even before coming into Parliament. When she was introducing me, she asked if this was yes, you see, and you have the likes of Sam George. 2013, you made a lot of likes of Sam George, the likes of Honorable Susu, the likes of Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, the likes of Haruna Idrisu in 2005 when he first entered Parliament. His performance in Parliament between 2005 and 2009, impressive performance. And so I do not think that coming in as a young person will have any effect on the quality of input that you make as a member of Parliament. I am even privileged to have lots of mentors in Parliament. All my senior brothers in Parliament, from Sam George to Honorable Suhini to Sosu to Honorable Ablakwa and all the rest, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, all of these people are interested in seeing we the young ones succeed in Parliament. And so it is just the right time for a young person to be a member of Parliament on the ticket of the NDC, because we have great mentors, great people to look up to. And all of these people, I believe, will ensure, will guide us. Honorable Agbuja, right from day one of my campaign, has been very interested. What are your campaign strategies? Where is your campaign budget? How do you move? And so going to Parliament to meet all these seniors gives me confidence that we shall succeed by God's grace. Thank you so much, Edem Agbana, for...
the NDC is a regenerative party, and that is why I feel very proud to be associated with it. In fact, just look at the setup, and you can tell that we are presenting 3 generations here. I mean, I represent a generation. He represents the generation before my generation. And then he represents another generation. And then above him too are, the other people who guides all of us. So, that is the beauty of the NDC. And like he said, when you look at the history of Parliament, you notice that the young people have always made an impact. When the Haruna Idrisus and Mahama Ayargas went to Parliament, the year they went, they made that impact. They were the young people who did that, and that's how come up till today they have become, people who guide the rest of us. It's the same thing you can say about maybe the Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, who also, went to Parliament before some of us. By the time we got there, they had also established the base that young does not mean inexperienced. And so when we also got there, we were given the platform, we were given the guidance. And it is an honor today to receive our younger brothers also, Edem and co, so that we can continue that culture of growing the NDC and also taking lessons from our seniors who have already served. And I think that with that kind of coaching and guidance and passing on the baton, the NDC is here for a long haul. NDC is here for a long haul. You say Ghana will be the better for it. I know Mr. Fiankra wanted to make some few comments, so I want to give you the opportunity to do that, and then we'll go to the other side and have some more analysis of the constituencies and why we saw what we did on December 7.
So I wanted to make some comments on the economy, because you were raising questions about whether we had the capacity to fulfill our promises. And I think that how does a country or government govern? Look at your revenue, expenditure, and then you manage it. Now, for the time that the NDC was in power for 8 years, at Mills John Mahama, the total revenue available to us is about 300 billion Ghana cedis. And if you look at all the things that we did in various sectors, it was with 300 billion. The MPP, for the 8 years, they've had revenue of 1.2 trillion. 1.2 trillion. 4 times what we have had. And everybody will tell you that they have not done even 20% of the things that we did.
The MPP said they had COVID-19 to deal with, as well as implementation of its flagship program, Free Senior High School.
I'm sure you don't believe that, and Ghanaians did not believe them. That's why they voted them out. Those are propaganda talks. So it's not just the quantum of revenue that you have, but it's the way that it's managed. And John Mahama has proven that with a little, he's able to manage. Number 2, you talk about creativity. For example, ESLA cumulatively has so far yielded about 30 billion. If the ESLA had been applied to the energy sector, we would not be in the crisis in which we are today. So it's all about creativity. And Suhum talked about the creative borrowing. There's a term you use, smart borrowing. Okay, Temaport expansion, out of smart borrowing. All these projects are projects that pay for themselves. So that is how you manage an economy. So we've proven that we're able to do much with little. We are more prudent when it comes to the management of the resources. Issues about corruption, I've shown you the track record of President Mahama vis-a-vis these people. And the creative mind of the president that is able to imagine and envision a lot of things at Terminal 3, $250 million US. Look at the monies that have gone waste in various sectors and the difference it would have made in the lives of the people. So, and the promises we've made, I'm wondering why you are worried about those things. And as a member of the Manifesto Committee, I can tell you, for every policy, when we send a draft to President Mahama, questions, how are you going to fund it? So I can tell you on authority that for every single policy, there is a back document, implementation document, strategy document, with the finances, how the money will come, every single thing, we have it. And this is not, because you see, we realize that Ghanaians have been deceived, Ghanaians have lost confidence in politicians, so we are not going to come to office and be telling people stories. Yes, there will be difficulties, there will be challenges, but every single policy has been thought through thoroughly. We'll talk about 10 billion. Where will you get 10 billion from?
The big push.
The big push. 10 billion is a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money. If you're talking about having roads around the country, outside the main arteries, ring road, that will be told. A private sector person will easily put in 3, 4, 5 billion. Because he knows that when he invests that money, within 10, 15 years, he'll be able to recoup his money.
Because that was the point Alhaji Suhum was making earlier about the kind of borrowing and the investments that were made. I know that the NDC plans to bring back toll booths. But aside from that, how do you intend to ensure that the money you're going to invest, you're able to get it back? Because the 10 billion is going to infrastructure, which may not necessarily yield or bring you profit, as it were, beyond the toll booth, as in the area of roads.
No, but if you invest in roads, okay, let's say 5 billion of that goes into roads, you're able to build all the major roads, or you build roads around the country, okay? You ring roads. First of all, you are getting revenue, which is paying back, and part of it is also going back into government coffers. Then you're also improving the economy, because the road sector is one of the ways by which you open up the economy. You build a road, a community develops. You build a road, government revenue goes up, factories, businesses, etc. So it's a whole comprehensive strategy. And we have only 24 promises. We'll nominate within the first 14 days. President Mahama by now knows who will be in his cabinet. We'll constitute the leanest and most efficient government. We'll establish a robust code of conduct. We'll hold a national economic dialogue.
Those are all the things he said in 120 days.
Yes. Within 90 days, we'll scrap the levies. And let me say something about taxation. You see, there's also a psychology about taxation. If you tax people beyond a certain measure, you will not get the expected revenue. Temaport is a typical example. Why are the taxes not coming in? They say about 40 taxes. So nobody is bringing his vehicles or other goods through here. So they go through Togo. Togo, people say free port. It's not free, but the taxes are lower. So people prefer to go through Togo. So if we remove these taxes, it becomes an incentive for the importers to bring their goods back through Tamaport, and then you will earn revenue. So by actually reducing the taxes, you're actually creating an incentive for people to use that product or that artery and getting more revenue. That's the way it works.
You do not think it may be counterproductive, reducing the taxes and yet wanting to do so much more?
If you have, say, maybe 1,000 people, and you are taxing them, let's say, 40%, and because the taxes are not friendly, so only 20 people pay, and you reduce the taxes to 20%, and 800 out of the 1,000 pay, which one is better? You get more money. It's actually proven. When you go to any economic school, taxation school, they'll tell you. There's a certain psychology about taxation. When you make, that's why in most places they do flat rates. So you hear people talk about flat rate taxation. You incentivize the people who use the product to pay. If the taxes are too high, either people will not patronize the product or they'll find ways of circumventing the tax system. That's why there's so much corruption at the ports, because if he has to pay maybe 10% of this 40% to get his goods through, he would rather pay to a customs officer, to an individual to get his goods through, rather than to pay to government if it's a flat rate. So there's a certain logic in streamlining your taxes.
Even now they are using a canoe and other
exactly.
More than the Tamaport.
You see, so there is a certain logic in the kind of promises that we've made. It's not just we're taking away taxes and we haven't thought through the implications. We've looked at all the numbers, done all the projections, and we realize that. And again, for every promise that we have made, majority of the things we engage with the stakeholders. We engage with experts, we engage with the stakeholders, we engage with the business community, we listen to them, we come back, we do our own analysis, run the numbers, and on that basis, we come out and make put out the policy.
So I would want you to hold on with your thought there, because I'm going to Eben Nyako. He is the man who has been with us analyzing the data and also explaining to us why we've had the figures we've seen, and sometimes even the implications of these numbers going ahead after the general election. I'm coming to you, Michael Ogbodu. I know you're standing there with Eben to try and break it down a bit further for us, really, what this means for us.
I think it's also important to, nice to hear Elvis Ifriankwa talk about the fact that the NDC has made plans on how it's going to fund a lot of the policies that it has introduced, because that was missing in its manifesto, which we ran through, and the big question on a lot of people's minds were how are they going to fund it. So it'll be interesting to get more details on that as we proceed further. But beyond that, I've been joined in studio by Ebenezer Nyako. He's our in-house analyst, fantastic guy. He knows the numbers and how to interpret them, and he's the CEO of EN Analytics and Consulting Limited. Thank you so much, Eben, for joining us. It's good to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Awesome, awesome. So I'll pick first off your thoughts on how this election has fared. Was it as predicted? Was it unusual? How did the numbers fare?
No, I mean, you know that I was expecting an NDC win.
Okay.
I've been telling you. But the magnitude of the win was something that was beyond, I mean, imagination.
The data didn't predict this?
No, I mean, it picked some, okay, but, I mean, let's be frank.
Okay.
Both those, even in the NDC side, are even surprised about the level of the margin that they are getting. And everything is wrapped up in just the two visualizations that we are going to see today.
All right.
The Ghanaians' election are currently just wrapped up in two ways. Okay, turnout and apathy.
Okay.
If you can understand these two, you can understand how the pattern in Ghana, as far as voting is concerned, goes.
You have always described 2016 as an overperformance.
Yes.
Looking at how 2024 has gone, would you also describe that as an overperformance or probably a new normal?
And it's not going to be a new normal.
Okay.
This is an overperformance. So there's going to be, as I told you, a correction in 2028, another correction in 2032. So there's always an up, and then because when you pull away from the average, by the law of nature, it will pull you back to the average.
Okay.
So if you try to overperform, then you'll be pulled back to the center. So that's what we are going to see in 2028. There's going to be a little bit of correction in this year's data.
Okay.
But I want us to look at the turnout in the Fourth Republic, and it explains a lot of things to us.
Okay.
Look at 2000. Just look at just 3 election cycles: 2004, 2012, and 2020.
All right.
These are the years that we did national voter exercises.
Okay.
We wrote names fresh ahead. Okay. What the data is saying is that when we write names fresh ahead, look at our turnout. We do around 80. 2012, 79. 2020, and also 79.
Yeah.
Now, 4 years after that, turnout dropped by about 10 points.
Okay.
So 2008, we did 69.
About 15 points in this case.
Okay. 2016, we did...
about 10 points.
10 points. Okay. Now, look at 2024.
All right. Okay.
Okay, so that is where the difference comes in. Okay.
Almost 20%.
Yes. Okay.
I'm missing it. Yeah.
And for the first time in our republic, we are seeing a drop after a national voter exercise just in 4 years of 20 points.
Wow.
And it tells you, that's what I call turnout and apathy.
Okay.
In Ghana, opposition don't win elections by bringing in large numbers.
Okay.
Opposition win elections by the supporters of the ruling party not turning out.
Greater Accra's numbers confirms it, because remember that in Greater Accra, the NPP's votes dropped by about 600,000.
Yes. So let's get that aspect correctly.
Okay.
Opposition don't win power by turning out large numbers.
Okay.
They win power by the ruling party supporters not showing up after every 8 years.
Okay.
So,
just out of curiosity, so where does that, per your analogy, where does that leave the floating voters?
No, what it means is that for those who vote for the current government or the government in power, performances after 8 years are so bad that they become disenchanted and they don't vote. And so that is why that is why the margins we are seeing for the NDC are so huge.
Okay.
What it means is that the support, and those who voted for the NPP, I mean, their support collapsed.
All right.
They didn't show up. So when we take the next graph, we can just have a look at and summarize.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
What are we looking at, though?
This graph is the apathy levels in Ghana. And everything about Ghana's election is summarized in this visualization.
Okay.
Okay. So we have in the Fourth Republic about 4 different regimes. Jerry John Rawlings, Kufuor's regime, Mills and Mohammed's regime, and finally President Akufo-Addo's regime.
Yeah.
This one measures each person's the apathy levels within 8 years.
At the end of their tenure.
The end of their tenure. That is what we are seeing.
All right.
Okay. And this is obtained by the growth rate in valid votes.
Okay.
Okay. These numbers are taken from the growth rate in valid votes.
All right.
Okay. Let's look at John Rawlings.
But just to explain, what's a 78.6% mean? What does negative 8.4?
Okay. So at the top, you have the black numbers.
Okay.
And at the down, you have the red numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. The black numbers are the growth rate in valid vote at the end of the first term when you come into power.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you realize that in 1992, the election was virtually boycotted partly by the NPP. In 96, there was an increase. That's why you see a high turnout of 78.6. Now, from there, Kufuor's first term, you must increase. Kufuor increased by 32%. Mills Mahama increased by 30%.
Yeah.
That is the above 30 is the normal trend.
Okay.
The first sign that something like this was going to happen, which I've always, I've been explaining, was happening in the 2020 data. And you can see Nana-Addo at the end of his first term doing 22.8, far below the 30% which is expected.
So it means that already in 2020 we're beginning to see the signs of the voter apathy.
Already in 2020 the signs were there that his performance were below par compared to the rest of Mills Mahama and John Ajikun Kufuor.
The difference between Kufuor and his is just about 10%. Which is quite a lot.
Exactly. So this was the very first sign that something was going to happen. Okay. Now couple that one. Now let's look at the end of the 8 years. Look at the growth in valid votes, the apathy levels. It dropped by 8.5%. Okay. Now, when you come to Kufuor's turn, Kufuor was the person who's at the end of his tenure, people were relatively happy. There was engagement. So you look at the apathy level, it dropped by just 1.9%. Mills Mahama, at the end of the year...
By 1.9%. Okay, I'm sure that is part of the reason why. Remember, I think that election, there was a runoff.
There was a runoff.
Because the incumbent, Nanado, or the NPP candidates at that time, was benefiting from the goodwill that Kufuor may have built over the period.
Exactly. So it tells you, and the reason why we had the second round was because Kufuor, per the turnout and the apathy levels at the end of his administration were very low. So that's why we had a turnout.
Even I'll come back to you shortly, but we are going for...
Playing for your country, easy. Scoring, easy. Avoiding injuries, easy. Winning, easy, Charlie. But you know what be easy now? Kibo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Easy. It gets everything inside. Gary, creamer, sugar, roasted granules. Just add water, then sharp my soakings make ready. Taste and energy, made easy. As I be street footballer, Gary at the top. Now we attend Starboy. Still Gary at the top. I travel go abroad. Kibo Gary at the top. Kibo Gary. He the bio. I'm a match winner, but the real champion is Kibo 4-in-1 Gary mix. Champion taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
This holiday season, let your home be the heart of the celebration. Celebrate the season with furniture that feels like home. Christmas Super Sale. Get up to 50% discount on all products at Danube Home. Create memories in every room. Visit Danube Home to make your holiday home complete.
If you want the best practical school to attend, then I will recommend Flash Prime Media Institute to you. Here, we offer practical courses like broadcast journalism, radio and TV presenting, film and video editing, graphic design, camera handling, fashion design, and cosmetology. If you are a JHS graduate, SHS graduate, university graduate, or even an undergrad, you are eligible to apply in any of our courses. 70% practical and 100% job assurance. We are very well equipped with modern hostel facilities. You can locate us in Accra at Sofa Ofanko. Call us on 0244 529 371. Flash Prime Media Institute. Easy way to excellence.
Imagine walking into a store with a wish list and knowing you will be breaking the bank with those needed items. At TradeMart, we give you quality at the most affordable rates. You don't need to break the bank. From your home appliances to the latest tech product, everything you need is within reach at affordable prices.
I have a lot of things to buy.
Realize you can buy more for less? Only at TradeMart. The best part? Checking out with confidence, knowing you stayed under budget.
never taste.
Hi, baby.
Hi, Mom.
Hope you're having fun at Granny's.
Yeah, but Grandma doesn't have my favorite top chocolate spread. Hi, Mom. Mommy, please, I miss top chocolate spread on bread. Tasty too. Made just for you and me. Top choco, it's chocolate choco. It's chocolate choco. It's chocolate choco. Top choco, it's chocolate.
Surprise children.
Yay! It's chocolate choco.
Taste of chocolate.
This advert is FDA approved.
This October to December, King's Furniture says, thank you, Ghana. Enjoy a whopping 25% off on all our domestic kitchen, wardrobes, and sofas. Upgrade your home with the finest furniture, crafted right here in Ghana. And for your office, we're offering 20% discount on all office furniture because your workspace deserves the best. Whether it's for home or office, now's the time to make your space truly yours and give the gift of comfort and style to your loved ones. Hooray! Promo is from October 1st and ends December 31st, 2024. Visit King's Furniture Showroom today and enjoy these incredible discounts. Locate us in Accra, Kisima, adjacent Melco and Takrade, Tanokrum, Pipeline, right opposite Connect FM, or call us on 050-150-5507 Accra and 050-133-2327. King's Furniture sets a standard. And a big thank you to Ghana.
How do I? If it's for your clothes, now wash your feelings and then may your pride. Tango prime, wash by my creamy, you're nice. Baby, I need, baby, I am fine. Be spotless and be bright. Cast fire fabrics and it's gentle on your hands. Tango prime, wash by my creamy, you're nice. Baby, spotless and be bright, yeah. Tango, and to finger now. Tango, and put hope and bread. Tango, and down anything. For everything you need. Tango, and to finger now. Tango, and put hope and bread. Tango, and down anything. For everything you need. Tango prime, wash and powder. Go wash and clean and easy.
Holiday season, let your home be the heart of the celebration. Celebrate the season with furniture that feels like home. Christmas Super Sale. Get up to 50% discount on all products at Danube Home. Create memories in every room. Visit Danube Home to make your holiday home complete.
It's daybreak here on your election command center. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. Join us every morning from 6 a.m. to midday for the big interviews, discussions, and happenings from across Ghana.
And we will slice and dice the numbers with the help of experts here on Daybreak on your election command center.
The election is finally upon us, and we have you covered.
Election Command Center. Facts, analysis, results.
Inspiring tale of love, hope, and perseverance. This is Faltu, which means useless. Being born into a feudal family in rural Rajasthan means Faltu faces ill treatment and disrespect from everyone except her father and her cousin Pratap. Having been born a girl child, Faltu defies societal norms and fights against all odds to achieve her dreams of becoming a cricketer. Fate brings Faltu into contact with Ayan, a former cricketer from Mumbai who is visiting her village. Impressed by Faltu's strength and determination, Ayan helps her to pursue her dreams of being a professional cricketer, falling in love with her in the process. Ayan is engaged to Tanisha, a woman from his extended family circle. Will Faltu and Ayan overcome the numerous obstacles to their love? Get all the answers to these questions and more in Faltu, a tale of hope, determination, and love. Catch Faltu Mondays to Fridays at 6 p.m. on TV3.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Do I live in your mind? Am I a prophet? So I go over to this at your heart now.
Watch The Bachelors and stand a chance to win home appliances as well as many other amazing prizes every week. Answer daily questions correctly at the end of every episode via the WhatsApp number 0247 120 633 to be a winner.
Betty!
So stay tuned and you can get your hands on some amazing prizes weekly. The Bachelors, showing Tuesday to Thursday at 9 p.m. only on TV3.
Elevate your Sundays with the ultimate mix of entertainment that will get you moving, touching stories that will inspire.
When you were going through this,
I have to be a divorce.
Why?
Because it got to a time that I have to choose my life over my marriage.
The latest in current affairs.
If you stop liking my music because of my political affiliation, you never liked my music.
No minister or party person can say that they gave me cash in my time of work and action. None of them.
Fun games for the whole family.
The Day Show, Sundays at 3 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by Cowbell Coffee.
And welcome back to the afternoon stretch here on Ghana Decides on your Election Command Center. My name is Michael Obodu. Before we took the break, we're having a conversation with Ebenezer Nyako. He is the CEO of EN Analytics and Consultant Limited, taking us through the voter representation at this particular elections and how that has fared compared to the history of the country's voters. Now, Eben, thank you again for your time. You had earlier explained to us what your attempt at interpreting what voter apathy is. Can you take us through that?
Yeah, so when we say voter apathy, this is how I measure it.
Okay.
You take the current valid vote and then you compare it with the previous valid vote, the total, and you look at whether it is increasing or decreasing.
Okay.
So you take that one together with the turnout, it gives you a picture of the level of apathy in the country.
Okay.
And I've also shared with you that Ghanaians registered their displeasure with the current administration by way of apathy. If they are dissatisfied with you, they will not come out and come and vote. That is how Ghanaians are.
Okay.
Okay. So we have to get that in context.
Sure.
So you see that any time at the 2016, 2008, 2024, you look at the turnout. Anytime the turnout dropped after 8 years, the party in government is going out.
Okay.
And it is that pattern that we are seeing.
All right.
So in Ghana, it is the turnout, the drop in turnout that determines whether the incumbent government is going out or staying.
Okay.
So you can see, let us come to 2024.
Sure.
We did 2000, 2008, 2006, now we are at 2024.
Yeah.
We have negative 15.3, the highest in our fourth republic.
Before you even go there,
yes,
we see in 2020 that there's a decline here, a significant drop.
Yes.
So this is between a 4-year period or 8 years, just to be clear?
So this is between 8 years period. What it means is that from 2016 to 2020, at the end of the 4-year term of Nanado's government, he could not increase valid votes, beyond the 30% mark, which is required to perform well in the next election.
Okay. So it means that from the data, the NPP was actually on its way to losing.
Exactly, even from the 2020 data. So it is, as for the losing, it doesn't surprise me.
Okay.
Okay, because from the 2020 data, and you combine that of the Greater Accra, voting against the NPP for the very first time in a president's administration, combined with this particular metric, then you can know that the 2024 elections was going to be a bit harder on the NPP.
Wow.
So you realize that Kufuor in his first term did above 30, 2012, Mills Mahama in their first term did 30. Now Nanado in 2020 did just 22.8. He couldn't even cross 25. So even at the very first term, a lot of voters were not happy with his administration. Okay, so what it meant was that that level of apathy continued. And so at the end of this year's election, you see that 15% of the people who voted in 2020 didn't show up.
Wow.
A whole 15% didn't show up.
And just like you said, incumbent always suffers if there's voter apathy.
Yes. But where did this drop, compare this drop? Okay. NPP in 2020 had about 6.7. In 2024, they are doing about 4.6. NDC increased by about 115,000 over their 2020 performance.
1.6 million, you mean?
No, the difference between NPP and NDC is 1.6.
1.6.
But the increase
is just about 115,000. Okay, validating what you said earlier, they just don't show up to vote.
Yes.
So it wasn't, so to speak, an overperformance in terms of the NDC side?
Yes, coming in a lot. They just increased their numbers by around 115,000.
Okay.
But what made it for the NDC was that about 2 million people who voted for the NPP in 2020, they didn't vote for them. They didn't even show up.
Wow.
And that is what we are seeing, So there's a significant drop. And this is the level of apathy, the highest in the Fourth Republic that we have seen.
It's interesting that the things you are mentioning here are actually consistent with the data. Greater Accra also experienced almost 600,000 drop in the NPP's votes. The Ashanti region just about 550,000, which validates what you are saying. Because of the apathy, they just didn't show up to vote.
Ghanaians, as I said, they express their dissatisfaction by way of apathy.
Interesting.
Okay. So if they are not voting for you, they are not coming.
Okay. So moving forward now, what does your data suggest the NPP should be doing if they plan on coming back strong in 2028?
You know, so I always say that if there's an overperformance, there's a correction in the next cycle.
Okay.
So whatever we have seen in 2024, in 2028, there's going to be a bit of an improved performance for the NPP. So all is not lost.
All right.
Okay, so there will be a bit of an improved performance.
But looking at this magnitude, it will take a lot of effort to recover.
No, not all, but they will recover part of it.
Especially understanding that they have sunk literally almost double what the situation was in 2000 with the NDC.
So when you are interpreting this data, what it means is that Ghanaians believe that the performance of the Akufo-Addo administration, it is even twice as worse than that of the Jerry Rawlings regime, which was 8.5. Another is doing 15.3.
Wow.
Almost double Jerry Rawlings regime, where inflation and other things were high. Ghanaians are saying that the last 8 years, if you look at economic condition and everything, they are rating his administration a bit worse than that period. So that is what we are seeing. But what I would say for the NDC is that they should learn from history.
Okay.
They should learn from history.
What do you mean by that?
Learning from history means that Ghanaians generally, what they do is that they have a penchant for not repeating government after 8 years. So it's more likely NDC will do the next 8 years.
More likely.
More likely.
Especially looking at the numbers that they've pulled against the NPP.
Exactly.
All right.
But if they don't take by the end of the eight-year rule from today, the NPP will be very, very competitive. And that is what I would say as my closing remarks.
On another score, don't you think that if the NDC does well, for instance, the Mahama government does well and is able to get more buy-in for the public, they can probably widen this margin? You don't think that is possible?
No, I don't think the margin is going to widen. I think with the NPP has hit rock bottom. Okay, so they are going to rise. That is the way data works. Data works.
You don't think some have argued that they are approaching some level of annihilation. You don't think that is possible?
No. It's never going to happen.
Okay.
I can tell you 8 years from now, I mean, we will see the dynamics. everything will be different. And mind you, Mahama is not coming after 2028.
True.
You get it. So you're going to have different candidates coming, and everything will change. And so 2032, I can tell you, MPP will be very, very competitive in that election.
Because that are giving them 8 years to regroup.
Exactly.
But you don't think also that having the NDC sustain its 8 years, if things go well for them and they're able to improve, for instance, the economy, they stand a chance of continuing to remain in power? Because looking at the trends you've seen today in this particular elections, we are likely to expect another anomaly, or we should prepare for the possibility of an anomaly in our data records, don't you think?
The only thing that I see that changing our political dynamics is that the NPP may lose Greater Accra for a longer time.
Okay.
Okay, that is the one of the interesting metric that is showing up, that the NPP, you know, every 8 years, the NPP and Greater Accra was voting and changing government.
Yeah.
It's more likely that that pattern may halt for some time.
Okay.
NDC may win Greater Accra probably for about 3 consecutive election cycles, or 4. Okay, that is where the direction of the data
But
is.
look at the Ashanti region.
Yes.
The NDC seems to have done some good work there. They projected to get 35%. They were very close to it at about 34%. You don't think that all these grounds they've gained can translate into significant numbers going forward?
No, there will always be a pullback. Okay, that one I can assure you. There's going to be a pullback. Okay, like regions like Ahafo, Bono, they have never voted for the NDC before, but the NDC won those regions.
Exactly.
You will get it.
You think they will reset?
Yes, everything will be. There will be some form of reset. Okay, but for Greater Accra in particular, I think that there is going to be a extra work for the NPP before they get Greater Accra back.
All right. Any final words?
My final words is that going forward, the NDC should look at history, and for the MPP, all is not lost. You have 8 years ahead of you, regroup, re-strategize, and I can tell you 2032 is going to be a very competitive election cycle.
I'm not sure if they will agree with you on the 8 years bit, because I'm sure they are preparing to come back in 2028, but we'll see how all of that pans out. Thank you so much. That was Ebenezer Nyako. He's our in-house data analyst and CEO of EN Analytics, bringing us some interesting perspectives on both voter apathy and how all of that has translated against the incumbent government, resulting in the landslide victory we've seen with the NDC. Beatrice, some very interesting numbers over there.
Because as he was giving the analysis, there were some comments here from my panel, Alhaji Suini and Mr. Fi Yankra. Alhaji Suini does not agree with him that MPP has hit rock bottom. Okay. But again, my question also is that you say you believe that the MPP would recover in 2028. Are you able to tell us to what extent?
Actually, he said they would recover fully by the end of the 8-year cycle.
Yes, but they will recover a bit in 2028. I'm just wondering if he can give us an idea of how much he thinks the party could recover.
Maybe we'll have to come back to him later after we have done taking the news in brief, and then from there we'll come back to him and then get more perspective. But I'm sure Eben is still with us with a lot of interesting perspectives on how this particular elections has fared, Beatrice.
Indeed, and I mean, listening to the data given twice, I mean, the worst performance ever in terms of the margins, that should be, you know, a signal to the opposition NPP now. And I think I heard Mr. Nyako also talk about the fact that there should be warning, as it were, or caution to the incoming government because of our 8-year cycle as we've had. And I'm sure going into this year's general election, you heard the NPP wanting to break the 8. It looks like we repeated that breaking the cycle. But we'll continue with that conversation and what we started earlier. But Safo Abuahene is here with election briefs, and she joins us in the studio now. Safo will be taking over quite shortly.
Thank you, Beatrice, and welcome to Election Brief. I'm here again with more news updates right here on Ghana Decides 2024 New Election Command Center on TV3 and 3 FM 92.7. Let's settle for the details now. The Coalition of Civil Society Organizations, CSOs, working on extractives, anti-corruption and good governance has called on President-elect John Dramani Mahama to terminate the Strategic Mobilization Limited SML contract. In a letter to the President-elect issued on December 11, the CSOs contend contend that the current SML contract has siphoned off millions of Ghana cedis into private ownership without providing adequate benefits to the country. They firmly believe that ending this contract will effectively close a major revenue leak and help restore public trust in financial management. They also advocated for reforms in the energy sector, urging the president-elect to reduce political interference in state-owned enterprises, COEs, operating within this domain. Let's move to our next story, and the Office of the President has reiterated the directive for outgoing ministers, deputy ministers, regional ministers, and other political appointees to return all government vehicles by January 3, 2025. In a statement, the presidency noted that the directive initially issued at the end of President Akufo-Addo's first term in 2020 remains in full effect as his second and final term concludes. In a statement, added that the President's office emphasized that no official vehicle shall be acquired by any appointee of the current administration. The directive applies to all ministers of state, deputy ministers, regional ministers, special assistants, special aides to the President and Vice President, and other political appointees, including those serving as chairpersons or members of statutory boards and corporations. Now let's move to our last story, and Chinese President Xi Jinping has congratulated President-elect John Dramani Mahama on his victory in the December 7 polls. President Xi Jinping reiterated Ghana's strategic partnership with China, being one of the first countries in sub-Saharan Africa to establish diplomatic ties with the country. He said the China-Ghana friendship had a long history which had been strengthened over time. President Xi noted Beijing attaches great importance to the development of China-Ghana relations and stood ready to work with President-elect John Dramani Mahama to carry forward the traditional friendship. And this brings us to the end of our election brief. I will hand it over to Beatrice to continue with the panel discussion. And over to you, Beatrice.
And you're still here on the afternoon stretch. This is your election command center, our continuous coverage of election 2024. And I've been here with Alhaji Suhum, who is the re-elected member of parliament for Tamale South, Tamale North. And also I do have with us former sports minister Elvis Efiyankra, former director of elections going into the 2020 general election, as well as a member of the manifesto committee going into this year's general election. And I want to take your brief thoughts really on the analysis Michael and Mr. Nyako just had on the other side, looking at the margins going into this. I mean, after the election, really, over 1.6 million votes coming in for John Mahama, president-elect, and even the dynamics we've seen in the constituencies across the country.
Well, I think that it is a very, very professional, assessment that Mr. Nyako has done. It's very, very impressive, and it is a useful guide for all of us, NDC, NPP, and even the smaller parties. But I disagree with him when he concluded that the NPP has hit rock bottom and that the only place for them now is to rise. I think that is too early. My position is based on the fact that we will have to wait to see how the NDC performs in the first year, and how they also, take their defeat in that first year. I mean, remember, they are still in denial, they are still in shock. They have not even fully embraced the blame game yet, which is starting. And don't discount the Alan breakaway and the fact that some forces even around the vice president who has lost this election are not very comfortable with the role that even the president played and how the blames will start. So, I mean, the performance of the NDC in the first year and then how they also handled their defeat in the coming year.
How did you mean by the Alan factor? Is it the prediction people had ahead of the election that people would rather use Alan's vote for the?
You see,
for
there
John
are
Mahama?
so many people in the NPP today who absolutely agreed with Alan Chairman thing and the views that led to his exit, but were not willing to exit with him. So let's not think that the Alan movement is over. It's not yet in the NPP. There are many people who agreed with almost all the reasons that led to his exit, but perhaps did not think that it was prudent for them to follow him to form a movement. But trust me, they will now coalesce. They will now come together, you know, within the NPP and begin to perhaps push certain reforms. How they will be received and how the Bawumia faction will also, you know, come together to perhaps also distance themselves from the Akufo-Addo faction will lead to, you know, it will point to a direction the party will take. And that's why I'm of the view that the party NPP has not hit rock bottom yet. Because it is how they treat all of these things and how the NDC also performs in the first year that will determine if they have hit rock bottom.
I want you to hold on with your thoughts falling. Because there's
I believe they will still fall.
Yes, there's an action happening at Police Depot where there's collation of results. Let's just go there. George Queening is there first.
Assuming without admitting that we even want to go by what she's saying, how are you going to verify the signatures of the presiding officers here? So, no.
And so we're coming to you live from the Tessa North Police Depot, and it's a collation center for some outstanding constituencies. And so the visuals in the background is the table of the Suhum constituency, which of course is gathering some sort of tension, and there's some sort of confusion amid the collation of these results.
One reason why everything that she has said is flawed and it cannot stand the test of law. One, the elections are governed by laws, that is the CI 127. So by saying that if somebody cancelled the BVD number, the person ought to have signed, it's not born out of the law. That is one. Two, you could not. Nobody can sit here and verify if there were even counter signatures. Nobody can verify that it was the presiding officer that actually signed. Okay? And then three. The basis for which you would want to reject a vote that is properly cast. It is not this forum. It is not this forum. None of us here have that mandate whatsoever. None of us. None of us here have that. None of us here have that mandate. None of us here have that mandate. If your agent has signed, even when it was cancelled, you cannot come and sit here and neglect. So we. That's right.
Before you take any decision, please, I have in my hand this pink sheet. Please, can you validate it from me? No, say what you want. Okay, so this particular pink sheet, the presiding officer cancelled the BVD machine. He cancelled the number, and he signed by it. Check the signature of the BVD that he signed, then check that of his signature.
Would you say that
you can confirm? You can confirm. No. Cancel. You can per this. I can boldly say that is how they were trained.
It's okay.
And
it's okay.
Aside this, we are not going by any other thing aside this. We are going according to this. We are going because around this table, Regin, around this table, your officers. Listen, Nana.
Position of the commission withdrawing.
Nana, around this table, I intentionally separated this particular pink sheet I intentionally separated this because your officers told us that if the person have signed, it means this is valid. That is why I intentionally separated it. Then we continue with the process. So because of that, the process halted for about 5 minutes for us to come to a consensus. And that is why I have this, which is quite different from the rest. So we are going according to what your officers have told us, and that is all we are going to do. Aside that, we are not taking anything.
No, so quote the law where it is stated that whatever you said, quote the law where it is stated. Let us know where it is stated, because you said that there is no place in the law. Why is it also stated that when it is cancelled, it should be admitted? If we are going by the law, let's go by the law strictly.
So the tensions are very high at the Suhum constituency Collation Center, and agents are actually disputing some figures on the pink sheet, which of course has made tension flared up here. But there are some 4 outstanding constituencies whose results are yet to be declared here at the Collation Center. As a Tema, pardon me, the Tesano Police Depot, and 2 out of the 4 have been declared. That's the Equitia and Fantiaqua North results have been declared, and the MPP has won both of that constituency. So it's left with Suhum and in Sawan Madridri. Let's still hear from the agent.
When you are talking, please, I didn't talk. Allow me to speak. Please, are you making an argument? Allow me to talk. Allow me to talk. What I'm saying is, okay, all right. With a CI. Okay, with a CI. We are saying that the BVD, yes, the BVD that we have seen on the face of the pin sheet, it says that if any presiding officer, anything that they will do at the polling station, that he must give access to the agent to know what actually transpired. Now we have gotten to a point whereby we have recorded all the BVD serial numbers, and that the ones that you cancelled, they cannot be found in the one that we received from the EC. Let me give you this fact. On the 16th of November 2024, we were asked to go to Koforidua, where we received 310 BVDs. We, by our documents, the BVD serial numbers that we have here, that you have cancelled and written, we don't have it. That is the code. We don't have it based on the one that we received. So we are saying that, listen. We are saying that, no, wait. We are saying that since the BVD has been cancelled, we don't know the code that they used to do. We are calling for a total annulment of all those polling stations. It will happen. Never do that. It will happen.
Don't try. Do you have the right to annul an election? Do you have the right to annul an election?
That's what we're talking about.
Which side are you presenting? Which side are you presenting?
Are you part of our election process?
But do you know which side you are representing?
Which side? We are speaking about
which side are you representing?
We are speaking. I'm representing the MP for Suhum, and we have seen that the BVDs were tempered. The BVDs were tempered.
Do you have evidence?
Yeah, we have evidence. The BVDs were tempered, given a free pass where people were not verified, and they vote. Oh, shut up!
No, but you are live on TV, so I think you should really be mindful with the words that you use on TV, boss. Can I pass? So if you're joining us live, we are coming to you live from the Tesano Police Depot. We want to also take a side from the MPP. We are live on TV3. We want to know what the position of the MPP is. Your position, the MPP. What's your position?
Position on what?
The Suhum constituency.
What we have been informed is that the BVD numbers were incorrect. So the presiding officers cancelled and put the correct one there. And they have evidence to show it. And they are saying that because after cancelling, they did not sign against it, they will not accept it. But that is not what the law says. I don't see why there should be even argument about this. I don't understand.
But I think it was same at in somewhere the U place, but it's been relatively calm now. It's been sorted now. But I think here as the tension is becoming higher and higher.
By and large, they've gone on very smoothly. The only issue is about the BVD. Why some numbers had been cancelled on the pin sheet. And it's been explained by the EC. Now they are saying that when they cancelled it, they should have signed against it. But the EC is saying that the signature has come at the bottom of the pin sheet, so it covers the whole thing.
Exactly.
That is all. I don't know why.
So yeah, Obi Amwa is the MP for Ekuapin North, and he is with the MPP, and he is really talking about what is really transpired here. It's all about the BVDs. That's the Suhum constituency, and the tempest are still flaring up, and these are live visuals actually from Tesano Police Depot. And we've heard from the NDC, we've heard from the MPP. Let's also hear from the NDC. Please, what are your concerns as a party?
My concern?
As a party, the NDC.
No, I don't get your question. You said my concern.
I know the issue is with BBDs. Yes. And so what is your take on this?
No, my take on this is that the EC must show the way. The EC, what he's saying, makes a lot of sense. So why can't we allow the EC to work? Why are we making a lot of buzz out of this nothing? It's just a storm in a teacup.
So until it's resolved, we cannot make a headway.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, that the EC must resolve it. The EC must tell the position of the law based on how they are trained.
Okay, I think he's talking about the law. Let's listen to him.
It's for convenience sake that we ask that the candidate and one person should join us. We are supposed to entertain only 2 agents. So if you don't keep quiet, we will exercise that power here. You have to
exercise it and let the rest go.
Then everybody will give us only 2 people.
Yes, you have to.
The next thing is that the writing of the BVD number, whether it was written and it was cancelled and the writing was written again, does not invalidate genuine ballot. So that is the position. Please. That is the position.
So the EC has made it clear, cited the law, and is going to go with that. And clearly, if it's going to go with that, then what that means is that 2 agents are the ones that's going to remain here at the center to, monitor the coalition at the moment. And this is the Suhum constituency, and this is the coalition center for that very constituency. 2 out of the 4 constituencies, outstanding constituencies, results are yet to be declared. And the confusion is actually coming from Suhum. But let me just paint a picture of how the in Suhum Adreji is going. This is in Suhum Adreji. Initially, it also had some sort of tension, that was flaring up here, but it's relatively calm now. Would want to talk to an NDC rep here. Good outing your life on TV3. And I know there was also tension here earlier. And now, how is it? I see there's some sort of relative peace now. And can you tell us so far, how is it? How do you assess it?
So far, it's good. I mean, we had our own issues when we started because we had to take a decision on the ground rules. And the ground rules was that the EC itself did not have the original pink sheets. They are using duplicates. We also don't have all our pink sheets. The MPP hasn't got all their pink sheets. So in the beginning, it created a little confusion. But now we've agreed, and if both of us do not have, or one of us do not have the pink sheet, we flag it and then proceed. After that, then we'll decide what to do.
But there's some allegations that that of the duplicated pink sheets of the EC did not really tell some of the results of other parties.
Yes, I think 1 or 2 did not. 1 or 2 did not. So those are that is part of those ones that have been flagged. So we have the flagged ones. We will proceed with the tallying, and after the tallying, we'll come back to the flagged ones and decide what to do with the flagged ones. I mean, if the numbers show that somebody is leading, then the EC will take its decision from there.
Sure, thank you so much. We also have Honorable Dompré Ano here with us. Honorable, good afternoon. I know the process is ongoing smoothly. What do you have to say? How do you assess it so far?
It's a win for me. I'm very confident about that. But of course, as you do know, the law gives a mandate to the EC. So we are patiently going through the process. But eventually, I know I will be declared.
How confident are you going to win?
Very confident, because we have done our own internal collation and we are very much aware of the figures and the numbers. I'm sure that I'm going to pronounce.
But with how things are going, do you think we can finish today? Because 2 out of 4 have been declared and it's like the 2 is taking forever.
Well, you should have been here in the initial stage. I think it was more rowdy than this, but we're able to resolve it. So I'm very confident. It has to be done. We have to do it because it feeds into some further tension in the country, which is not good enough. We should have a seamless transition process. So I'm very confident. If you check from those who are collating, I think they've done close to 70% to 80% of the numbers.
So hopefully by the close of today?
Yes, we should be able to do it.
So Another Dompré is the incumbent MP for Nsawoma Adreje and is confident of retaining the power for the MPP. And like I mentioned, 2 constituencies out of the 4 outstanding constituencies have been declared, and we are waiting to get the results of that of the Suhum constituency and Nsawoma Adreje declared. And those 2 that I mentioned, which is Akwetia and Fantiaka North, have been won by the MPP. And so we have an MP elect on the side of the MPP for both constituencies. So this are live visuals we brought to you live from the Collation Center for these 4 outstanding constituencies from the Tesano Police Depot. And so these are live visuals, and we'll come to you when there's any further update.
As that update from the police depot here, they are still sorting out in Nsawoma Adreje, the incumbent. Frank Anodon confident that he's going to retain that seat, and of course still sorting out that of Suhum. And you saw that confusion there. Hopefully the Electoral Commission is able to deal with it. I'm sure you heard him, the Electoral Commission representative there, saying that if the people continued with that agitation, he was going to use his authority, as it were, just call 2 representatives from both parties so they could clear it without the noise all around them. But Alhaji Suhini, I just want to get your preliminary thought on this. This is not the first time. I mean, we saw what happened in Dom Kwabenya or Kaikwe Central. It's been going on after the declaration of the results in constituencies across the country.
Well, this is an example of how sometimes we forget that on December 7 every 4 years, we conduct 2 elections. I mean, because sometimes things go together, we tend to forget that there are 2 elections that are done every 4 years, the presidential and the parliamentary. And fortunately for us this year, we don't have problems with the presidential. I mean, the collation was so well done that even before the Electoral Commission could receive a single, pink sheet from any of the polling stations, the losing candidate, had to concede based on the figures that was available to him and also to the winning party. Now, the second phase of the election, which has, seen a lot of turmoil over the last few days, has been the parliamentary elections. And even though the victory or the margin of victory for the NDC has been overwhelming, in fact, it has beaten even the estimation of the NDC. You still find efforts by losing candidates, in my view, especially within the MPP, doing all that they can to claw back some of the seats that are going in the way of the NDC. And that's why, for example, you have made references to Dom Kwabenya, which ended unsuccessfully for them. There was also Okakwe, which has also ended unsuccessfully for them. It is now about these candidates of the New Patriotic Party trying to employ all manner of tricks so that they can get some seats that will keep them employed.
Would you call them
in the
tricks?
next
Because,
4
for instance, the Dom Kwabenya one, Michael Okwe Jr.'s concern was that why do you even declare when my agents are not around? So they feel that the numbers are not tallying.
But you see, it is nobody's responsibility to make agents available when collation is done. It's not the EC's responsible to ensure that the agents are there. It is you, the candidate's responsibility to ensure that your agents are there. So if at any point in time your concern is that your agents were absent, you advertise it, you are simply advertising your inability. You are insulting your own leadership, ability, because you must at all times ensure that your agents are at the place that they should be. And the place they should be at all times is the place where the collation is done, where the numbers and the pink sheets are discussed. So if you, at any point in time, make it impossible, or your agents, they themselves, out of their negligence, make themselves absent, you can't blame anybody. And I think that the Electoral Commission in many of these constituencies have been very patient and have accommodated the concerns that have come. And clearly, when the right thing is done, you see that in most of these cases, they have been declared in favor of the NDC. Only a while ago, you showed the minority leader in another place, the minority leader, Afenyo, showing that some two others were declared in their favor. But I'm saying many of these seats have been declared in favor of the NDC. And that's why I think that they are simply now clutching onto straws, trying to see if they can claw back some of the seats that have already been declared. Because some of these things, the results are actually collated at the polling stations. And so in fact, in many cases, before 10 p.m., 11 p.m., if you have a very solid collation system, you should have your results by 10 p.m., 11 p.m. latest, as far as the parliamentary is concerned.
But Mr. Fianka, one other thing also coming up, which I'm sure you've seen, is the violence that has characterized these issues across the constituencies where they have concerns. And yesterday, I'm sure you might have monitored what was happening with the Electoral Commission regarding the Ablekuma North, where the EC felt under duress, had to declare and all of that. I'm wondering what your thought is on that as well. And now we're still seeing that.
I think what is happening is an indication that we need to look at some reforms. Because it just doesn't make sense that in this 21st century, how many days after election, we are not able to declare results. And political parties had their results hours after the process. Again, for me, I'm very suspicious of what is going on.
How do you mean?
You need a whole program for me to tell you how this particular EC has been operating. Now, let me give you an example. In 2020, after the special voting, when we went to do the review, we realized that the part of the pink sheets where they record the total ballots, so where they do the ballot accounting, when the ballots come in the morning, we record. At the close of polls, we record. And then when you pour, you also record, so that you can tell whether there's been overvoting. That particular portion was taken out of the pink sheet. That one matter alone is a big matter that will be looked into. Well,
that's something we'll have to cross-check in terms of
You don't need to cross-check.
Yes.
I'm talking as a immediate past election director. I have everything. I'll send you the video. Details, okay? The chief of staff then and the Minister for National Security said, Madam Jane, you want to plug this country into a constitutional crisis. Make sure that the pink sheets are according to the CI. Because, see, the forms are part of what is approved in Parliament. On the 7th of December, when they brought the forms, she had put stamps on them. In many of the strongholds of the MPP, most of those places did not have stamps. Some also had stamps, but they were not signed.
Again, that's an allegation that we'll have to verify on
Beatrice,
on
I'm
our
going
own.
to send it to you right now so that you will see for yourself and put it out there. Again, in this election, after our people have gone through all the training, last minute then they discovered that on the pink sheet, there was an extra pink sheet. There was an extra pink sheet, which was not part of the original. And that is why our election director insisted that those extra pink sheets should be cancelled out. What I'm seeing is that in places where there are these contentions, they have access to those extra pink sheets. So they go and fill it, maneuver it, and then they try to buy time, and then when they see that the tension is going down, then they present it. That's what is happening. And talking about the violence, if you are in a constituency and you've collated your results and you've seen that your parliamentary candidate has won, and you see all these things going on, would you not want to go there and ensure that the right things are done? So the so-called violence is as a result of these unnecessary delays, which in my view are probably deliberate and intentional, in collusion with some of the EC officials. That is what is going on. That is the cause of the problem. And so in all those cases where EC officials, we've had cases where there is clear collusion, we've had cases where they have changed numbers, all those people must be held to account. They must be prosecuted. We cannot go on like this.
So we've had in certain beyond the fight on constituencies or over constituencies, we've also seen where people are going to state institutions. We saw the Ghana gas one and all of that. And the concern is that we should, in as much as these people say that they feel people are looting and therefore they want to go and protect state property, it is not their responsibility to be doing that. So refer that to the police and let not be chaos.
Context is very important. Context. And first of all, any form of violence, rowdy behavior is condemnable. I will not support that. I recall one time when I was Deputy Minister for Local Government, we had appointed DCs, and particularly in one district, the young people went on rampage because their choice of DC was not appointed. And there was a lot of chaos, and I asked the police to arrest them. And they were arrested and put behind the coolers for about 3 days. And they threatened that I won't come to that part of the country. Within a month, I went there. Of course, after 3 days, they came out and they became very humble. So I will not tolerate. But you see, there's a context. If you recall, in 2020, 2016, what happened?
We saw what the acting chairman, we saw what he said, but it doesn't justify that.
That's why I'm saying that.
Yes.
We cannot justify it, but there's a context. So there are two levels. There's one where supposedly NDC people go to state institutions and want to take some action. That is wrong. And they must stop. Okay? We've won power. And now, a number of things could happen. You could be arrested. So this celebration in which we are jubilating, you will be behind bars. It doesn't inure to your benefit. 2, 7th January, we are taking over. Okay? When we take over, there will be official directives as to what to do in those places. 3, we don't need all this propaganda, and it's been exaggerated. You don't need it. Then there's a second dimension where I know for a fact that in some of the cases, it is actually MPP people or disgruntled NAPCO employees. For example, what happened at Forestry Commission? And they were saying it was NDC people. It was disgruntled NAPCO employees. They said they've not been paid for months. So they went in there. Then there's another dimension where MPP people, non-MPP people, have been seen to be moving fertilizers, going to steal fertilizers, moving state assets and all that. And every Ghanaian has a duty.
But the one we saw in the Volta region yesterday wasn't MPP guys. It was actually NDC in the Volta region who went there, one of the constituencies, saying that they felt the MC for the area was hoarding fertilizers. So that was an NPP.
Yes. So that's why I've given you the various dimensions. And I'm saying that it is wrong to attribute it all to NDC people. There are some which NDC people, they have information that something is going on, and I have videos of situations where MPP people were arrested in the course of trying to move government assets. Arrested and handed over to police. So that one too is there. So we cannot lump all together and blame it on the NDC. Then you have the dimension where, because of this undue and unnecessary delays, it's creating tensions. Now, if somebody is watching TV now from Nsawam Aduaji, I mean, if they begin to mass up there, are you going to blame them? Because they want to fight for their rights. Democracy, you cannot be passive in a democracy. One of the reasons why we won this election is because people were vigilant, citizens were vigilant. You have a backdrop of 2020. You know what it means to be sitting down there 2020 when I knew that we had won 145 seats, and right before me, 142 seats. And right before me, you hear confusion. Takwan Swayem, they start shooting. Techiman, they start shooting. Esikado Ketan, they start shooting. And all those 3 seats were taken by the MPP. You see, so there's a certain context, and people have become very, very vigilant and aggressive. So, one, the electoral reforms. Two, we need to look at the EC officials and the way they manage these processes. And we need to modernize the system, because if political parties can within 5 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours get their results, I don't see why a whole electoral commission with all the resources that we've given to them cannot give us results after 3 or 4 days.
So what you're claiming is that in some of the constituencies where we've seen violence, and you believe MPP people are behind it, it is just a scheme to try to turn the election results.
Exactly. I'm very clear in my mind. And I've given you the backdrop, okay, of what happened in 2020.
And you got evidence to that, that it was as a result of the violence that MPs were declared eventually, or candidates were declared eventually.
I mean, the point is that if people, witness how they won seats and maybe sat back hoping that the Electoral Commission will do the right thing to maintain those seats, only for those seats to be snatched by the MPP using the military, like we saw in 2020. If they are at home and they hear, for example, that the Suhum area still has an issue, when by their own collation and in their areas they are aware that they, won the seats, they will automatically be drawn into going to the collation center to find out what may be the reason why up till now their candidate hasn't been declared winner. And once they go there, I mean, there may be, heightened tension, there can be confrontation. So some of these things are not planned, but it's just based on the context that he has provided. And again, I mean, with the decision to protect some of these public property that they see others trying to
I will let you continue with that.
It's important that, when I get the time, I'll give you some more
I will let you continue with that, but we have to go to the Ashanti region now, because 16 persons were arrested in connection with an electoral violence at Damango that led to the death of one person, unfortunately, have been put before a Kumasi High Court. Ibrahim Abubakar is a man who is in court following this. He joins us live now via video call. Ibrahim, just give us the latest on what's happening where you are.
Well, Victory, so these 16 persons included 2 minors. So when they were brought before the Commercial High Court today, their defense counsel pleaded that they should be granted bail. But unfortunately, the Attorney General said no, they needed more time to do the investigation. So eventually, because they had 2 minors among them, the judge decided to release those 2 minors and handed them to a responsible citizen who was made to deposit his passport and also Ghana card. So on the condition that this responsible citizen will bring these 2 minors to court anytime there is a sitting. But then these other 14 have currently been remanded in prison custody. Now, this issue occurred at Damango, which is in the Savannah region, and people will be wondering why it happened in the Savannah region, but the case was brought before the Kumasi High Court, and they cited security concerns that they fear that in an event closed case, or the case is settled, and there could be some more violence. So they decided to bring all of them here. So as we speak, 14 out of these 16 have been remanded in prison custody, and they will reappear in court on December 19. These are among persons who are suspected to be part of those who set the Electoral Commission office at Damango ablaze during the collation process at the constituency.
But Ibrahim, I'm also interested in the 2 minors who were arrested as part of the soup, as it were. Are you able to give us clarity on exactly what their role was in this violence and what happens to them?
So they were all among those who were arrested. Like I said, 16 were arrested. So they are currently standing before trial. These 7 minors were seen to be part of the group that stormed the EC Collation Center, vandalized properties, and eventually burned the EC office. So they were part of the 16 who were arrested as suspects in this criminal offense. They are suspects now, but because of their age, the judge decided to release these 2. We were told that both 2 persons are within the age bracket of 16 and 17.
Yes, forgive me. I just wanted to see clarity. So what happens next? Are they free?
So no, they are not free. They have been granted bail, but then they have been handed over to what they call a responsible person. So this person who decided to stand as, let me say, surety for them, his Ghana card and passport has been seized. So he will be responsible to bring them before court anytime there is a sitting. So on the 19th, the suspect will reappear in court and he will bring those 2 minors from Damongo to Kumasi to be part of the process. In fact, that's the information we had, because today when all 16 appeared before court, their plea was not taken, and the judge said the plea will be taken when they return on the 19th of December.
Was there any reaction from the individuals who were put behind bars today?
Well, you could see from demeanor, they were not happy at all. But because it was in Kumasi, so they didn't get a lot of supporters amassing to the court premises, even though we saw some party executives there. But clearly from their demeanor, they were showing some form of remorse and they weren't happy at all.
Yesterday, I'm just getting an update on something you told us yesterday. You mentioned that the supporters who were unhappy, political supporters who were unhappy about what was going on in the constituencies, were destroying metro mass transit properties and other areas as well. You talked about reinforcement of security in those places. Can you give us an update as regards what's happening right now?
So, Beatrice, as I speak, security has still been position at vantage point. Since yesterday, when we saw that deployment, there hasn't been any report of any of such incidents. But currently, you go to some government installation, even including senior high schools, because even yesterday at Osage Senior High School, where usually they have a warehouse for the senior high schools, the buffer stock, where most of the senior high schools within the region go and pick their foodstuffs. Security was positioned there, deployed there, because they also had intelligence that some people were mobilizing themselves to come to the warehouse and pick some of the food items. But since yesterday, we've not recorded any of such incidents within the region.
And I know yesterday you said that it wasn't widespread at the time we were speaking. Have we had any word from the now minister, the outgoing minister, regional minister, who is the head of the Regional Security Council?
Well, not any official statement yet. I spoke to him casually and he told me that security has been beefed up at all the places, some vantage points, and they will make sure that whoever is involved in any criminal issue will be dealt with appropriately and accordingly.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim Abubakar, for bringing us the latest from the Ashanti region. You might have heard him there saying that 16 individuals, including 2 minors, who are arrested for their involvement in that violence, the setting ablaze of the EC office in Damongo, were put before court today, at Kumasi High Court, and 14 have been put behind bars, whilst the 2 minors have been released into the hands of a responsible person, so that whenever the court sits, they will be brought there to face their crime, as it were. I'm coming back to my panel here, and Alhaji, you were making a point earlier about the conversation we're having. I will come to you, I'm sorry, but we'll have to go to the northern region now, and also the Savannah and Northeast regions, because these areas have been relatively calm despite some disturbances that characterized parts of the regions after the December 7 polls. Now, 1 death each were recorded in the northern and Savannah regions on the 7th and 8th of December, respectively. Now, looking at some public and private properties by some disgruntled youth has also been brought under control. Christopher Amuakon has been engaging some people in that part of the country. He joins us live now. Chris, of course, happily, some calm restored there, but can you paint a picture for us, really, how the atmosphere looks like right now?
Yes, so Beatrice, I must say that the atmosphere has been calm since the 10th of this month, and after the elections, even though tensions had gone high, the security services and other stakeholders have been able to bring the tensions down. As we speak, people are going about their duties normally, and also if you go to some of these constituencies that some skirmishes were recorded, for instance, you go to the Tolong constituency, especially in the Nyankpala community, where there was a shooting incident that led to the death of one person. Tensions had come down. People are going about their duties, and everybody is at peace with each other. Only that the NDC is still contesting the results from this constituency and indicating that the declaration as made by the Electoral Commission, they do not agree with it. If you go to the Savannah region, in fact, Damango constituency, where I am currently, even though tensions had gone down, the NDC is also claiming that they actually won the December 7 parliamentary elections, even though the EC had declared Abu Jinapo as the winner of this election. So as can be seen in the background, a lot of the party supporters are actually trooping to the regional NDC party office. I understand that there is a press conference, and the press conference is to address the issues that came up in on the December 7th and 8th of this month, following the elections and declaration of Abu Jinapo as the winner of this elections. You know that there was a release from the EC that indicating that both parties had agreed to come to the EC office with their pink sheets for them to collate and announce the results, which the NDC did not send any representation. But the EC went ahead to declare the results in the Damango constituency. And so the parliamentary candidate for the NDC, Adam Mutakilu, issued a statement indicating that he is a party to this particular issue, but was not in the known as to what the EC wanted to do. And so he's described the announcement of Samuel Abu Jinapo as illegal, and that the EC should relook at it, and he is not going to buy into what the EC said. And so, Beatrice, I must say that even though there is some relative calm in these constituencies, people are still agitating in some of the constituencies that the NDC is contending. You go to the Karaga constituency in the northern region as well, the NDC says that it is going to contest the results as announced by the Electoral Commission. And so the Karaga constituency and the Tolong constituency in the northern region are the constituencies that the NDC is saying that, look, we are not okay with the announcement made by the Electoral Commission, and so they want to seek legal action against the EC and the parliamentary candidate. Now, in the Savannah region, it is only the Damango constituency as it stands now that is in contest. And remember that the EC had announced Samuel Abu Jinapo as the winner of the constituency. Beatrice, just to wrap this particular aspect up, you know the life that was lost in the Damango constituency. Today, the family performed the third-day adua of the deceased person. And also, don't forget that some 16 persons were arrested in connection to the disturbances in Damango. As we speak, they have been remanded into prison custody. 2 who are minors have been handed over to the NDC Savannah Regional Chairman to bring them on the 19th of this month when they reappear.
Indeed, and you've actually answered a bit of my question there about how the family was reacting to this, or the families involved. But I want to take you back to the 2 constituencies which recorded deaths, unfortunately. You talked about the NDC supporters massing up at the areas where they are going to do the collation and sort out the issues. Knowing that people have already died in these areas, have you picked any information as regards how security officials intend to control the crowd that may be there, so we don't see the issue degenerating into something else again?
So the security has been beefed up in the Damango constituency, for instance. I have the parliamentary candidate, Adam Mutakilu, just walking in. He's going to address the crowd here. just arrived here. Honorable, you are live on TV3. We want to find out from you. Your people are gathering. This constituency recorded one death. And as it stands now, even though the family are calling for justice, really security-wise, are you okay with what has been put in place in this constituency?
Yeah, thank you very much. Today was the third day, this morning.
Honorable sir, this is our speaker.
Today, this morning, we had the third day tour of the young, energetic man who was shot 4 days ago. And this meeting is just to update the NDC fraternity of the happenings so far, and then to go to the Damangora and then the Yago. Whatever happened, I blame really the EC pairs for the violence. You see, when you delay collation, tension marks. And the Yabora stated that there was tension and invited the political parties and the electoral commission, the king of Volta. You know that the electoral commission, they refused. So the Yabora realized that things were not there holding well. But they got it. And at the end of the day, this unfortunate event happened.
So what specifically are you going to tell your supporters?
I have a press statement, and I want to update. First and foremost, the one who signed the memorandum of understanding for the collation of the results is not an agent. He has never been an agent, and he has no law to sign any memorandum. I expected him, being a lawyer, should have contacted me, because we were together that morning after 10 before he went to the EC office, and never told me that he was going there to sign any memorandum. And he should have known better that when it comes to Damango parliamentary resource matters, it is by party agent, and he should have told me. 2, the parties, it was only one party, and the electoral commission that collated the results. 3, the person who declared the results isn't the returning officer. He's just an officer of the electoral commission. And the law is very clear that it's the returning officer who is responsible to declare results. The information we got from there, that even during the coalition, the Electoral Commission had only 49 pink sheets out of 93. That means they didn't have 44 pink sheets. And I have to rely on NPP pink sheets to complete it. Where has that ever happened? That the Electoral Commission, who is supposed to authenticate when the two parties have agreement in terms of this, is rather rely on one party to collect that report.
Now, Honorable, the announcement has already been made, the declaration has been made by the EC. What next?
We've written a protest, a petition to the EC, and we expect them to respond. Based on their response, we'll take the next step.
Okay. So Beatrice, we just heard from the parliamentary candidate for the NDC in the Damango constituency. He is saying that they have actually petitioned the EC and are waiting for the response from the Electoral Commission.
Thank you very much, Christopher Mwako, reporting live, giving us various reports from Savannah, of course, the northern region as well. Really, what's happening up there. But this is a seat, as you just heard, the NDC parliamentary candidate there, the Damango constituency, which is being contested. And earlier, the announcement was made where the EC said that Samuel Abujinapo polled over 16,000, whilst Mutawakilu, the man you just watched, polled a little over 14,000, and that is what is being contested, and he is going to hold on to that until perhaps the discrepancies have been dealt with. So he's declared winner because he believes that he won that constituency's primary. But I'm coming to you, Alhaji Suyini, because you were on the floor before we went to the north to bring us that update.
Yes, I was talking about some of the violence that we have seen, and as condemnable as they are, there is a need for us to also approach the discussion of those things with some level of fairness and with some background information. Initially, it was reported as if NDC, youth out of excitement were all over the place, engaging in thuggery. I mean, that's how it was initially reported. But if you follow developments, you realize that it is not entirely the case. In some of the reported cases, you have rather people suspected to be NPP members attempting to take away property belonging to the state. And if you like, you can call them patriotic citizens who in some cases may be NDC members, preventing that from happening. We have seen videos from the Tamale areas. We have seen videos from the Karuga area and many other parts of the country where, fertilizer or food items are being carted away by people suspected to be NPP members, but are being stopped by people who are either patriotic or you can identify them. We know that a number
of them are being looked into by the police.
So I think that based on what we are getting, it is important that we call on, those who are still responsible for the security of the state to act. His Excellency President Mahama is not yet the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. And so his directive to the security agencies is less weighty compared to the directive of His Excellency the President, who is still the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Look, the President-elect doesn't even have appointees yet at the regional or district level. The people who are still responsible for the security of our regions and districts are still the appointees of the current president. The General Secretary, Fivi Kwete, and the National Chairman, General Mosquito, cannot order any regional police commander to take any action. But they can only persuade members who are suspected to be associated with the NDC, but they do not have the authority to arrest and guarantee and ensure security.
But at least you have the opportunity to tell, for instance, the supporters in Damango who are reported are going to mass up at that area, not to, at least to be calm to ensure that what has happened already doesn't degenerate into something else.
That is persuasion. You can only persuade the people. But you see, if the people are strongly, of the view that, they are going to be cheated and they move, the security agencies must do their job. They must ensure that, that kind of mobilization does not lead to destruction of property and destruction of life. They must still be in charge, and we expect them to still do so. But all we can do is to persuade our people to still live within, the boundaries of the law. But beyond that, not much really can be done. And especially when the report suggests that they are not always even the aggressors. They are not always the people who are engaged in breaking the law. In some cases, they are rather preventing others from breaking the law. So let us put the discussion in the proper context. But on the issue of Damango and Tolong especially, look, Beatrice, I do not think that the lives that have been lost in Damango and Tolong must, go
in vain.
It shouldn't be in vain. Thank you. The lives that are lost should not be in vain. I think it behoves on all of us, party members and leaders, to ensure that if for nothing at all, those lives count for something. And that's why I am confident.
Responsible should be prosecuted.
First of all, those responsible should be prosecuted and dealt with by law. And we must do everything within our power to ensure that if those incidents led to some people undeservedly winning those seats, it is reversed. Clearly, the case in Damango is that the NDC candidate has petitioned the Electoral Commission. let's wait for the decision that will be taken by the Electoral Commission. Beyond that, I think that we must do everything within the law to ensure that the Damongo seat is represented by the people's choice and not through any manipulation or if you like, yes, through manipulation.
I mean, whilst
it should be based, the one who represents the people of Damongo must necessarily be the choice of the people of Damongo and not the one with the ability to manipulate the system. And I think that the candidate, the NDC candidate, must not relent, and the party must stand with him to ensure that the right thing is done in Damongo. Same should be done in Tolong, because I know the kind of things that happened in Tolong. And the life that was lost in Yankpala must not be in vain. All those who were responsible for that life to be lost must be held accountable. And I am very confident if that happens, we will have a new representative being declared for the people of Tolong, because that life must not go in vain, and people will be held responsible, I assure you.
We've heard President-elect already talking about investigating some of these deaths and violence across the country. But Mr. Fiyankra, whilst the President-elect talks about that, you remember that just after the violence started spreading across the country, we also the MPP president, the vice president of the
because the chairman of the police council, President Mahama has already said everybody should come down and allow the processes to go on. He is the chairman of the police council. He has a responsibility for law and order. So in fact, everything that is happening is at his doorstep. He is responsible. You cannot hold President Mahama responsible at all. And I keep saying, and my brother has said it, that there is a context. The context of all these things is that in 2020, 8 people lost their lives. Nothing happened.
6 seats were lost.
Whilst that was happening, 6 seats were stolen. So you see, we cannot just do the discussion in a vacuum. So if you are in a community and you know that anytime electoral officers start playing those kind of delays and blame games, and you see, they live in the community with them. They have intelligence. You go to any community, people can tell you this person is pro-MPP, this person is that, this person is neutral. They know. So when they begin to see those maneuvers and shenanigans, they are on alert. You don't expect them to sit down and somebody will say, put their hand in their demrifa for seats to be taken away from them again. It's not realistic.
But remember, it wasn't in all the cases that the EC officials were found to have been at fault. I think that Dom Kwabinyo, the Okakwe Central, I remember some judge saying that the pink sheets they had were different because one had a different signature and said that the people who were responsible for that were going to be dealt with. So that's not like a general issue where all electoral officers, like you're alleging, are responsible for transferring or changing results.
I'm a very, very senior politician. I've never used the word all. Never. I'm saying that these things are happening within a certain context. The context is that in 2020, some of these things happen. It led to death, it led to changing of figures, it led to seats being snatched. So if you're in a constituency and you see these signs begin to emerge, definitely people will begin to mass up so that they can protect the votes. That is different. And already I've talked about people who also feel that people are maybe going to steal government property or by exuberant young people going to whatever it is. Those things, we have condemned them already. So there are 3 different stages. But all I'm saying is that we cannot have the discussion in a vacuum. It's always important to look at the context. Once you see the context, then you will begin to see how we can deal with it. And one of the ways to deal with it is that our government, the John Dramani Mahama government, is going to investigate what happened in Techiman, what happened in Esikado Ketin, the 8 people that were killed. We are going to go to the bottom of it. We're going to look at what happened in Kaswa. You were just reporting that they've sent some people to court, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's very good. That's very commendable. What about the people in Kaswa? How are Kumsun's people who shot and murdered people? Why are they not, the people involved not being sent to court? These are the things. So we will get to the bottom of, there is no single person that has lost his life that people will get away with it. It's not going to happen. From 2020, the 8 people to the 2 people and all the things that have happened, people, including electoral officers, we will get to the bottom of it so that these things should not continue. Enough of all these things. Because, you see, it's not to our advantage. We've won power. You yourself have been telling me the coffers are dry. Who needs peace more than us? We need a peaceful country to be able to govern, to be able to turn things around. So it's in our interest to have peace. But when certain conditions and circumstances are created, that leads to people getting agitated. You are in the constituency. You've collated your results. You have all your results. It shows that your candidate has won. Electoral Commission is playing games with you. Will you not be agitated?
Beyond the violence, you have a government to run. And the country has been given to you for the next 4 years.
Hasn't yet been given to
Well, you're going to be sworn in on the 7th.
Yes.
But at least with the results of the elections, we know that the NDC is coming in to manage the affairs of the country for the next 4 years. I want to go back to the transition team and what you expect the team to do at this stage from now until everything has finally been transferred to you, and even looking at the composition of the individuals. And I know earlier you talked about it, Julius Debra, who was a former chief of staff, actually, Fifi, General Secretary, and Dr. Valerie Sawyer. You have your former Deputy Finance Minister, Dr. Kaisola Tofosin, who is now the leader of the majority, incoming majority in Parliament. And also from the other side, the outgoing government's Attorney General and the other bigwigs of the party who are involved in this transition. What are your expectations?
Well, I mean, if you look at the composition and the experience of all these people, some of them have been involved in the transition already. They've held various positions in government. Mr. Julius Debra, Professor Kwame Nahoy, they bring different experiences. For me, what will be the key is the openness, sincerity, and transparency of the incumbent government. That's the bottom line.
How do you mean by that?
Because already you heard that there's an issue about some 240 million CDs.
That's what
so.
Phyllis Kwachofosu talked about, the last-minute recruitment, as it were. I was actually going
and
to
all
that.
those things. They're recruiting people as if there's no tomorrow. It doesn't even make sense from a governance perspective. You've just lost elections. Why do you want to encumber the new government with appointments? You know, it's not right. So these are the things that we need to look at. And I'm sure that because of the experience that they have, they'll be able to look into the issues and ensure that the proper things are done. So there is no doubt about their experience. There's no doubt about their competence. There's no doubt about their versatility and their ability to ensure that indeed the handing over will be a proper handing over where we will know the true state of the economy, the true state of the security services, the true state of every single aspect, the assets of the state. You know, everything will be so clear and transparent. Once that is done, there'll be no issues. Yeah.
Go ahead, please land on your thoughts.
But whichever way it is, come January 7th, we're taking over the reins of government and we'll be able to see everything. So it's in their collective interest to rather lay things to bear, you know, rather than not being honest and truthful. And then when we come to find out, that becomes perhaps, I don't know what the law says, the transitional provisions say, but it may be a crime, you know, if you hide issues from the incoming government. It may have some consequences. So for me, it's best that they open up and let everybody know what is in the coffers, what is in the kitty, give us all the information, and then we'll take it from there. But if they try to hide things, we will definitely find out. And don't forget that we have a lot of information, you know. When we're talking about recover all loot, you know, you were asking how we are going to, you'll be surprised the kinds of things people know. And you know, when government changes power, it comes with its own dynamics.
So I hear the crux of what you're saying is knowing the true state of the economy. We've already heard Haruna Idrisu, former trade minister who also retained his seat, I believe, for Tamale South, saying that the Akufo-Addo Bawumia-led government has handed the incoming government a very difficult economy, as it were. Should we expect the incoming government to kind of revise its note a bit after realizing the situation on the ground?
Okay, so that was we're just going into that when all these issues came up. But, you know, I think that we have a fair idea of what the situation is. We also know that by the time they hand over, it will be worse than what we all know in public.
So you revise your note?
Oh, of course, we'll do adjustments, but we will not deviate from our core mandate and purpose. Because we all recognize that part of the reason why we are in this mess is because of the structure of the economy. So in doing our manifesto, we looked at all that. You understand me? We looked at the fiscal side, what kind of fiscal policies we'll put in place to stabilize the economy. At the core of it all is a gradual transformation of our economy. So if you look at agriculture, industrialization, manufacturing, digitization, underpinned by the 24-hour economy. These are meant to gradually shift the economy from the kind of subsistence agriculture that we have. For example, in Agric, we have the Farm Services Center. If you look at the people who are producing food for us today, most of them are uncles and aunties who are growing old. The cutlass and whole.
So how to motivate the young people to go into agriculture? That's what you're saying.
Farm land banks, you know, where young people can come together, 3, 4, 5 people. They'll have agronomists, extension officers. They'll cultivate the land for them, give them inputs so that they can have agric, you know, villages, you know, stuff like that. And then also having agro-processing zones, for example, in the Bono areas, you know that they have a lot of cashew. So we are not looking at district because sometimes you may have 12, 14 districts producing the same product. It doesn't make sense from an economies of scale point of view to have 16 factories. You can have one factory and then you do the links, you know, and then you'll be able to have a very more productive factory. So in every zone, if it's cassava processing, if it's cashew, if it's sugarcane, whatever they produce, you establish a factory there and then you create the links so that you'll be able to stimulate the economy.
I have to go back to the other side. Michael and Mawina are standing by to give us some more analysis. When we come back, I'll come back to you, Alhaji Suhini. But I just wanted to get this firm clarity, as it were, from you, Mr. Fiyankra, before I go back to Mawina and Michael, that we should not, and that was the import of my question. You said that you may have to revise, but the core would remain. So we shouldn't expect that after you've seen everything, you say that Ghanaians, we are sorry, we promised too much.
No.
Okay.
No.
The approach can be revised.
But the approach can be revised.
Yes. Okay.
The principles and the promises remain.
I'm coming to you, Michael and Mawina. I know you've got some more for us.
Well, basically, here at the Election Command Center, we're keeping you updated on all the happenings across the regions. And now we are putting the spotlight on the Eastern region, where we know 2 constituencies are still under contention. That is Suhum and Adwedri and Suhum. So we're putting the spotlight first off on Suhum to bring you up to speed with what the dynamics are in the constituency and why this whole stand-up has become, has taken center stage because of especially how things have evolved over the period in that particular constituency. Maybe you walk us through the candidates for this elections.
And so, as we have it now, it's still outstanding. Yeah. There's collation currently happening at Tesano, where my colleague George Queenin spoke to Frank Anodompre, who's present at the Collation Center as well. And so he is the NPP's candidate. He's the majority whip in the 8th Parliament as well. And then there's Fume Philbert Amenofe, who is his close contender. Yeah. It's a second time out, the both of them are having to slug it out as to who becomes a member of parliament in that particular part of the country. And so that's just by way of other details for who this NDC candidate is, because a lot of us will be asking the question, who is this young man who's seeking to put the majority whip under so much pressure in a constituency which is believed largely to be safe for the governing New Patriotic Party. In fact, in the lead up to the elections, there were quite a number of polls which didn't give the NDC any chance at all in this particular constituency. And
that's
so
quite surprising.
Yes.
Especially looking at how the NDC has fared there over the years.
Exactly. It was, I mean, Global Info described it as MPP strong. Okay. And so it wasn't really one that analysts will say they expected to go in the manner in which it has gone. But like we've been reiterating, how everything we're seeing in this year's election is looking quite out of the ordinary. That's contributing a bit more to what we're seeing. But perhaps if we take you back in time in history, which are going to help us to...
Now, before we even get there, remember that this situation also re-echoes what we've been talking about. The second attempt of an NDC candidate in the stronghold of the NPP always seems to rock the boat significantly. So we'll go to 2020 now. I remember that Anodompe has been held that particular constituency since 2012. He's an indigene of the region, and that puts him in a very good position over there. But to the numbers.
And so, yeah, it tells for yourself a story of a close proximity and Philbert Amenofe not being someone you can easily overlook. And so, I mean, or a walk in the park in terms of his performance in 2020. It was a close shave in excess of 3,000 votes. And I always make the argument that when you look at the difference between two candidates, particularly in the parliamentary elections, which is simply first past the poll, someone can beat you by 16 votes, even if it's one vote, they've beaten you to it and they take you to parliament. When we see the huge numbers, we don't really need 3,000, or Philbert might not necessarily need 3,000 this time round in terms of being able to go past Frank Anodompe. He just needs to improve or be able to claw away a certain section of the votes by which Mr. Anodompe won by in 2020. And then we could be having a situation like we're having on our hands where now it's become a subject of serious contention and there's the argument back and forth as to whether or not he has won or Anodompe has won, which has resulted in the collation that we're seeing there, to be precise. But outside of him, it's been relatively a bit smooth sailing for Anodompe until 2020, where we can say there was a bit of a close shave. And then now we're seeing in 2020 as well, which now is looking a lot more tighter. In terms
the NDC seems to be doing something right in that particular constituency, because you know that traditionally, a lot of the times in NPP strongholds, the NDC doesn't get significant votes. Usually they are within the 30 regions, but consistently in Suhum, the NDC has been able to maintain its good number, at about 40
votes,
in excess of 40% at the polls. You look at 2020 results. Let's look at 2016. You see it also there, still within the 40 region. We move further. Let's go to 2012 and see how they fared. Still within the 40 region. So the NDC seems to be doing something right, but maybe they just haven't still cracked the code on how to really flip the seat. Because if you look at the difference, consistently the margins
aren't been so great.
Not so great. Over here we are seeing a margin of just about a little over 3,000. Just about 3,400 votes. And consistently, we see that the gap between the NPP and NDC isn't much. Maybe it's time for the NDC to really pay critical attention to the region if they are really, if they really want to flip it, because it looks like something seems to be working. That 40% core base seems to be there. And like you say, they don't need to get as much votes as the opponent gets, but just be able to convert significant enough to flip the seat.
In terms of the eastern region in general, as we've seen by the numbers which came through from the presidential, it was a close call as well, because I was at the Electoral Commission's National Collation Center as well. When the numbers came through, in fact, we've seen a lot of infographics shared on social media which seeks to suggest that the NDC might have even won the region to start off with. That's because there are a number of constituencies, Suhum, Akwetia, and Suhum, whose presidential results as well did not come through for the regional coalition, which was subsequently transferred to the Electoral Commission. And if you look at the numbers, it was close this time around compared to previous times. The NDC has been on a campaign of some sort where they've been making the argument that they want to split the vote with the NPP in the eastern region. They want 50-50. They've not been successful in the previous elections, but for some strange reason, it looks like because we've not got the outstanding three, it's not quite clear, even though Dr. Bawumia is in the lead with the constituencies which came to outside of the three. It looks like they've done a considerable level of, there's been a considerable level of improvement on their part in this year's election. The dynamics are quite different, varied in terms of why we're seeing things pan out the way they have. Talk of the general reception of Ghanaians to the sort of leadership that they've enjoyed, and how widespread the vote margins has been in different parts of the country. We've seen the NDC win a Hafu region for the first time as well. And so generally...
Western region as well?
Exactly. Western region, a swing region. And so perhaps not really surprising, because when you win there, you're expected to go on and win the presidential. But a Hafu, since... it was carved out and the analysis was done between 96 up until 2020, the voting pattern, the NPP seemed to have been enjoying a certain level of dominance in that part, but we saw that as well flip. And so there's been a lot of things that have gone quite different, and we might be describing this year's election as well, for instance, as an outlier, because you were having that conversation with Eben earlier, who says that it's gone outside of the expected, and will be now the expectation is that it will come back to the realities of what existed before 2024. But
the next question really on this particular constituency is, why is it really a big deal? Remember, the Eastern region is where the president is from. Aside that, just like you mentioned earlier, this is the constituency where the majority whip in parliament is from. Remember also that this particular election has come at a very expensive rate for the NPP, losing very significant number of its experienced hands. So there the challenge also comes in. Would you want to lose another experienced hand that can help you, a whip for that matter, that can help you mobilize your front in parliament with the little that you have left? Remember, the NDC is already, from our records, about 188. If they're able to really flip this one final, that puts them at 189. Not looking good for the NPP at all.
Not looking good. And I started the conversation about how perhaps a lot of the analysts didn't think that it was something the NDC was going to be able to do. But interestingly, when our colleague Bella Mundi visited Nsawa Maduejure in September of this year, perhaps we should have paid attention a bit more to the concerns which came through from the indigents there. They complained about roads and the fact that it's a predominantly farming area where they should be able to cut enough food into the Nsawam area, where there's a huge lorry station, where business activity is expected to thrive. Out of the individuals she spoke to, I should say, there was that running theme of, yes, they like the NPP, but they've not been so pleased with the fact that they've not seen their roads come to life. Yes, in some areas, there have been roads done. And there's a town, Jankrom, where one of the individuals was mentioning that they were not getting access to potable water, for instance. And there was a chief who sat on that panel when we did that community manifesto as well, who said that when the flag bearer of the NPP came, they had listed a number of their concerns as well to him. And so perhaps when we look at the 2020 results and then some few months to the general election, the indigents in the town begin to give off such sentiment and such vibes, perhaps we should have paid a bit more attention to it. But because of his stature in parliament, perhaps everybody thought his influence could ride it all out, because he's that influential. In fact, in the heat of all of the, I don't want to call it chaos in Parliament, when they had to return the argument as to who sits on the right-hand side of the Speaker and the likes, there were groups of individuals supporting the NPP who came around Parliament, and I spoke to a number of them who said they were there to protect Parliament and to protect Ghana. They were from Nsawa Maduejure. They had the shirts of Frank Anodompre and Dr. Bawumia there as well. And Frank Anodompre has been pivotal for Dr. Bawumia in Parliament in terms of the work that he's done. He virtually, on most parts, was very frontal in the very early beginnings, when no MPs were clearly sticking their necks out because Kennedy Japan was in the race as well. He was their colleague. He had come out frontally and said, look, they were going to win 85% of the special voting for the NPP.
Which hasn't been the case, though.
which wasn't the case. And then subsequently, in terms of the main primary, they were going to go on and win by over 75% of the vote. He was that important for Dr. Bawumia, and so it was no surprise that Dr. Bawumia was in his constituency as well, and there was a huge walk there, and there were speeches and all of that delivered. And so that perhaps fed into the perception and the general sentiments that, I mean, he's strong enough, and so he should be able to do it. But it does appear that the constituents there have a mind of their own.
We'll see how the final declaration goes. But you see, the other side also is Nsawam's proximity to Accra. You know, a lot of people actually live in Nsawam and work in Accra. And interestingly too, you know, the economic conversation beyond the roads, the whole economic conversation to some extent, I believe, must have spilled over to that part of town, which maybe could have contributed to some level of apathy. But it'll be interesting really to see how the results finally pan out, to see by what margins he's able to pull off, if he successfully is able to maintain his seat over there.
And I think that will also be important because from the initial stages, when we were seeing the number of total votes cast and all of that, they were looking like it was going to fall beyond, below rather, the numbers we've seen,
which is expected by
from both candidates in previous elections. And so that as well could be a contributory factor, because when the apathy sets in, then, as we've heard a lot of the analysts allude to, it's more often than not a negative for the incumbent, which could then prove a bit of a challenge. But
now to Suhum.
Suhum, where there's also that outstanding. That's where there was a lot of confusion when George Queenin came through earlier, and there was a back and forth between the agents who were being asked to quote the CI 127 in particular, which portions of the law they were making reference to. And in Suhum, it's, instead of the 2-horse race we've been used to, it's a 3-horse race because the incumbent, Kojo Asante, is present in that race as well before Protozwa, and then the NDC's candidate as well are all present in that particular race. And so that means there's an additional individual who could be pulling votes away from the NPP, and then will be almost leveling the playing field for the three of them, which could then mean that the NDC, for instance, will be wanting to use that as an advantage to nick the seats from the 2 NPP candidates, one of whom has decided to go as an independent candidate as well.
But it looks like Kojo Asante has a pretty good hold over the constituency. 63%, almost 70% actually, is a strong number to post as results. But it looks like the NDC isn't doing too well there. Let's see how they fare in 2016 to see if this is a decline in performance as compared to the previous year. And there you have a 45%. Something must be going wrong in this constituency for the NDC, because for you to have gotten 45% in 2016, which is an outlier year where the NDC didn't do too well on the ground, to get 45% and then come back in 2020 where we see things begin to return to normal, and then your votes are dropping from 45, which gave you 20,700 votes, to just under 19,000, 36%. Something must not be working right here for the NDC.
Well, I mean, again, in these parts, really, there are seats or areas which are comfortably NPP to a great extent. And as much as we've been having the conversation about perhaps the NDC being able to perform in NPP strongholds, let's face it, there will be places. They changed their
candidates.
Well, they changed
Maybe they should pay attention to our analysis, because we've seen it consistently here. When you repeat your candidates, you do better. They changed their candidates and the result dropped. Look, Margaret Ansei gave them 45%. 2020, the candidate changed and the performance dipped significantly.
Then it dropped as well. And so maybe all of those influences are going into what we're seeing. But generally, we must accept and understand that this is a place where the NPP is expected to win comfortably. Likewise, there will be seats where the NDC is expected to win.
You have an independent candidate in the race,
comfortably as well. And so not always the performance of the NDC, but in this year's election, it will matter because of the presence of Kojo Asante, who, like you said, believes in the fact that he got a considerable amount of votes in 2020, and the indigents, he's on the ground. He's been communicating with them.
Yeah.
They've given him a certain level of assurance that they will want to vote for him, and so he's decided to go independent. The entire primary, the process in electing the candidate was not one that went all too well for him when Protozwa was eventually elected as the party's candidate. He's felt aggrieved. In fact, in a lot of the conversation in the aftermath of his decision to go independent, he's accused Frank Anodompe of kicking him out of the majority caucus's WhatsApp group in Parliament, amongst many other things. So he's not been an individual who's been happy in relation to how the party has dealt with him. And so it was always one of the constituencies who were going to look at because he was present, and then it meant that he would glean off votes from the NPP, which could give the NDC, who, if they continue to maintain the levels they've always maintained, then there's a likelihood that they might just be able to nick it. The collation is still ongoing. We might just have to wait and see how it all pans out in terms of the votes. But all three candidates are there because they believe that pink sheets have gone missing, some cannot be corroborated and all of that, and so they're trying to work it all out, and then we'll see how it goes eventually as well.
Talking about pink sheets, it looks like the EC would have to improve on that going forward, because there's been too much controversies with the issue of pink sheets. We've heard stories about EC officials themselves saying they do not have their copy of the pink sheets and the likes. Hopefully they find a better way to do this. But because this constituency brings to mind the Asante Akim North constituency, where the NDC also had a candidate that did so well in 2016, I think, for a stronghold to have gotten about 39%. But this time around, they changed the candidate. Guess how much they fared? How they fared? It was abysmal, because out of the over about 30,000 votes, that he managed to put just about 2,000. Whereas the previous candidates who had done, I believe, 2 rounds already had gained significant grounds, which explains what we were saying earlier. And remember that in that particular constituency, the NPP had their candidate, Andy, and then the independent candidate. I think that if the NDC, for instance, had changed their candidate, maybe if they had maintained the candidate, maybe they would have done better than they did in this particular one.
Asante Akim North, I mean, the verdicts almost, we've been hearing from Andy Appiah-Kubi as well, who's been speaking a lot earlier. It almost comes off as though the die was cast for him when he made the argument that even his own executives in the constituency were campaigning against him and were campaigning for the independent candidate. And mind you, the independent candidate is no stranger to the NPP. In fact, he is, from the conversations on the ground, he is someone who is affiliated to the NPP and had expressed interest in being able to contest Andy Appiah-Kubi, but was not able to. Having been displeased with that, was what informed his decision to go independent. And there's a lot of story as well in relation to what transpired there, as to even after Dr. Bawumia stayed there for 2 weeks on his Ashanti regional tour, when he visited the constituency and he campaigned, there was a mini rally of some sort there, and he spoke to the voters there. Right after he left, and having endorsed Andy Appiah-Kubi, the suggestion
openly endorsed him.
Okay. I mean, because that's their candidate in the constituency, and so the vice president and the NPP flag bearer is not going to endorse another candidate. No,
it just sounded interesting because they are fronting another candidate on the other side through the independent candidate. I was just wondering how that played out, but it was interesting to hear.
Within the underground, that's a completely different. What we learned happened was that right after he left, the supporters marched to OK Frimpong's office, chanting his name and saying that he was the one they wanted. And so for many, it wasn't surprising that they lost. And so in that constituency, for instance...
Let me chip in quickly there. We saw him do a lot of developmental works in the constituency. We saw him build... I gather he built a 3,000 capacity mosque also. He built a church. He built a hospital and things of that sort. The question really is that... funding appears to be a crucial conversation now for the electorates, especially in resources, basically in impressing them. But what happens then? I feel this is counterproductive for our democracy, because what happens to good candidates who do not have the resources then?
Well, now the conversation about a good candidate is even relative, because if
a good candidate has the resources,
you don't have the resources, then perhaps you might have to want to stay out. I mean, the conversation about the monetization in our politics is one that it's not looking like it's wanting to go away based on the trajectory upon which we are on and how things are going. Because now, more than ever, when you go down and even when you speak to people, they ask the question, has he done the work? When you ask of a work of a member of parliament, that's been in the legislature, seen to laws being passed and keeping the government on its toes, amongst many other things. Yes, there's that aspect of the MP's common fund, which is also used for development in the respective constituencies. Is one of the reasons why the NDC in the 8th Parliament had serious issues with Ken Ofori-Atta, because the District Assembly's common fund was not being released, and their portion of the MP's common fund, which they will also use as developmental projects which they can point to in their respective constituencies, was not coming. It means that it will mean when your constituents ask you for development, if readily you're not pulling resources from elsewhere, then there could be a genuine struggle for you to be able to do enough. And so that's been that in terms of how things are panning out. Now we're seeing MPs doing more than just passing laws and using their MP's common fund to be able to develop their constituencies. There's a demand for more. Which will bring in the conversation.
I think they're also not helping issues, because you hear them on their campaign tours promising heaven and earth, promising things that are not within their mandate. So maybe they themselves have to review their notes and their approach towards.
If you're not promising, somebody else is promising. And where do you stand? Where do you stand on that front?
Well, change must start with some. I don't know what Alhaji Suhum thinks of this, but we've veered off a bit from Suhum and the likes. But these are really the prospects, really, on how things have panned out in this year's elections. Beatrice.
Just said that you stay there, don't promise, and you will lose. So, okay, so. Okay, I thought I heard both of you.
Fair point.
I said that sometimes it is misplaced. I mean, or it is misanalyzed. You know, you go to a community and then they tell you that we'll vote for you, but you know, our problem is with water. Our problem is with the road that you traveled on. I mean, at that point, you don't necessarily have to tell them that you will do the roads. They have told you. Our problem is the road. Our problem with the water. So when we support you and you come, we want you to do something about it. I mean, at that point, do you get up and tell them that I can't do anything about it?
Well, you want power from them, so you can't say that.
You keep quiet. But you know why you keep quiet? Especially if you are a responsible politician. You don't just get up and tell them, yes, I'll do it when you vote for me. But you keep quiet and you take note. You know why you keep quiet? Because you know that apart from passing laws, apart from using your common fund, you also have the lobbying ability.
Yes.
Are you getting it? Now, even when you give them the assurance that when you win and your government is in power, you will do everything within your, power to ensure that the road is captured as part of the roads to be done. That is not promising out of your mandate, because as member of parliament, you indeed have what it takes to lobby the central government to capture roads in your constituency as part of roads to be done.
But you understand
within
that's
the year.
not really the
But you see,
the
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
constituents.
That's what I'm saying, that sometimes it is misunderstood and misinterpreted. Because at that point, that is your understanding when you say, I will do something about it. The people who are listening to you have a different understanding. Their understanding is that you have the capacity and you have the money to do it by yourself, to award it on contract. I get it. So it is that misalignment. There's that misalignment or misunderstanding. The way you understand it is different from the way the constituents understand your responsibility as member of parliament. But in the end, what you have to do is to ensure that when your party is in power, as the NDC is coming to power, you do everything within your powers as member of parliament to lobby the Minister of Roads, the urban roads directors, if your constituency is an urban roads enclave, and the feeder roads directors to capture some of these roads as part of the roads that the government
Mr. Frianka, you were shaking your head and smiling when
I like the angle, very sophisticated perspective of my brother, But look, this is the reality, okay? The reality is that they are oftentimes compelled, okay, to actually, a lot of them publish brochures 7-point, 10-point manifesto, what they would do. It includes projects. So it's a conversation that we should have. We, in our constitution, we created a situation where they were supposed to go and pass laws. It doesn't reflect on the development aspirations of our people. So we need to have a serious conversation. Because you see, sometimes some of them lose unfairly. He's not been able to do this, he's not been able to, especially if they are in opposition. He's not been able to do this, he's not been able to do that. What will he do? He hasn't got the personal resources. I mean, the person is very good, very articulate, he has other skills and capacities. So I think that as part of the constitutional review process, we must have a conversation, an honest conversation, at two levels. If we are going to elect MMDCs, which I believe we should.
That's a conversation that we've had for a very long time.
I believe we should, but on non-partisan basis. Are we going to then, because they are going to be elected, they would be responsible for the infrastructure and the developmental needs of the people, or because we have developed a culture, 32 years and counting, people just expect the MP to do something. So can we look at either increasing their share of the common fund or creating another fund for them? Because you see, governors must also respond to the realities of your society. Our society is such that if you are an MP, you are expected to do A, B, C, D.
You don't think that it has to be a reorientation of the mindsets of the people? Because the MPs themselves have gone there, and that's what Alhaji Suhum was saying. In his mind, he is saying this. But the constituents have been trained to believe that, yes, you make laws, but this is what you have to do.
If I could just help with the point that
my
brother made earlier about, the need to elect MMDCs. You see, the problem you are highlighting will be addressed, in my view, by the election of MMDCs, especially when it is done on non-partisan basis. Because you see, the expectation of the people when it comes to developmental projects in their area is largely based on the fact that they elect the member of parliament and they elect the president. So before they carry out that exercise of electing them, there is usually an engagement between them and the, potential member of parliament or the president. So there is a social contract that they see or they feel they have with the one they are electing. So if we extend the election to the MMDCs or the contestants for that position will also now be forced to go on the ground and campaign and engage the people. And based on that, the people will get to understand the capacity and the ability of the assembly. For now, they don't know what the assembly can do because the people who occupy that position don't engage them, they don't campaign. But when they have to campaign for that office, the people will now get to know which funds are available at the assembly for what projects. Because in the contests, the discussion will be had. And so when they elect them, their attention may most likely shift to the MDCs because they will now realize that the MDCs actually have more funds and actually are better placed, to carry out some of these, infrastructural development. And it's my view that somehow the focus will shift from the members of parliament when it comes to infrastructure development. And the members of parliament can then focus. And trust me, some people actually also contest to be members of parliament because they want to lead certain transformation and development in their communities. When the MMDC's positions become elective, such people may switch to contest for those positions instead of going for members of parliament. And then those who now contest for member of parliament will be those who really want to participate in the debates and in the making of laws, and yes, also lead some level of transformation in their respective constituencies. So for me, the solution is with the election of MMDCs, which will result in the competition and contest, which will enable an engagement between the contestants and the people. And that will bring about some level of education as to what the assemblies can really do and how they have been empowered to carry out infrastructure development. But as things stand now, As things stand now, I have always explained this to my constituents that, look, the Member of Parliament actually has three, opportunities, three ways of carrying out development. One is with the partnership with well-meaning agencies, non-governmental, and others. I mean, there are many, many agencies out there that are willing, to support transformative programs and projects in constituencies. In the area of health, in the area of sanitation, in the area of water, you have so many agencies, home and abroad, very willing to partner with, individuals that are in leadership position to carry out, some of these projects. So if you come to my constituency, there are so many things that we have done in the area of health, in the area of sanitation, in the area of youth empowerment and women empowerment, that came through a partnership between myself and non-governmental organizations and other well-meaning agencies that are into, those areas. So that's one way a Member of Parliament can lead and champion development in his area. The second leg is with the use of the common fund. As little as it is very, impactful when used judiciously. The problem somehow is with the
lack of release.
The lack of releases, the inconsistent releases that we get. That's the problem with it. But where it is properly, applied, I can tell you that it can also do a lot, in the various constituencies. So I don't necessarily agree with members of Parliament who are unable to, do anything simply because they are in opposition.
What if your MMDC is problematic?
That is another challenge. That's another challenge. When the chief executive is problematic and not cooperative, because what people don't realize is that the members of Parliament don't have access to the fund. It's a share, and I have done that education a lot in my constituency. It's actually District Assembly Common Fund. It's not MP's Common Fund. Yeah. It's District Assembly's Common Fund, but the MP has a share. So the money is released to a District Assembly, but the share of the MP is actually with the Assembly and managed by the Assembly. And so all the MP does is to write a request whenever you want a project carried out using your share. And the DCE, with all the technical officers at the Assembly, now have the power to approve your request or not. And in some cases, you have difficult DCEs who do not cooperate with the members of Parliament. But even when they approve your request, you are not given cash, you are not given a check. They select the contractor, they supervise the work of the contractor, and they make payments to the contractor. And so it is quite unusual for a member of Parliament to abuse the fund without collaboration from the people at the Assembly. And that's the second leg, maybe the final one. The final leg, I talk about three legs. So I've spoken about partnership with the NGOs. I've spoken about the common fund. The third one and is
I'll come back to you because I need to go to our correspondent in the Central Region, and then I'll come back.
I think I also have to go at this
point.
Thank
I know.
you so much for the opportunity.
But let's go to the Central Region now, because some NDC supporters have prevented the MCE for Efutu Alhaji Kasim Zebiru from allegedly attempting to steal some street lights from the Assembly's warehouse in Winneba. Well, the supporters of the NDC trailed the pickup truck with registration number GB238622, which was being driven by the MCE and from the warehouse, we understand, located within the enclave of the Assembly's office. Well, we have Akwesiado, he's our correspondent in the area. He joins us live with the latest from there. Akwesiado, what more can you tell us?
Okay, so what more I can say is that as of now, we are aware that the Winneba Divisional Police Command has invited the Honorable MCE, Mr. Zubeiru, for questioning, and he is currently assisting police to investigate the matter. We do understand that over 200 pieces of street lights have been allegedly taken from the Assembly's warehouse here in Winneba. And that information available to us is that it began from Tuesday, when some taxi cabs took away some of the street lights. Then the next day, the MCE himself went to the warehouse and then had some boxes of street lights into the pickup truck. And just when he was about leaving the Assembly's premises, some supporters of the NDC began trailing him, and then he had to return to the assembly where the police was invited, and then the street lights unpacked from the pickup truck, taken to the Winneba Divisional Police Headquarters, where police began investigation this matter.
Do you see the police come in there to intervene in the matter?
Yes, police had to intervene into the matter because you know how sometimes these supporters of political parties react to some of these issues. Because the whole door happening within about 20 minutes, they had to be going around the Winneba County until the FCE finally returned back to the assembly premises. And so these youth appear to be irate. And so, but for the police's intervention, something awful might have happened. So it was just in place for the police to intervene and ensure that calm was restored. But let me say that in the midst of all this drama, no personnel of the assembly was attacked, no item of the assembly was also destroyed by the youth, except that they were demanding that the police ensure that nothing from the assembly was taken away.
All right, thank you very much, Akwesiado. Bring us updates from the central region. But there is the Efutu NDC parliamentary candidate who's been speaking about this development. Just watch this.
So, yes, some members of the NDC stormed the Efutu Municipal Assembly offices, not to cause any confusion or mayhem, but because, you see, 3 days ago, I received call that some officials of the Municipal Assembly have started going into the Assembly stores and taking things away. So I asked whoever called me to go and check. Unfortunately, because of the situation of our vice chairman and the situation of some of those people who have been tortured, I could not follow up. Then yesterday, we received calls that the MCE, Honorable Zubelu, has been seen stealing street lights from the Municipal Assembly stores. That was the information that I got. So I called some of our people that we know at the Assembly to check if that is true. By the time I had even made a call, I was informed that the NDC youth had gone there to stop the MCE from stealing the street lights. And I have seen videos. I didn't go there myself, but I've seen videos of at least 200 or so, and some laptops and some other gadgets alleged to belong to the Municipal Assembly, which had been taken from the store and put in the pickup and was being moved away by, as my information goes, as I was told by the Assembly, the Assembly's chief executive. So I inquired from the police what was happening, because I'm also told that the police also stormed there, and my checks indicate that the driver of the pickup, which was conveying the alleged stolen street lights and other items, the driver has been arrested. I'm also told that the stores, the one in charge of stores, is being questioned. As I speak to you now, I'm told that the municipal chief executive, Honorable Zubelu, who is alleged to be behind the stealing of this street lights, has also been arrested and being questioned. So I believe that this is what the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, meant when he says that we should allow the law to work.
And you just watched James Kofi Annan. He's the NDC parliamentary candidate for Afutu, kind of giving more information regarding what our correspondent Kwesi Ado told us earlier. But Alhaji Suyini, just on your final thought before you take leave of us, and I was also reminding you that you were talking about the election of MMDCs, and you have the opportunity now, you've been retained, how you intend to push for that, because that's a conversation that's been going on for quite some time.
Well, I think what is happening across the country is shameful. It's just unconscionable. I mean, I can't imagine what else the people who are in government want to, take home, what they want to acquire. I mean, what haven't they done already? What haven't they done already? And now you are out of power and you are, still attempting to cut away what you can describe as scraps, given what you have already acquired for yourselves. I mean, a similar thing happened yesterday, I think, in Tamale, where the MCE his vehicle was seen cutting away food items from the buffer stock stores. I mean, what is this? What level of greed? I mean, and that is why I was saying earlier that the party MPP has not hit rock bottom yet. Because it doesn't seem to me as if they have come to the realization that their actions and inactions is what have led to this historic defeat. No party has ever lost an election with that margin of defeat, 1.6 million votes. I mean, they should be very sober, they should be reflective at this point, instead of attempting to still sweep the offices as the case may be. I think it is very shameful. And we must commend many of our citizens who are, keeping up their vigilance, even beyond the elections, and still ensuring that some of these things are not, taken away. As for the election of the MMDCs, I think that it's in our party manifesto. And one of the key things that President Mahama, I know, is very focus on is the need to review our constitution, the 1992 constitution. It has served us very well in the last couple of decades, but it has become necessary for us to take a second look at it. And I'm sure provisions that did not allow us in the past to carry out the elections when the NPP attempted will be considered in the whole constitutional review discussion. That will now enable us all come to a common ground as to how to approach the election.
And even with your numbers now, people are calling you supermajority in Parliament. There are a lot of things you can do with it.
Exactly, but you can trust the NDC not to abuse those numbers. I think that the NDC is like the home with an adult, in the room. There are people who will every now and then, caution and take you indoors to advise you not to take advantage, even when you have the opportunity to do so. So it's not like the NPP where they behave like there's no adult in the house, because the adults that you expect to be putting them in order himself seem to be enjoying, the recklessness. I mean, for the life of me, there are so many things that have happened under this administration
what do you
that
mean
I
enjoying
cannot.
The recklessness?
Yes, I mean, I cannot. I mean, if you have a president, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, write the kind of letter that he wrote Madam Cecilia Dapa. I mean, that's not something that can happen.
So that's what you mean by enjoying recklessness?
Yes, I mean, just one example, one of many. I mean, that's not something that, no matter how reckless you are as president in the NDC, the elders will not allow you to engage in that kind of misbehavior, in that kind of misconduct. I mean, watch how the president was seen even receiving cash on the platform recently. I mean, that's totally unacceptable. That is unacceptable. No matter what the intentions were, that is unacceptable. And see, the way they have turned governance upside down in the last 8 years, is in my view, is the reason why the defeat had to be this resounding. So that it can serve a lesson to even those of us who are coming into office, that we need to be cautious. We need to be careful with the mandate that the people give us. So I'm very sure that we will not abuse the numbers that the people of Ghana have given us in Parliament, even though we have the opportunity I mean, to do anything and everything that we want under the law. I am guided by the, the spirit of the NDC to give the assurance that we will not abuse it. Whenever you find us, engaging in something, it will be based on, the national interest, which many will be given the opportunity to make inputs in. I mean, for example, look at one of the things that His Excellency the President wants to do in the first 100 days. Call a discussion, a national discussion, have a national conversation. It's not as if he's dumb. In fact, in the past, the MPP have suggested that calling for such discussions means you don't have ideas. That level of arrogance is what you will not see in the NDC. No matter how, brilliant our ideas are, we are still, minded to test those ideas with the people of Ghana. Because in the end, it is the people of Ghana who will benefit from the implementation of those ideas. And you can be sure that whenever we take a decision with our numbers in Parliament, it will be guided by very, very good advice from our elders and will be in the interest of the majority of Ghanaians. But don't you believe those are your final thoughts before you take leave of us? Absolutely. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you all day.
Yes, thank you so much, Alhaji Suhini. He's a Member of Parliament for Tamale North, and he just retained his seat in that election, the December 7th.
Give me the opportunity, even though I said that was meant to be my last words, but I
then I'll have to come back.
I need to thank my constituents. That will just take a second, or two. I just need to thank my constituents, especially the very, very good chiefs, the imams, the young men and women, the market women especially. I mean, my mothers. I mean, the love that they have shown me in the last couple of years as their Member of Parliament is just humbling, and I thank them for the opportunity once again, and I pray that the Almighty Allah will empower us to live up to their expectation, to transform our communities, and to empower them, and also create the jobs that are necessary for our young folks to also live to their best potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alhaji Suhini, Tamale North Member of Parliament, and as you just heard me there, he just got re-elected, so he's been retained for the third time in that constituency, landing on his thought. We'll be going for election briefs just quite shortly. Safu Abuahene is standing by with the latest. Don't go away.
Thank you, Beatrice, and welcome to the last bit of election brief on Ghana Decides 2024 right here on your Election Command Center on TV3 and 3FM 92.7. My name is Safu Abuahene. Let's get on with it right away. And President-elect John Dramani Mahama has assured the National Chief Imam that his government will not abuse the majority it has in Parliament. According to him, the new status will only help to deepen governance and ensure progress. John Mahama made this assurance when the Chief Imam called on him.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to express my appreciation to our father, Dr. Nuhu Shaributu, National Chief Imam, and to all my fathers, Sheikh Umar, Mulvi bin Sali, Sheikh Wadudu, Dr. Amin Bonsu, and our brothers from the Shiite community. And everybody else who's here, distinguished personalities. I really appreciate this visit. This is not the first time Chief Imam has led a delegation of this sort to me. From as far as 2009, when I became Vice President, he came home to congratulate me. And then in 2012, when I won the election, he came home to congratulate me. And in 2017, after I had lost the election. So he doesn't only come to congratulate me, he also comes to commiserate with me. So in 2017, when I lost, he was there again among the first to come and express his sympathy at our loss. And again in 2020, after we lost that election again, we were together. And so this is not the first time. I expected that he would be among the first to come to me after a victory like this. It's not been easy. It's been a very tough campaign, and the effects of the campaign have started to show after the declaration. I've not been feeling too well, but we had to come out for the legal things that needed to be done, the constitutional things, which was the formation of the transitional teams. Happily, we were able to inaugurate the transitional team yesterday, and so they are going to start their work starting from today. Myself and President Akufo-Addo would be behind, and if there's a need to consult us, they will come and do so. We can't have achieved this without the prayers that you all have said for us, both our Christian brothers and our Muslim brothers. We're all praying for peace, and we're praying that the elections will be peaceful. God has heard our supplications, and we had a peaceful and successful election. Remember the few people who have lost their lives from the reports that we have heard. And this morning, when I spoke to the diplomatic corps, I was urging the current government to begin investigations to find out who were responsible for these deaths so that the law can take its course. Even after we take over, we'll continue these investigations to make sure that tomorrow nobody has the impunity to do the same kind of thing. We know there have been some injustices that were created during the last 8 years. Remember, I was Westmoreland. I have always promised that when we come into office, we will take action on Ayawasu Westmoreland and provide adequate compensation to those who were injured.
This will be all for today for your election brief right here on Ghana Decides 2024 on your Election Command Center. My name is Safa Boyne, and I'll hand over to Beatrice.
Thank you very much, Safwa Bwahini, for bringing us the latest from there as well. Elvis Efiyankra is still here with us, and he's going to give us his final thoughts, really, on what we've discussed so far. And I know there were certain things that you couldn't conclude your thoughts on because we needed to cross over to some other part of the country.
Yeah, so this is just to assure Ghanaians that, yes, we know there will be difficult times, but we're very clear in our minds, we're very focused. We didn't just make promises to win elections. As I said, we took our time and went into the numbers and went into all the options. So they should be ready for the transformation of the agricultural sector that I've talked about, industrialization and infrastructure, the big push, manufacturing, digitalization, the digital economy, the 24-hour economy, the Jumera program, the Jumapa program, and with the 120-day social contract. By the grace of God, we are going to fulfill all of it. I think that, as most pundits have said, this type of victory also gives you a reason to reflect. And we cannot take it for granted. And therefore, the things that led the MPP to this humongous defeat, somebody called it it's a combination of a tsunami and hurricane. Hurricane, he calls it. It's a tsunami and a hurricane. We should ensure that we don't become arrogant and complacent. We don't become insensitive to the needs of the people of Ghana. Even when we don't have the solutions, we should be able to listen to them and speak to them about issues. We should be able to communicate effectively about the things that we've done. Because during this campaign, I went around this country doing a lot of training, and most of our party people say, well, but your name say NDCS, so before 2016, we were not able to effectively communicate our achievements. And I think even after this election, we should continue to let Ghanaians know the things that we did. And then as we go along, whatever we do, we should let them know. We should be able to respond to falsehoods. There was a lot of falsehoods out there, especially on social media. I was also a victim. Some of the things, it's so ridiculous and so preposterous that I said, but this one, who will believe it? No, it's dangerous. Social media, when things go there, you don't go and respond and correct it. There is social media history, digital footprint. So it's important that we should respond to every issue, every falsehood, no matter how insignificant we think it is. And then, just very sensitive, I have to say it, we should not undermine each other. Unhealthy rivalry and competition among ourselves. When a party will go down, it starts from within. When we weaken ourselves from within, it will be easy for the enemy to penetrate. And I'm sure we've all learned our lessons from pre-2016 and all the things that happened. So, but I can't conclude without commending President John Dramani Mahama. You see, I'm a relatively young man. I think I have a lot of energy. But the kind of energy that President Mahama displayed, we all ask him, what is the secret? He doesn't tell us. I mean, we'll all go for campaign, close 3, 4 a.m. You'll be struggling to wake up. The following day, by 8, 9 a.m., you see him on Wezo TV. And then you say, you don't have an excuse to keep lying in bed. You got to go. I mean, it was a very inspiring
Perhaps
leadership.
the adrenaline of wanting to come back.
Yes, but I mean, adrenaline, you know, but it is something that we should take note. The leadership was very inspiring. So was Prof. Sanana. You wouldn't even believe her age. You know, the various campaign teams, the general secretary, the chairman, the various teams that were going around. You know, I call this campaign a multi-system campaign. Everybody was working. We have to commend Dr. Omane Boama and the team. One of the most strategic things that the party did was to combine the elections and IT directorate. Now I was elections director, but I was not IT director. So I didn't even know the budget or what the IT people were doing. It was a major problem. We made recommendations. Thankfully, the party took it on. By bringing the two together, it gave him an overview of what was going on, and they did an excellent job together with the team, and they deserve commendation. There are some individuals, I can't mention everybody, you know, it was Deborah, the campaign manager and all that. But my brother Stan Dogbe, believe me, the production, live coverages, setup, settings, I mean, absolutely amazing. He deserves commendation. Madame Valerie Sawyer, believe me, people don't know the kinds of things that she was doing. Supporting candidates, resolving conflicts, solving problems here and there, and I offer my heart to her. She is a very, very great inspiration. And of course, for the young communicators, the young ladies who came on the scene the last minute, communications, since Sami Jefi took over the communications department, together with Malik, they've brought some energy and transformation. And the female communicators that came along the line, they brought some freshness, some vitality into the whole communications. And of course, the youth, the young people, the youth and people of Ghana, excellent work. You can see the vigilance. It should continue till we take over power. Don't let anybody, they've stolen enough. They are not satisfied. They still want to steal. Let's continue, and we believe that the reset agenda... And it should be violent-free, and the police should come in. As has been displayed, there was no scintilla of violence. They should just be vigilant and ensure that people do not steal and add to what they've already stolen. I would like to say thank you so much, thank you, Mr. Elvis Efi-Yankra, for joining us. Elvis Efi-Yankra is a former Minister for Sports, Youth and Sport, and also was a Director of Elections for the 2020 general election for the opposition, then NDC, and going into this year's general election has been a member of the party's manifesto committee. But there is also a statement coming in from the vice presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prampe, who until he was elected or selected as the vice presidential candidate was the Minister for Energy. And he says, I'll just read that to you. He says the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections resulted in a victory for the National Democratic Congress, the NDC. This was not the outcome we in the NPP envisaged, but we respect the verdict of the Ghanaian people. To Ghanaians, we have heard you clearly, and with humility, we accept. We will work with you to get it right. I am grateful to the Lord Almighty, the giver of life, for bringing me this far and for the honor of this opportunity given me to serve my party and Ghana. He continues to say that I have had extensive discussions with our flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, to reflect on the outcome of the elections, and in good time, we shall reflect further as a political party on the causes of our 2024 election loss. It says, I'm grateful to His Excellency, the Vice President, for nominating me as his running mate, and to the NPP leadership for the overwhelming support I received. I thank the party faithfuls, my team, family, friends, and countless others for their confidence reposed in the ticket and for this enterprise. I believe in the NPP's values, ideals, and traditions,
as we go into a period of honest introspection and reflection on this electoral verdict, I am confident that we will emerge stronger and bounce back to win the trust, confidence, support, and affection of Ghanaians. May God bless Ghana and the MPP and make us all resilient and strong. Thank you. Signed by Dr. Matthew Opoku-Prempeh, the vice presidential candidate to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You're so here on the afternoon stretch on your election command center, our continuous coverage of Ghana Decides 2024. When we come back, we'll look into the dynamics of women who have been elected into this year's parliament, as in the 9th parliament, which will take effect from the 7th of January 2025. Stay with us.
Hello, my name is Judith Brown. I'm a broadcast journalist here at TV3 in Media General. The election is here and is our mandate to maintain peace and stability. Remember that peace does not only start with our political parties, peace starts with you and me. Let's stay safe because there's life after elections.
The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Twi, we say kembima min kebi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esiedudate and I stand for peace.
It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate judiciously and responsibly. And if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kameni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election.
Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, where I go by the name Stone Boy, and all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that you go with a peaceful heart, with a grateful heart, that you are alive and living and everything is going to be all right. You don't need to fight nobody from any other political party. Just stay true to yourself, go in there, go vote and go home, wait for results and be happy. It's Christmas, you know, so we can't jinx it up. God bless you, stay safe, one love, Stone Boy. Beep.
Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace.
My name is Pakwisi Asari. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that would jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections.
Hi,
Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections.
A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. So as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So, while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our mind to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okansi. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace.
Hi, my name is John Hughes, host of 3FM Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 and also Johnny's Bite. We're going to the poll one more time to elect 276 parliamentarians and a president. Peace is essential. We all have a role to play. Play yours, let me play mine, and let's have peace. One Ghana.
It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace being the only option. I am Mawena Igbeta. Let's choose peace.
We've waited 4 years for this, and now that time has come once again. 7 December 2024. Another time to elect possibly a new government. Just go to the polling stations, vote, and then leave peacefully. What I would like to advise is no violence so that we maintain the peace here in Ghana and we have a peaceful and successful election. We've waited for...
So here on the afternoon stretch on your election command center right here on TV. Remember that we are also streaming live on 3FM 92.7 as well as all our social media platforms. We go back to the police depot because we understand that Apenyo Marking is addressing.
We are here at the Collation Center. We are done with 2. We have another 2 to do. And then we also have Ahafano North, Ahafano Southeast. We also have Ablekuma North outstanding, we have Tema Central outstanding, we have Obuasi East. All these constituencies have been programmed for collation in the coming days. All that we are saying as MPP is that we should follow due process. Dr. Bawumia lost the elections. He did not wait for official announcement by the EC. He conceded defeat, called President Mahama to congratulate him. Subsequently, President Akufo-Addo has also congratulated President Mahama. Transition processes have been triggered in accordance with law, and we have provided outside of the transition team. They have also provided that side of the transition team. So transitional arrangements are ongoing. That is democracy. All we are saying as MPP is that our friends, the victors, should allow the remaining parliamentary seats to be properly collated. They should stop the violence. And we are calling on EC to remain firm and security agencies to continue to protect all of us. I feel threatened by what Standogbe has done. He is either trying to cow me or to incite the vigilantes of NDC to start chasing me. I will not run away. If they think they have gotten power to come and kill, I will be the first to be killed. I don't mind. But I want him to know that I'm not a coward. I will not insult. I will follow due process. And I am calling for due process. I'm calling on the rule of law to be respected. And that's all about it. Thank you very much.
I understand some issue happening in your constituency. Can you please highlight that?
I am unaware of any issue happening. They tried again to incite their followers and their rampaging youth to attack people in Winneba. We had a peaceful elections. The election results were declared. EC gave all of us our pink sheets. They claimed that somebody was missing. But that person is in Winneba and they know. You see, it's part of their plan. They targeted me. It didn't work. They still want to start the agenda. It won't work. I am a peace-loving Ghanaian. I am a Democrat. I have been part of these elections. I have won. Winneba, they are the ones who have been attacking us in Winneba. And we have made sure that in all situations we reported to the police. So it is part of their grand scheme. For him to say that I am disrespecting the president-elect, you better ask him, what exactly have I said? Apart from calling on His Excellency the President-elect to call his men to order. That is a right call.
What do you say when you say that you are still in power, you have the security, you are still in charge of the security? Why don't you take a charge?
I am not calling that. I'm sure it is one of those steps that has resulted in all of us being here in a very peaceful atmosphere. But I think that our colleagues in the NDC must be tolerant. They must be tolerant. If they cannot take opposing views, then of course they are not Democrats. What is it that is going here that amount to disrespect to President Mahama? Please, let's stop there. Standogbe is too early in the day for him to start inciting people. I think that Standogbe is too early in the day to start attacking people, because I express a view that the violence must stop. Today we are having a peaceful atmosphere, and that is all I call for. It is not fair. What exactly, he should quote exactly the words I use that amount to disrespect. It's not fair.
Some are saying they are still in charge.
I'm saying that is why today the police is protecting all of us. I think this is a happy moment for all of us, because at least we are following due process and agents are here. All right? They argue, they agree to disagree. That's the beauty of democracy. It is not a situation where somebody has a machete or a gun. That one is not acceptable. And I am saying that we should all follow due process. Whoever wins, it's okay. If you lose, you've lost. So this situation where people deliberately incite people against others so that people get attacked or they will cow you, it will not happen. They should stop it.
So Alexander Penyomarkin is the leader of the MPP in Parliament, and he was reacting to allegations by Standogbe that he is disrespecting the president-elect, that's John Dramani Mahama, and the NDC is officially responding to these very remarks by Alexander Penyomarkin. I'm sure you know the reaction of the post. It's a Facebook post by Standogbe saying that he, Alexander Penyomarkin, is disrespecting John Dramani Mahama. What do you have to say to this?
Well, I can understand the pain, the difficulty, the distress that Alexander Penyomarkin is going through at this moment. We all know that their party have been heavily embarrassed in this election. They have lost miserably. He has lost what he considered to be a majority in Parliament. And so he will be worried, he will be distressed. But this empty vituperations is not the way forward. this noise, this press conferences upon press conferences is not the way forward. Essentially, when the things he's talking about are so empty and misdirected.
But he sees them as a threat to his life.
Now, if you would want me to finish, then you can ask your questions. Now, Afenyo Markin yesterday held a press conference and invariably accused the NDC of distracting the polls and creating chaos all over, which is palpably false. We all know how the MPP operates and how we decried the involvement of the military in this election. The MPP insisted in using military in this election. Most of the chaos that have been caused in this election at collation centers, at polling station centers, were caused by military and policemen who invariably were working for the MPP. For example, in Suhum, Madam Zita Okakwe, Ambassador Zita Okakwe Benson was there. Madam Zita Benson was at the station when the military invaded the collation center. Shot people, one person died. The parliamentary candidate of the MPP, who is the sitting MP, actually shot somebody himself. He is still working free. We had demanded the arrest of the MP. Nobody is saying anything. There are so many police officers here. It has been captured on video. He's shooting that gentleman. He's still sitting here. Nobody has said anything. What has necessitated most of the young people of this country rising to protect our democracy is that the security agencies are in cahoots with the MPP and they have failed to act when there is a need to act. At the various police stations where the police service are supposed to act, they don't act. Where the military are not supposed to be, they are. The military are heavily weaponized. You saw what happened in Obuasi East when the military carried guns into the police station. When we had agreed at the National Election Security Task Force that no gun, zero tolerance for guns at the polling stations. But we saw military men carrying heavily loaded arms at the polling station to the extent that a citizen had to rise and confront them and fight them and try to seize the guns. And so we have seen violence, state-sponsored violence, perpetuated by the government and Afenyo Markin and his people in this election. Afenyo Markin's constituency is the worst culprit. As we speak, the vice chairman of the NDC has gone missing from Saturday. We have been looking for him and we can't find him. In fact, before he got missing, he had been beaten mercilessly. We have seen the photos and the videos of the gentleman.
I wish you could share that with us.
Yes, it's available. It's on social media. He has been beaten mercilessly with swollen faces, cutlass wounds, and now he's missing. Nobody knows where this person is. The police are quiet. Ghana Police Service has not issued any statement on this matter. Afenyo Markin is working here scot-free and is making noise, creating distraction at these collation centers. And so if somebody speaks and calls out Afenyo Markin for his disrespect, his disregard, and his empty vituperations, it is rightly so. And it is important that he knows that this country is not for him. The days where they will do anything and speak anyhow and misconduct themselves anyhow has ended. And he must know his place now, because the people of Ghana said enough is enough. And that is why they have been rejected. And so if they have been rejected, if they are minority, their so-called majority, which ended up minority, has been reduced to a miniature minority, they should heal their wounds, regroup, and look at the way forward in future. They should stop these unnecessary distractions. Why? Afenyo Markin yesterday is claiming that there are people who are declaring results who are not returning officers. They are hiring people to declare results. Right here this morning, Afenyo Markin, had gone to bring some gentleman. We don't know where he's coming from. Whether he's not deputy RO. They don't have anything like deputy RO in the constitution. There's only returning officer and collation officer who assist the returning officer. They have gone to bring the collation officer to come and redeclare election results that have been declared in Fantiakwanof by the returning officer. I saw them here, they and the returning of the collation officer alone, to redeclare the results. This kind of recklessness must be avoided. This must be rejected. In Akwetia, the MPP came here together with the returning officer. They stood by them, they collected the results by themselves, and they claim they have declared.
I don't want to equalize the incident, but the reports that some MPP, NDC faithful, ransack, public institutions like the Ghana Gas. What do you have to also say to that one?
Obviously, we know that these are neither here nor there, because as we speak, in Awutu Senya West, NDC officials had to accost and arrest some of them and hand them over to the police. Most of them are not NDC people. These are hooligans, criminals that the MPP are putting together to perpetuate this crime and use that as the basis to equalize what they did in 2016. Certainly the NDC is not like the MPP. We cannot be like them. We are in no way like them. And so what they did in 2016, they are expecting that we will do same. But we are not doing same. If you see anybody visiting any institution who is not supposed to be there, the police must deal with them. What is the police doing? Okay. What is the government doing? What is the president doing?
You've enumerated the issues from your point of view, but is it not worrying for a member of your party to refer to the majority leader as...
He's not majority leader. I mean, correct yourself. Correct yourself.
The leader of the MPP.
For Joy News, you know better. For Joy News, you know better. For Joy News, you know better. Joy News, you know better. Joy News.
And secondly, what exactly did he say to disrespect the former president?
First of all, Afenyo Martin is not the majority leader anymore. He used to be some majority leader sometime. And you coming from Joy FM should know better. You know very well that he is not the majority leader. So let's consider him a former caucus leader because his caucus is even broken now. But the key thing is about the kind of disregard that Afenyo Martin has exhibited, not only through this election, but from day one, the kind of pomposity, unnecessary, frivolous pomposity that he exhibits in his conduct. In recent times, when the debacle in Parliament happened, you saw how he conducted himself. So the disrespectful nature, the arrogant nature of Afenyo Martin is not in contest. And so you don't need to ask.
Well, we are still coming to you live from the Tesano Police Station. It's a collation center for 4 outstanding constituencies: Akwetia, Fantiakwa North, Suhum, and Nsawam Adredre. But like I mentioned early on, 2 of the constituencies results have been declared. That's Akwetia and Fantiakwa North. And the MPP have won in these constituencies. So what is left is Nsawam Adredre, which is on my left, and on my right is Suhum. There have been some, controversy surrounding this very coalition here, and tempers have flared up, talking about, BVD sheets, talking about pink sheets, among others. But what we are hoping that at the end of the day, or at the close of business today, these results will be declared finally. And some allegations have also been made on the part of the MPP and the NDC. And what, the parties reacted to were the fact that Stan Dugbe, according to Analyst Markin, says he has disrespected the president-elect John Dramani Mahama, which he has, strongly refuted that that's not the case. And so these were the reactions both parties, had to react to. And these are live visuals from Tesano Police Depot. The results are still being collated. And bringing you live visuals here. I think as it stands now, it's quite relatively peaceful, and we're hoping that, yes, these results will be collated as soon as possible for the results to be declared before, the day ends. So in your short is Otukuno, shortly after, briefing the press, and also Woyome also here, trying to also be a part of the coalition, to ensure that everything that is, belongs to the party is, accredited accordingly. And police presence is quite, high here to ensure that law and order are maintained. And I can see tempers are also flaring up now at the Zoom, table. It has to do with pink sheets and BBD numbers, which are not tallying. Of course, this is at the center of the controversy here. Well, so we want to also paint a picture for you how it also looks like outside. We want to paint a fair picture. Let me take you out. Let me take you out of the coalition and give you a fair picture of how it looks like outside. For security presence, it's quite high. Security is quite high outside here, so before you can enter this very premises, you would have gone to go through lots of, police checks and all that to get in here. And because it's quite an outstanding all constituencies, all the security things have been put in place to ensure nothing untoward happens here. I wish my cameraman can come here and, you know, give a clear picture of how it looks like outside. Ishmael. So this is how it looks like. Here. So this is it. The security presence is quite high here. And I see some party agents here. Their party. Can I pick some words from you guys? So just, I know you're an agent for the MPP. I know, for sure. So we are live on TV3, and we want to know, so far, how do you assess the exercise so far?
Oh, it's been fruitful so far, except that the NDC is just trying to, you know, frustrate the situation, which you, the media, are observing, you are watching.
I think it has become more like a blame game. You are blaming this.
It's not a blame game. But from your own indication and the observation that you have come to see, what is the NDC trying to do? Bring your collation sheet, bring your declaration sheet, and let's compare and declare. We are unable to complete the declaration at the EC office. This is the reason we've moved it to here. So what is the basis of your challenging that you have won?
For which constituency exactly?
We are left with...
I know there's Suhum and some, yeah.
The same issues. They don't have any issue, any tangible issue to hang on to. So they are only, you know, playing around some sort of fictitious issues here and there. And that is what we want to avoid. You understand? They brought the same issue on Fantiakwa and then Akwetia, which when collated, we realized that the MPP candidates have won. So we are done with the two. It's left in Suhum and then Suhum.
I don't know if you know the posture of the NDC. They are not going to accept the Fantiakwa North result because for them, their party won there.
Which party? Which party? That forceful declaration that they have to go and stand on the neck of the EC officials, beating them to death, that they should declare them.
They also not agreeing to the fact that you brought in a deputy official to declare.
We will see the gazetted documents, the one that will allow the MP elect to sit in parliament. That is where we are going to do. It's not about machoism and another thing. No, we are not going to do anything.
Well, so this is an agent on the part of the MPP, and he's made his point clear. For them, I think they want a smooth exercise to go on to ensure at the end of the day, the declaration of these results are done peacefully. Like I mentioned, I'm just bringing you the exterior bit of the Collation Center. Police presence is very high here. Gordon, come and join me. I did this with you, and just come and share some few points with me. It's been relatively peaceful, apart from the pockets of, you know, disruptions here and there.
Right. It's actually been quite peaceful, but mixed reactions again, like we have been talking about. You can clearly see some people who have mounted ladders trying to fix in lights because it looks as though the exercise is going to last for a very long time. It started somewhere around 7 a.m. until now. It's around 5:41 p.m. and it looks as though the two constituencies that are still left with are still battling it in there with agents of both political parties, which is the New Patriotic Party and also the National Democratic Congress as well. Few meters into the premises in the police station, you could see that quite a number of the police have been dotted at vantage points to ensure that no one will be able to make their way into the premises, and it has been like that since morning. When you drive your way all through to the inside part of the police station, you would also get to see that most of these police officials would question any individual at all who will come into the premises. So when we go towards the down there, you would spot quite a number of them, and it's the same situation towards the entrance to the middle part of the road and also to here as well. They've also made sure that where the exercise is happening is a place where no individual will be able to identify in case a chaos erupts here and they would want to besiege the premises. It's hidden somewhere within the police premises where you wouldn't be able to find the place easily. More deployment of police officials coming in because they would need to calm tempers down in case there's any misunderstanding, which keeps happening here and there. It happens for sometimes, it goes off, you know, because they are still counting to know exactly who the results will go in favor of. So barricading all over, police vehicles around, police officials coming in, quite a number of them. They are still mountain light as well, because the exercise definitely will be running to midnight, I should say. But we are here, your election command center. We are keeping an eye on all the happenings here and will definitely be updating you subsequently. You just heard a brief from Otukono, and also we got a response as well. We are still waiting to know how things will pan out between the two constituencies to get to know how the final results will be like. Few hours, that was about 5 hours ago, we had the results from the Akotia constituency, and we got the final results, and it went in favor of the New Patriotic Party. So Afenyo Makin made mention of the fact that the camp of the NDC should actually relax, because they claimed that they had won in that constituency, but rather, according to Afenyo Makin, where things were brought in order, it went in favor of them, and they are still hoping that they will be able to win the remaining seats here in the police depot, that things are still happening and also sorting still ongoing on. So that's the general mood in here. I would have wished that we'll get to engage the police to know the plans that were shared with them from now till midnight, and also what they will be doing.
Thank you very much, Godwin Asidiba and George Quayne, reporting live from the police depot right here in Accra, precisely at Tesano, and what's going on there, the contention over the Suhum and the Nsawam Adwedre constituencies. And you've seen and heard all the interactions there earlier. Alexander Afenyo Makin making allegations against NDC supporters there. But I'm going to cross over now to the other side, where Mawina Egbeta and Michael Ogbodu are standing by with the statistics on women representation in Parliament. What we do know is that when we had our first democratic elections in 1992, we produced about 5 female MPs, and from that time on, the number has risen till now, I believe, around 42 representations for both NDC and MPP in the House. But I'm coming to you guys. What do you have in terms of data?
So basically, we'll be looking at how women have fared in Parliament over the last couple of decades, and in contrast to how things are looking like now in Parliament. So we'll be walking you through the numbers. It's interesting to note that quite from around 1992, the numbers or the percentage of women in Parliament has been hovering around 10% region, and there have been a lot of calls, especially for women to be more involved in active politics, and for the enabling environment to be put in place to help them, you see, and that also brings to light the passage of the Affirmative Action Bill, which has now become law, all as part of efforts to get more women into commanding heights of the country's political history. But then on another positive note, at least for the first time now, we can boast of a female vice president in the country, which is a good plus, right? I mean, it's been one thing that everybody's spoken about, the president when he met John Mahama and then Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. It was one of the things he said readily off the top of his head, congratulating her for being the first woman vice president in the history of the country. And so it's commendable, very, very commendable in terms of the women factor. I've seen a lot of women, young women as well, who've shared pictures of her saying that because she has, they also can. And so a lot of good work on that aspect or in that regard, in terms of active women participation in the governance structure of the country. In terms of what we have, we've seen, it's been, if you look at the map, it looks like as we've progressed in the Fourth Republic, we've done a good enough job in terms of increasing the numbers as we have in Parliament. And so you see when the first Parliament in 92 started, 200 in total, but we had just 16 women. From there up until when we had 275 in 2020, and between then and now, we've seen the numbers increase from 16 to 40, whilst, I mean, the men have been dominant in terms of the politicking in the country. The men have increased by over 50. Well,
that's
not surprising,
considering
even before the affirmative action, the political parties have been seeking to, on their own,
take steps to be able to encourage a lot more women. And so even filing fees for parliamentary candidates, it's slashed for women. There were conversations at some point in time, the governing New Patriotic Party now, where they were seeking to protect seats which were held by women. Within their fold. That came up against very strong criticism because the argument was made that whilst you're protecting the interests of the women, you will be also, as well infringing on the rights of the men as well. And so there was a back and forth, and they couldn't really reach a consensus as to how they could proceed on that front. But it's been a back and forth conversation in relation to protecting the females and the numbers we've had in our parliament.
But it's quite sad that despite the gains that we had made, just to continue on the point that you've made, a number of these 40 women won't be returning to parliament. Off the top of my head, Eslo Wusu, Hawa Kumsing, and the numbers keep increasing.
Well, Hawa Kumsing was directly replaced by another woman, Nakoyo, and so
that's the interesting
then
part.
Maybe you might not feel it. So
the fact that the women are being replaced by women instead of women.
More women finding their ways
exactly,
through different
that's the point. So it sort of, to some extent, makes the effort a bit redundant because we are hoping to get more women in there and not get them out and replace them with women, because then it's like we are basically hovering around in circles. But well, this is politics, they say. I don't know if you have any other names that come to mind readily, but these are the top two on my mind.
Dokia, Dakwa Newman, I should say, as well.
Dokia lost her seat as well?
Yes, but she was also replaced by a woman.
Okay.
But her original constituency, that's where Samia Uku has gone to occupy, and she made a return to Ablekuma North, seeking to be able to win from there. But
so technically, that's one woman lost.
Yes, technically. You can't make that argument as well. That's one woman loss, and so it's not been all too rosy this time around, particularly for MPs, female MPs on the side of the governing New Patriotic Party in terms of their outlook. But it's always interesting, the conversation when it comes to allowing a lot more women into it. More often than not, when the conversations are had, I feel sometimes it's a bit technical up here, where it's more often than not reduced to an intellectual debate as to how advocating for a lot more women participating is good for the governance system. When we trickle downwards, is this a sentiment that's shared? Is another thing, because you find that at the primaries, they will challenge the women. It's why when the NPP wanted to protect these seats which were held by the women, persons within the NPP and at the grassroots level will say, no, if we don't want our MP, who is a woman, and we no longer want her, you will be foisting her on us, even though we do not want her. And so it's a tricky conversation. As much as the advancement needs to be made in terms of the progress, then there's also the important aspect of ensuring that at least on that front as well, we're taking care of the women. But let's try and look at the MPs in terms of females who are returning on the part of the NDC. Dr. Zanetta Rawlings, she's making a return, already a member of Parliament. Comfort Doyo Gansa, one of the deputy whips in Parliament. Then there's Joanna Jankujo as well. She, almost everybody who's done the analysis expected her to win. Dr. Grace A. Dankwa Sikado Ketan almost beat Joe Garte in 2020, but made a return, and this time round...
Some say it's probably the reason why he didn't come back, I don't know.
Well, I mean, you could...
Maybe he predicted the defeat and decided to bow out early?
That's one. Jomora Doka Safo Tofe as well. There's Nasira Afra Jeche from Setra From Plains. Gisela Tete beats the Director of Communications at the presidency.
That was a surprising one. To some extent, because...
well, not really, because in 2020, even though the constituents said Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo is best to represent them as their president, they still voted for her. And so perhaps there's a reason why they love her that much and they continue to vote for her.
Remember, that was a candidate with a lot of resources. You can't downplay that.
Well, yes. I mean, he had a lot of resources.
Especially for a constituency, a region that has a very independent mind of its own. the central region thereabout. So interesting ones. Who else we have?
Then Nakoyo, who defeated Hawa Kumsin.
Oh, okay.
Then there's Ladi.
That was a second attempt at it.
Yeah, and so that as well. Ladi Aya Yamga from Pusiga. There's Amelia Arthur in Shama, a part of the green wave which hits the western region. There's a Hunter West as well, Mavis Bisu, who's close relations with...
which of the Bisus? Hannah Bisu?
Not Hannah Bisu, the NPP's Bisu.
Oh, the one who lost, and he and his wife lost?
Yes.
Okay,
the name is just escaping me, but that's the Bisu who was secretary of the Interministerial Committee.
Yeah.
Charles Bisu. Yes, Charles Bisu. And then there's Enesina Ofori of Agona West as well. Queen Stasoya, Agona East, Elizabeth Ofoswe Jare, Teshima North, Rachel Usua, Ama Doma, Doma East as well. Then there's Millicent Amankwa, Jean Fari, Fomadi, Felicia J. Kintampo South, Helen Ajuan Toso, Krachi West, Emilia Nkuma, Apadentra East, Fosina E. Akurugu, who beat Michael Kwe Jr. Dom Kwabenya.
At least that was a win for the women.
Yes, that's a win for the women.
At least she's replacing Adrasa. You see, that's the point. The fact that women are replacing women.
So you could make an argument of a net gain of some sort. Laurentia Jiwanu Ekiapim South, Rita Odole Soa, Dade Kotopong, who didn't give the president's driver any chance at all. Joycelyn Tete not die as well, winning the Agnes Namomolate Krowo, Theresa Ladi Awuni Okaikwe North, Ebi Bright, Tema Central, Irabna Obin, Abelekuma North, Linda Akwele Oklu, and Zuwera Ibrahima, and then the last one, Akanva Riva.
Yeah, we'll make a quick dash into the NPP side quickly.
The NPP fold, Gloria Usu, Trobu, Adelaide in team, Nsuta Kwamamba Poso, Aida, Joa Siedo, Ayensia. Then there's Benal Sayasare, Deputy Finance Minister, Tiwa East, Lorette, Kokwa Santi, Tiwa West. I need to update my records. Maybe in Cancer Body, Fija Secretary East, Damata, A.A. Salam, Fija Kwabre, and Patricia P.J., who's the Deputy Majority Leader as well. And so it looks like on the part of the NPP, they couldn't get a lot of women into Parliament.
We basically have 8 names from the women now.
Yeah, from their side. And so from what we're seeing, there will be I think a drop in terms of the numbers as we had in comparison to 2020. But that's it in terms of the women factor in Parliament for us in expectation of the 9th Parliament.
So basically that's about it. We need to get more women in there. Maybe you should go into politics someday after that.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that. But one thing I wanted to chip in, though, is that a number of the female MPs who have been retained are those with some sort of experience. Helen Ajuan Toso is still there. Patricia P.J., who was Deputy Majority Leader at the time before the elections, is also going. Of course, you mentioned Zaneto Rollins as well, and Helen, I just mentioned Helen and Toso, and Ladi Ayamba. All these are going back to Parliament. So perhaps in terms of the female factor, they might not have lost too much in terms of the experienced MPs, and even the new ones that are coming on board with some professional knowledge, like Ebi Bright, for instance, who is, I mean, after trying for a 3rd time, was able to get the nod of the Tema Central constituents. But let's bring you some more here, because Dr. Agnes Na Momo, the MP-elect for Krowo, has expressed concern about the representation of women in Ghana's parliaments. Well, speaking to TV3, she acknowledged the increase in female MPs elected on the ticket of the NDC, but cautioned that this does not necessarily translate to a higher overall number of female MPs in the 9th Parliament compared to the 8th.
Let me extend my warmest greetings to the good people of Krowo and Ghanaians at large for the high confidence they've reposed in our leadership. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has been honored by the people of Ghana. And I think that for all of us, it's quite a humbling feeling that you want to win, but the victory that has come gives you such overwhelming joy that it numbs you and it makes you humble. So we are so thankful to God Almighty and we are thankful to the good people of Ghana and Kruger, my constituency. The number of women in Parliament now is exciting, especially from my side. It could have been largely males, but by the grace of God, we've added on to the numbers. Just before we came on recess, I think we lost, on my side, that's the NDC side, we lost about 3 of our members during the primaries. And for us, so instead of having the 20, we were looking at how to add on to the 17 that was left. And by the grace of God, we've moved from the 17 to 31.
With the numbers still counting?
I mean, still counting. It's exciting. However, the previous sitting, the previous parliament, that's the 8th parliament, we had 20 on both sides, so we had 40 women. But now that NDC has upped the number of women representatives, that of the MPP has gone down drastically. In fact, before we even came on recess, their numbers, the number of females went down so drastically. So we were wondering if we're going to make up the numbers, even the 40. But by the grace of God, we are close to 40, except that theirs is reduced by like some 12 or so. But you can also look at it in terms of percentages, because the number of seats they have has also dropped. And so that could account for the decrease in numbers. But NDC has been able to give some leverage to women. The constituents were not looking at the gender aspect. I can assure you that they were not necessarily looking at the gender aspect, but they were looking at the relationship the various candidates have with them. That is what the people were looking at. If the relationship is warm and friendly, you will see them warming up to the candidate. So when you go through the records of some of these candidates who have lost, their party was in power, but they lost. So definitely, in terms of projects and other things, you will see some infrastructure advantage in terms of development on their side. But for those of us coming from opposition, we tried our best. I can tell you, the 8th Parliament, NDC MPs put up their best. It might not have been enough, but NDC MPs fought from the beginning to the end. I mean, managing our role and juggling between parliamentary sittings and then constituency work and other parliamentary responsibilities. It's not been easy for any NDC MP at all. Amidst the lack of resources to be able to execute our dreams and plans for our various constituencies. But this is how far the Lord has brought us. It is not exciting to see anybody lose, but it is exciting, or my party, but it is exciting to see Ghanaians give us this maximum confidence in my party's leadership. That one, I don't take it for granted. By and large, to whom much is given, much is expected. And so going to Parliament with this large number of women, we are expected to hold the front for, to make up for the imbalance on the other side. When it comes to infrastructure, JM is known to be one president who pushes and ensures that all his appointees do what they have to do to improve.
And you were just watching that commentary from the MP-elect for Kruger na Momo there. But well, that'll be us. That'll be it for us here on the afternoon stretch. Mawina and Michael. I know Alfred is standing by to take over for the night team.
Absolutely. It's been an interesting run.
Yeah.
And it's nice to hear that at least there's been some finality to a number of the outstanding constituencies.
Two have crossed the mark, and 2 more are expected to. I'm sure Alfred and his team will be keeping close tabs on on that as well, even as we continue on our coverage here on your election command center.
Well, that's for the Eastern region.
Yes.
But there's quite a lot to look out for in the Ashanti region as well. So we'll see how the night goes.
Yeah. Another thing is, at least we finally heard from Napo after his presidential. I just had to bring it in. After the presidential candidate. Yeah. Well, it's taken a while, because if you're the presidential candidate, the
silence was quite loud for you.
Yeah, it's been like 3-4 days. Yeah. But at least he's finally
he's spoken. I think he spoke at the residence of the vice president as well, as part of. There's been a number of visits to Dr. Bawumia where people are assuring him of the fact that, assuring him of the unflinching support going forward and all of that. And he spoke there as well. And so,
but the statement he released clearly tells you that the MPP is really going into deep reflection, because he mentioned that just about, I think twice or 3 times in that single statement alone. So this is really a big blow for the party.
You know what? This quantum of loss, if it doesn't send you into honest reflection, I don't know what else can.
Absolutely.
This is like when you're boxing at Bukom and they give you that knockout. Technical knockout, you just fall flat. When you wake up after the stars clear, you go back.
Suhum says they haven't fallen flat yet.
He says they may fall further, according to him.
Well, that's...
but I think the reflective mode is the best thing for the party right now.
True.
I mean, any political party worth its salt should go on this path. I mean, I heard you with Eben talking about how the trends have been and how 2028 would look like. I mean, we're going to have, if the NPP maintains Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, then he would have had some experience. But if they change him, then the NPP is also coming with a new candidate. Or if Professor Nana Jino Pokwajman is maintained, then she would also be having a first bite as a presidential candidate for flag bearer for the party. The dynamics of 2028 is going to be great.
It's already started in terms of the conversation.
Absolutely.
I think we should sign off officially and hand over to Alfred and Martin Asiedu, that I believe Kemini Amano as well. My name is Beatrice Edu. Thank you so much for joining us.
I am Michael Ogodu.
And I am Mawina Egbeta. Back to Alfred and the rest of his team.
Thank you very much, guys. It's been wonderful with you over the last 6 hours. We remain your election command center. Ghana Decides 2024 continues. Next 6 hours ahead of us. We have a lot to talk about. The disputed constituency results, we have that in focus as well. The ones that have been declared today as well, we'll talk about it, that is still being disputed by the losing candidate. We'll go to the Ashanti region as well, because there are 3 constituency results that are still outstanding. We'll tell you about it. We'll visit in Suhum and Suhum constituencies tonight. Stay with us. Also, we have some exclusive interviews for you here on your election command center. Former Sergeant Nakatapori is going to be joining us in the studio. Stay with us. There's a lot to talk about right after this quick break.
We've waited 4 years for this, and now that time has come once again. 7 December 2024, another time to elect possibly a new government. Just go to the polling stations, vote, and then leave peacefully. What I would like to advise is no violence, so that we maintain the peace here in Ghana and we have a peaceful and successful election.